He remembers it clearly the moment his hellish training began, all thanks to a guy named Kim Sol. And for anyone wondering why he didn't just quit that life, well, saying no was never an option. He just chose a slightly better hell. He tries venting his frustrations to a nearby robot, but his story is met with cold logic. The machine completely ignores his rant, instead detecting an unregistered product. Its programming is absolute. The item must be collected immediately. He just gives in, telling the little robot, Pax, to go ahead and do its job. Pax dutifully stacks the packages, a mindless worker in this sterile environment. As automated drones buzz past, he's left standing alone on the walkway. He lets out a heavy sigh, lamenting that in this place, there's no warmth at all. He looks out over the endless conveyor belts, wondering how a place so massive can feel so empty. No matter how he looks at it, this just feels wrong. He must have taken a wrong turn somewhere in life. It all started about 2 months ago, right after he was discharged from the military, feeling on top of the world. But that post-service euphoria didn't last long, shattered by a single, unexpected phone call. His parents happily announced they'd moved, leaving him with 6 months' rent as a congratulatory gift. And just like that, his forced solitary life began, along with the immediate need to find a job. He had some savings, though, and was foolishly dreaming of some storybook romance starting at a cafe. Unfortunately, the world was not nearly as kind as he'd imagined. He was shot down at the entrance, told they preferred someone with experience. Not even a chance. A month of this soul-crushing job hunt left him bored, frustrated, and wondering what was wrong with him. In a moment of weakness, he messages his sisters, admitting he feels like the most useless person in the world. Their response? Laughter, calling him an idiot for his life choices, and mocking his inability to find work. But amidst the teasing, one of them mentions an easy delivery job using AI, and desperate, his interest is piqued. And that's how he found himself standing before the massive, imposing PAX fulfillment center. Inside, the sterile air is filled with the hum of drones, and he can't help but feel a chill. There's no warmth here. He immediately regrets it, realizing he never wanted a job so easy it felt inhuman, with robots as his only colleagues. But a voice suddenly cuts through the noise, calling out his full name. Kim Jeong-jeom. It's a stern-looking man named Manager Shin, who immediately points out a problem with their inventory system. He tasks Jeong-yeom with heading to the warehouse to track down some missing stock. As the manager walks off, Jeong-yeom cracks a wry smile, thinking that the cold machines already feel warmer than his new boss. The heavy door to the warehouse groans open, and he steps inside. Jeong-yeom gets right to work, scanning the towering shelves for the missing tuna. The place is a maze of identical boxes stacked to the ceiling. After a moment, his eyes lock onto the correct shipment high above. He grabs a ladder, annoyed that the box was placed on the wrong floor. But as he reaches for it, a sudden sound from behind makes him freeze. With a deafening boom, the heavy metal door slams shut. He rushes over and frantically jiggles the handle, but it's locked solid. A look of pure disbelief crosses his face. Is he seriously trapped in here? He tries to call Manager Shin, but the call won't connect. He's utterly alone. He groans in frustration, wondering if this is really worth a call to emergency services. But he dismisses the idea. No need to make things awkward with Manager Shin over something so small. Instead, he casually texts his sister, who just laughs it off as a joke. But her next message is bizarre. She says she just heard a building collapsing nearby. Before he can even process that, his phone buzzes with an incoming call from her. He slumps against the door and picks up, a bit annoyed. But the line is silent, and a strange tremor begins to run through the very air around him. Suddenly, a violent force erupts from the door, blasting him clear across the warehouse floor. As he tumbles backward, a small, crimson object clatters onto the concrete, glowing with an impossible light. His mind goes blank, staring at the pulsating gem, his ordinary world shattering in an instant. A deafening alarm suddenly blares through the warehouse, ordering an immediate evacuation. Dazed on the floor, Kim Jeong-yeom stares into the chaos, his mind refusing to believe this is real. He scrambles to his feet, pounding on the locked door and screaming that someone is still inside. With his voice unheard, he desperately pulls out his phone to call for emergency services. But the screen is a cruel joke, no signal, just like before, cutting him off from the world. He trembles, clutching his phone as the ground shakes, wondering if a war has suddenly broken out. Looking around the empty, rattling warehouse, he finds no answers, only more questions. Then, a violent bang echoes from the other side of the very door he was just hitting. His hand freezes just inches from the handle, a primal fear seizing him. And in that chilling moment, he just knows if he makes a sound, he's dead. A cold sweat breaks as he realizes the thing pounding on the door is definitely not human. His knees buckle and he collapses against the wall, utterly drained of hope. Slumped in the darkness, he stares at the dented door, wondering how he's supposed to survive this. But days pass, and survival becomes a routine, marked by the opening of another can of food. 3 days, to be exact, have gone by in this cold, steel prison. Since no one has come for him, He can only assume a disaster struck the outside world, and this warehouse became his unlikely sanctuary. The once blaring alarms have fallen silent, and with his phone's battery fading, he types out what might be his final message. He prays that a soldier finds this place, and that his family, wherever they are, is safe. With nothing left to do, he sinks back, the silence of the warehouse now more unsettling than the noise. All he can do is stare into the darkness and hope that someone out there is okay. And then, in the suffocating silence, a blue screen flickers into existence before him. It claims he's been chosen, presenting him with an ability, my own subspace. He stares, a hollow laugh building inside him. Yep, he's finally lost his mind. After 3 days of solitude, it's impressive he even lasted this long before hallucinating. So, playing along with his own madness, he scoffs and decides to store the entire building. The system actually asks for confirmation, and with a sigh, he just agrees. In an instant, a colossal force yanks him upwards, tearing him from the ground. He crashes down hard, the wind knocked out of him, his vision spinning. Pushing himself up, he finds himself not in a warehouse, but under an open, dusty sky. His eyes widen in horror as he takes in the sight. A city in absolute ruins. He scrambles through the rubble, past the lifeless bodies of those who weren't so lucky. Then the system dings, confirming the storing process has begun, and his stomach drops. It wasn't a hallucination. He's thrown to the ground as a new message appears. A suitable operating system for his ability has been found. But the update isn't gentle. A sharp pain lances through his skull as the progress bar ticks up. His head snaps up, a primal fear seizing him as he senses an enormous presence nearby. A shadow falls over him, impossibly large, blotting out the dying sun. The air is filled with the stench of blood and the sight of razor-sharp, jagged teeth. Looming over him is a monstrous beast, a hulking brute with glowing crimson eyes. Panic grips him, and he desperately tries to get a hold of himself, to just breathe. Then it clicks, that terrifying roar from 3 days ago. It wasn't an animal. It was this thing. He stays perfectly still, hoping the massive creature is just passing through, but its attention snaps to him, and he bolts, screaming for anyone to save him. The beast lets out a bloodthirsty roar, its crimson eyes locking onto its new prey. Jeong-yeom can only shriek in terror as the monster charges him down. He watches in horror as it swats another unfortunate soul aside like a fly. An orc? His mind races. What is something from a fantasy game doing here? And why is it so fast? He pushes himself to the absolute limit, but it's gaining until a system notification chimes. Synchronization is complete, and a new window offers him an escape. Would you like to enter? With the orc's claws about to tear into his back, he screams his acceptance. The monster's attack smashes into empty space as Jeong-yeom vanishes without a trace. He feels the monster's claws dig into his shoulder, a cold dread telling him it's all over. But instead of death, he's consumed by a blinding flash of blue light. He lands hard, instinctively falling into a defensive stance in a strange, shimmering void. Catching his breath, he tries to process where in the world he is. He turns back to see the orc, its attack frozen mid-lunge against an invisible wall. A small drone appears, confirming his dawning hope the monsters can't follow him in here. It explains that as the master, Kim Jeong-yeom has absolute control over who enters or leaves. A system message pops up, officially welcoming him to his own personal subspace. He stares at the snarling beast, separated by a barrier he now controls. The sheer, impossible reality of his last-second salvation finally hits him. He looks around, and the sheer scale of this place is just staggering. It's not a room, it's a colossal, high-tech warehouse. A drone buzzes into view, zipping through the air above him. Jeong-yeom can only stare, trying to comprehend what he's seeing. His ability didn't just create a safe space. It manifested an entire fulfillment center, packed with robots and conveyor belts. And for the simple act of entering, the tutorial is complete, rewarding him with a glowing crystal. A mana stone. He holds the strange, shimmering gem in his hands, completely clueless about its purpose. But a violent thud from behind snaps him back to reality. The orc is still there, pounding furiously against the barrier. Its face is a mask of pure, primal rage, its glowing red eyes promising a world of pain if it ever gets through. He can't help but ask for confirmation. Is he really safe in here? The system calmly reassures him that yes, he is. With the immediate threat contained, a new window appears, detailing the specs of his very own Level 1 PAX Fulfillment Center. He examines the specs of his new ability, noting the shipping speed and size limits. But another detail sends a jolt of confusion through him. 2 minutes left until maintenance? A small drone zips over, explaining that he must use the mana stone to supply energy. He can hardly believe it. This single stone can power the entire facility for 24 hours. The system clarifies that his subspace automatically modified the center to run on mana. It all feels so surreal, and he can't shake the feeling that PAX is getting smarter. But his musings are cut short, as the drones around him begin to flicker and die. Suddenly, the entire energy supply cuts off, plunging the warehouse into darkness. A dire warning appears: without power, The pack's fresh products are in serious trouble. He now understands he has a stockpile of fresh and frozen food that's about to spoil. The horrifying realization hits him out there is a war zone, making food the ultimate currency for survival. And his massive stockpile is about to spoil now that the power is out. He turns to the drone, demanding an answer. He needs more mana stones, and Pax's answer is as simple as it is cryptic. Get them from beings of another world. Beings of another world? The phrase echoes in his mind, and a dangerous thought begins to surface. Of course, there's one such being he knows quite well. The furious orc, still trapped right outside his subspace, practically begging to be turned into a battery. But first, he uses his only mana stone, ordering Pax to get the facility back online for now. With the lights humming again, he asks if he can still search for items. The system confirms he can. He's not looking for food this time though. He has a very specific request. The system delivers, presenting him with an arsenal of gleaming, razor-sharp kitchen knives. A plan is forming. Jong-yeom inspects his new arsenal, picking out a camping axe and several knives. These should be useful, but getting close enough to swing them is a death sentence. Throwing is his only real option. He glances at the roaring beast, wondering if these cheap blades can even scratch those dense muscles. The orc is stuck there, a perfect target just on the other side of his subspace portal. He doesn't have to kill it in one go. A serious wound might be enough to deal with it later. With his mind made up, he grips the hand axe, channeling his inner Special Forces soldier. He lets it fly, a perfect throw straight at the orc's snarling face, but the axe just bounces harmlessly off its hide, barely leaving a scratch. The beast roars, more annoyed than injured, its body an impenetrable wall of muscle. Jong-yeom stares in disbelief. His best shot was a complete failure, and he's back to square one. Okay, cheap tools won't cut it, but his eyes land on a much heavier, sturdier axe in the box. He calls over his little robot assistant, Pax, asking for a quick stock check on this new weapon. As Pax gets to work, Jong-yeom's mind races if blades are useless. Maybe he should just smash the orc's joints. The robot's reply stops him cold. There are 15 camping hand axes remaining in stock. A flicker of confusion crosses his face. 15? That can't be right. He distinctly remembers there were 15 before he took one out. His eyes scan the warehouse shelves, and he spots the very axe he threw, returned to its original spot. He grabs it, his mind struggling to process what's happening. And suddenly, the floor around him is littered with dozens of identical, gleaming axes. Pax calmly explains the impossible. Items in this space are data, which means they can be duplicated. Pax continues its explanation. The items can be damaged or altered, but they can never be truly depleted. The gears in Jong-yeom's head click into place. Hes not in a warehouse, this is an infinite stock logistics center. The small drone confirms his shocking realization is indeed correct. A wicked idea begins to form in his mind as he clutches an axe. He looks through the portal at the orc, realizing he doesn't need a single kill shot, he can just throw them freely. But he sighs, figuring his shoulder would give out first. That's when Pax informs him there's no need to throw them manually. Products can be automatically shipped outside, though the skill has a 3-0-second cooldown for now. All he has to do, the robot explains, is think of the item and give the command. Jong-yeom focuses. In the ruined world, the orc is suddenly blasted backwards, an axe impaling its chest as if from nowhere. Jong-yeom can only stare in confusion as the drone's little arm glows, having just launched the attack for him. Jong-yeom can't believe the speed of the attack, and Pax calmly informs him the default shipping speed is 60 kilometers per hour. It all clicks into place for him, so that's what the shipping speed stat was for. The drone confirms, adding that he can currently boost it to 75 kilometers per hour, but anything faster requires an enhancement. He immediately wants to know how to get stronger, and Pax provides the answer. Mana stones. The words hang in the air as his mind flashes to the orc he just defeated, an axe still buried in its chest. Lying motionless in the desolate wasteland, the monster's corpse is now more than just a kill, it's a resource. A determined glint enters Jong-yeom's eyes as he turns his focus from the portal. He tells Pax it's time to gear up, deciding he needs to search for some items first. His factory shoes are instantly replaced by a pair of sturdy, lightweight, combat boots. Then, he equips a pair of tactical combat pants, finally looking ready for the world outside. To complete his new look, he slips on a sturdy jacket over his factory shirt. Fully geared and ready, he turns his attention from survival to strategy. First, he needs a plan. Pulling out a detailed map of the Seoul metropolitan area, with a permanent marker in hand, he prepares to chart his course. He begins circling his destinations one by one. Gwangjin, Gangnam, Yung District, and finally, Dobong District, his targets now clearly marked. Crouching over the map, he calculates the fastest route from his current position in Gunpo. A grim determination sets in. He can only pray everyone is safe until he reaches them. It's a long way to go on foot, but thankfully, has already secured transportation. In this broken world, his new electric bicycle might as well be a supercar. With the flick of a switch, his bike's headlight cuts through the darkness. He sets off with a single thought. Everyone just needs to hold on a little longer. The youngest of the factory team is on his way, a lone rider against a burning world. His wheels crunch over the debris-littered streets of the ruined city. 30 minutes into his journey, and he's already taken down 12 orcs. This frantic pace has taught him two very important things. As another monster lunges from the shadows, he gets to test his theory. The first lesson was about the true nature of his ability. He doesn't even slow down, conjuring a strange portal right in the orc's path. The creature slams into the shimmering barrier, its attack completely nullified. He was too distracted to analyze it before, but hunting these monsters has revealed its true nature. The orc never even sees the counterattack coming. A spiraling blast of energy slams into it. He realizes this ability is absolutely overpowered, but it only manages to wound the creature, tearing a chunk from its shoulder. The orc just snarls, enraged but far from defeated. Jongyum sighs, looking at the beast now caught in a shimmering field. He missed again. His shipment skill has a 30-second cooldown and a tiny range, but that's nothing mana stones can't fix. However, there's another feature he's grown to love, as a nearby orc's ears perk up. It's the product retrieval function, which summons a familiar axe from a portal right above the creature's head. The orc looks up just in time to catch the weapon, a convenient delivery from its last victim. The beast's hand is caught in the shimmering gateway, pulled violently into the void. Jongyum stands unfazed, thinking this retrieval skill is just as convenient as his shipment ability, though he admits he doesn't fully grasp how it works for simple items like axes. But then he sees that the mana stone from the slain orc is his for the taking. It flies directly to him, a system notification marking his 13th stone. A pity it's a post-mortem-only service. He realizes any monster he kills automatically becomes his product, its core a guaranteed delivery. It was smart to put the PAX robot in his subspace for safety. Now he just needs to get his family in there. He steps through another portal as a chilling screech echoes, reminding him of the second thing he learned here. His expression hardens with resolve. Looking up at the desolate city, he knows that the horrors of this world are not just limited to orcs. And there it is, a winged beast soaring against the pale moon, its cry splitting the night. Jongyum's mind races, already calculating. It's bigger than an orc, with wings a much harder target. But the sound is too much. Far too loud to be just one cry. He realizes he's hearing a whole swarm. Then, cutting through the monstrous noise, another sound reaches his ears, a human voice. His eyes widen in disbelief. That wasn't just a monster's cry, it was a scream for help. He turns in a panic, a cold sweat breaking out as he scans the desolate street. A man is running for his life, a picture of pure, unadulterated terror. Jongyum recognizes him, it's Mr. Choi, just as a dark shape plummets from the sky right behind him. Before anyone can react, the creature's tail whips around like a crimson blur. It punches straight through the poor man's back, his desperate escape ending in a brutal, bloody instant. The lifeless body of his colleague hits the pavement with a sickening finality. Jongyum can only scream his name, sprinting toward the unfolding nightmare. He finds Mr. Choi on the ground, the massive wyvern towering over him like a living gargoyle. But Jongyum freezes in his tracks, utterly paralyzed by the monster's presence. The beast slowly turns its head, its dripping maw and soulless eyes locking onto him. It looms over him, a predator sizing up its next meal, and yet, it does nothing. Hez utterly confused. What is this? Why isn't it attacking him? Then a cold, horrifying realization begins to dawn in his wide eyes. The monster was never looking at him. It was always targeting the smaller, weaker Mr. Choi. It simply hunted the easier prey, leaving Jongyum to wonder what on earth he's supposed to do now. He desperately grips his tiny knife, his mind racing. How could he possibly distract this thing? But then, a strange hum catches his attention, pulling him from his panicked thoughts. A device on his wrist suddenly flashes with a brilliant light. Before he can even process it, a shimmering gate of energy erupts in the ruined street. Mr. Choi, still helpless on the ground, flinches at a sudden, terrifying sound. A brutal crack echoes through the air, followed by a wet spray that covers everything. He looks up in horror, his face splattered with the monster's dark blood. The factory manager, watching from a distance, can only stare in disbelief. Something had just blitzed the wyvern, a whip-like tail striking with impossible speed, because from that gate emerged another wyvern, and it's tearing its counterpart to shreds. But what they thought was another monster's attack was something else entirely. Mr. Choi stares in disbelief. The wyvern was taken down not by a beast, but by a single, perfectly thrown axe. He lets out a shaky breath, just thankful the threat was eliminated in one clean hit. Just then, a bright light cuts through the gloom as a figure calmly pedals toward them. It's Jongyum, asking if everyone is all right as he comes to a stop on his bicycle. The other survivors can only gape, their minds failing to connect the dots. A man on a bicycle just killed a wyvern? The sheer absurdity of it all was overwhelming. The manager rushes forward, hopefully asking if he's a soldier, a member of a rescue party. Both he and Mr. Choi bow their heads in deep gratitude, thanking this mysterious hero for saving their lives. But Jong Yom simply shakes his head, pointing to the logo on his chest. He's no soldier, just a delivery man. The manager is still trying to wrap his head around it, a PAX employee with skills that defy logic. Jong Yum just plays it cool, confirming he's an awakened but downplaying his power as a simple driver ability. The other men are just relieved, one even laughing nervously that he hasn't awakened anything himself. Jong Yum cuts to the chase, asking if there are other survivors, but the man's hopeful expression vanishes. He explains the grim reality. This area was a logistics hub, and when the monsters came, it became a slaughterhouse. The few who made it are now isolated in an underground terminal, having come out to find supplies and a working vehicle. Seeing their chance, the manager invites Jeong Jum to join them, offering shelter in their supposedly safe bunker. He even sweetens the deal with snacks, but Jeong Yum's mind has already latched onto something far more valuable. He doesn't need their food or their shelter, but the mention of a vehicle is a lead he cannot ignore, so he accepts their offer, a calculated risk, knowing full well he doesn't trust them, but needing what they know. Jeong Yum plays along, calmly telling the other survivors to lead the way. As they move, the fallen wyvern's body dissolves, leaving behind a shimmering mana stone. The prize flies straight for him, and he subtly absorbs it into his subspace, his trump card still a secret. He's not worried. If these men try anything, he can simply vanish. This is hardly a life-threatening gamble. Meanwhile, back at their supposed shelter, a much more intimidating survivor waits. A brutish man stands over his own kill, a makeshift spear planted firmly in an orc's corpse. Another of the survivors looks up, his eyes landing on the newcomer, Jong Yum, and in an instant, his expression twists from simple curiosity into a mask of pure, cold terror. It seems this safe haven has its own monster, and he's standing right in the middle of the floor. The brute turns to the returning party, demanding to know what happened, as the manager nervously assures him they're fine. The group's brutish leader explains the situation, claiming an orc just wandered in by accident. He admits that while they handled it, this place can no longer be called truly safe. But the terrified survivor isn't listening. He's still staring at Jong Yum, the real monster killer. He finally snaps, turning on the manager and accusing him of lying about their safety. This commotion draws the leader's attention, and he finally asks just who this newcomer is. The manager quickly explains that Jeong Yum is the one who saved their lives from the wyvern. The other survivor chimes in, his voice trembling with awe at how strong Jeong Yum is. The tale spreads through the other survivors how he killed a wyvern with a single axe throw. Hearing this, the brute takes a heavy step forward, crushing broken ground under his boot. He extends a hand, not as a greeting, but as a clear challenge to the new powerhouse in his shelter. Jong Yum accepts the handshake, bracing for a power play as the man's grip tightens. But the so-called brute's face suddenly breaks into a massive, teary-eyed grin of pure gratitude. He starts thanking Jong Yum profusely, shaking his hand with manic energy that leaves our hero utterly baffled. Jong Yum tries to downplay it, saying he just did what anyone would, but his modesty only makes the man admire him more. The worker's enthusiasm then gets a little weird, suddenly asking if the hero has a girlfriend. Just then, an older, calmer man steps in to explain their intense reaction. They're a work family, and Jong Yum saved two of their own. He introduces himself with a friendly but steady gaze. Lee Jin-mak, the actual manager of this logistics center. Placing a hand on Jong Yum's shoulder, he offers his sincere thanks, and Jong Yum finally introduces himself in return. Lee Jin-mak formally welcomes him into their shelter, promising him food, water, and a safe place to rest. He insists that Jong Yum eat as much as he wants, reassuring him they have plenty of supplies. But amidst the relief, one of the rescued men hesitates, needing to tell the manager some terrible news. He finally blurts it out for everyone to hear. Their home base, the entire logistics center, has completely disappeared. The words hang in the air, and Lee Jin-mak can only stare back in stunned silence. Disappeared? What does he mean? He presses the man for answers, who insists it's true, it's the whole reason they were out in the open and chased by that wyvern. The other survivors immediately erupt in denial, questioning how a massive building could just vanish into thin air. The manager, however, lets out a heavy sigh, accepting that in this new world, the impossible happens every day. With their sanctuary gone, a worker turns to him, anxiously asking what they're supposed to do now. Lee Jin-mak's eyes burn with grim determination. He says their plan hasn't changed, they just have to move faster and dig through the tunnel. One of the other men agrees loudly, yelling that it was time to go anyway, and they should just force their way through. Jong Yum overhears this and steps up to the manager, asking him to clarify what exactly that means. The manager confirms that yes, vehicles are everywhere, but their situation is grim. All roads are blocked, leaving only one horrifying option, a tunnel to the west now infested with a flock of wyverns. Jong Yum processes this, sarcastically summing it up. So they have cars and just need to dig through a monster-filled tunnel? Trying to be reasonable, the manager tells him he doesn't have to come, Those blockades only stop vehicles, so Jiangyum could escape on foot. But Jiangyum shakes his head, a determined look in his eye. No, he needs a vehicle too, and he's going through that tunnel with them. He offers his help, a slight smirk playing on his lips, saying he can handle the wyverns with his ability. He can't hide his strength, after all. Internally, though, his thoughts take a darker turn. He doesn't actually need to reveal his full power to these people. They may seem kind, but he recognizes the harsh truth. They're not like him, who was lucky enough to be safe while they struggled to survive. These people know the brutal value of food and water. They're hardened, and they won't share information easily. And that's fine by him. So he lays out his plan. He'll go scouting alone to assess the tunnel and the wyverns, then clear the way himself. Alone for a moment, Jiangyum reviews his abilities, realizing he can drastically cut cooldowns with the magic stones from the orc. But then, a new notification reveals even more powerful delivery options, each with its own cost. A wicked smile spreads across his face. Good thing he saved those stones. This solo scouting trip is the perfect cover to hunt wyverns and power up. He'll use their caution to his advantage, secretly farming materials to enhance his own strength. But his brilliant solo plan is immediately derailed by manager Shin, who rolls up on a bicycle, offering him a ride. The manager flat out refuses to let him go alone, reminding him that he was just being chased and doesn't even know the way. He places his faith in Jiangyum, believing he'll be their savior again, a sentiment that catches our hero slightly off guard. Shin then asks if he can see the system messages, forcing Jiangyum to lie, claiming he hasn't seen a window since he awakened. He plays it off as pure instinct, but his vague reassurances only seem to make the manager more worried. And so, under the pale moonlight, the unlikely duo sets off into the dangerous, monster-infested streets. The bicycle's wheels tear through the silent streets with a desperate whir, but Jiangyum's eyes go wide, a cold sweat breaking out as his instincts scream. Manager Shin, however, is just focused on pedaling, weaving wildly through the dark. He shouts that it's impossible to see with all the abandoned cars blocking the view. Jiangyum can't believe this guy's recklessness, grabbing his shoulder and screaming at him to look. There's a wyvern right in their path, but the clueless manager just yells back, asking where. Gritting his teeth, Jiangyum orders him to wait, to stop their blind charge into death. He peers through the darkness, trying to pinpoint the threat hidden between the wreckage. Then, a reptilian head with glowing red eyes rises from behind a car, its gaze fixed on them. The manager finally panics, but Jiangyum's voice cuts through the fear. Just keep driving forward. As they speed past, Jiangyum's ability slams into the ambusher, crushing it instantly. But their relief is short-lived as a far larger wyvern lunges, its monstrous jaws snapping at their heels. They somehow manage to pull ahead, leaving the beast behind in the desolate city streets. Clutching the glowing core of his power, Jiangyum screams at the manager to absolutely not look back. He then spots their objective in the distance, the tunnel, so much closer than he'd expected. But just as a flicker of hope appears, the bicycle's tires screech to a sudden, jarring halt. They're completely stopped, and Jiangyum looks over, confused by the sudden stop. He asks why they've stopped, his view suddenly obscured by dark, pointed shapes. Manager Shin can only stare forward, sweat pouring down his face as he stammers Jiangyum's name. It seems they weren't escaping after all. They've just driven straight into a wyvern nest. Jiangyum stares down the reptilian beast, its blood-curdling screeches echoing in the dead street. Manager Shin's hope completely shatters. It's over. There are just too many of them. He realizes they can't outrun them. And even Jiangyum's strange powers seem useless against this horde. With his face pale and his body trembling, the manager resigns himself to their fate. But Jiangyum isn't giving up. He mutters to himself that he can't hide this any longer. A system window appears, and he starts inputting commands, confusing the horrified manager. The lead wyvern lets out a piercing shriek, signaling the beginning of the hunt. And just like that, the entire swarm descends upon them in a blur of fangs and claws. Manager Shin can only grip the handlebars, his bike surrounded by a wall of teeth. His eyes go wide with absolute, undiluted terror as the monsters close in for the kill. Just as the fangs close in, Jiangyum activates a single command. Ship. Manager Shin braces for impact, waiting for the teeth that will tear him apart. But the pain never comes. He opens his eyes to Jiangyum, calmly telling him he's safe now. The manager looks around, his mind reeling. Where are they? What happened to the monsters? They're inside some kind of massive hangar, with a fleet of drones hovering silently in the air. A system message reveals a hint of this power's mechanics. The subspace can be leveled up. Through a shimmering portal, they can see the wyvern swarm still raging outside, clawing at their new sanctuary. One of the monsters slams into the barrier and is instantly crushed, leaving behind a glowing monster core. Jiangyum looks on, telling the stunned manager that from now on, he needs to stay right by his side. It's the only way he can be protected inside this strange pocket dimension, this logistics center of his own making. Manager Shin's face drains of color as he realizes what's happening outside their safe zone. The scene flashes back to the brutal fate of Mr. Choi, torn apart by one of the shrieking beasts. It's a feeding frenzy, with the wyvern swarm descending upon anything that moves. One of them lets out a piercing cry, its red eyes locking onto a new target. It dives straight for Jong Yom and another survivor, a brute of a man with a bicycle. But this guy's no pushover. He throws up his hands, manifesting a shimmering hexagonal shield. The shield holds, impressively stopping the monster's charge in a spray of blood and sparks. But the sheer kinetic force sends the man flying backward, his defense overwhelmed by the impact. As he hits the ground, another wyvern circles overhead, ready to finish the job. But Jeongyum simply holds out his hand, a calm look on his face. It's his turn now. The beast lets out a final, triumphant shriek as it plummets towards its downed prey. Its jaws unhinge, ready to snap the survivor in two. The man on the ground can only watch in horror, his life flashing before his eyes. But in that final instant, a glowing portal materializes, with Jeongyum standing calmly within it. The wyvern slams into the strange phenomenon, its attack suddenly hitting empty air. It lets out a confused cry, its predatory brain unable to comprehend what just happened. With a flash of light, the portal vanishes, having let the monster pass right through. The survivor just stares, his mind completely blank with shock. His eyes widen in utter disbelief as he looks up from the ground. He's just witnessed an unbelievable ability, a power beyond anything he could have imagined. He doesn't understand what's happening, from the logistics center to this chaos. But as he gets to his feet, he knows one thing for sure. For Jeongyum, these monsters aren't even a threat. The survivor thinks about their plan to use a truck for safety through the tunnel. But he realizes Jeongyum isn't using it for protection, it's just a means of transport. A sharp pang of jealousy hits him. With a power like that, he could reach his family in a heartbeat. He wonders just how far Jeongyum needs to go, but a sudden screech cuts through the air. The wyvern, the very beast that attacked them, is now frantically trying to escape. It seems the monster sensed Jeongyum's true danger, a fact that even surprises our hero. Just as he notes being low on mana, a brilliant, glowing stone drops from the fleeing beast. Jeongyum stares at the glowing gem, wondering what it is, but the survivor looks at him in disbelief. He explains that it's a mana stone, used to enhance abilities, a concept that completely blows Jeongyum's mind. It all clicks for Jeongyum, so that's why he never found one on the orc he killed. The survivor laughs nervously, remarking that with power like this, Jeongyum could probably clear the tunnel by himself. A bead of sweat rolls down Jeongyum's face as he puts on a slightly awkward smile. The survivor's eyes widen. Wait, could he really do it? But Jeongyum admits he had no such intention. He was just going to scout and slip through if it looked possible. The other man is left speechless, realizing he totally misread the situation and that Jeongyum wasn't just showing off. He bows his head, apologizing for getting in Jeongyum's way, but our hero waves it off, admitting he needed a guide. For now, they need to head back. The wyvern may have fled, but there's no guarantee it won't return for another round. As they walk, the survivor asks a simple question. Just how far is Jeongyum going if he needs a vehicle? When Jeongyum reveals his destination is Gangnam to find his family, the man is stunned by the sheer distance. A flicker of hope appears in his eyes. He's heading to Indiakwan, which is directly on the way. He nervously works up the courage to make a proposal, asking if Jeongyum would be willing to travel with him that far. Jeongyum is a little taken aback by the sudden request. The man quickly explains that while his ability is driving, he's completely helpless against monsters. He makes his pitch. He can handle the driving if Jeongyum handles the fighting. A perfect partnership. He promises he won't be a burden, even offering to provide food for the journey. Jeongyum considers it for a moment. A driver and supplies? Actually, not a bad idea at all. He weighs the options. Yongsu's driving is a known quantity, but the real prize is having an excuse to keep his powers hidden. If this crowd knew what he could really do, things could get ugly fast. He won't be strong-armed into revealing his hand. Trusting the group is a fool's game, but Yongsu, he risked his life to come back. That earned him a chance. With his mind made up, he accepts the deal. Yongsu's face lights up, stammering his thanks. But Jeongyum adds one very important condition. He's clearing the tunnel by himself. He tasks Yongsu with managing the others, making sure they stay back so his ability remains a secret. Yongsu beams with confidence, promising that he can get everyone to cooperate. Not a problem. He immediately turns to the crowd, shouting for their attention, ready to deliver the big news. And then, he proudly announces that Mr. Jeongyum will use his special awakened ability to clear the way for everyone. Jeongyum's mind goes completely blank. Did he really just tell them the one thing he was asked to keep secret? The survivors murmur amongst themselves, confused and suspicious. So he'll handle it alone? Standing beside a beaming Yongsu, Jeongyum can only think one thing. I'm completely screwed. The center manager, Lee Jin-mok, watches him with a hard, calculating gaze. This only makes them trust him less. With his back against the wall, Jeongyum ignores his own panic and makes a bold declaration for all to hear. He promises the tunnel will be cleared by tomorrow morning, realizing their real anxiety isn't him, but their dwindling food. Just then, Lee Jin-mok steps out from the crowd, approaching him with an unreadable expression. But instead of an accusation, the manager says he won't ask about his ability, trusting Jeong Yum's motives. He promises that if not interfering is what helps, then they will stay out of his way, but there's more. He's presented with a box, filled to the brim with their carefully reserved food and water, a gesture of goodwill, a reward for his efforts, and Jeong Yum is left speechless by the unexpected support. Another man, Manager Shin, steps forward, thanking Jeong Yum for taking on this impossible task for them. And then, in a wave of raw emotion, the entire group of survivors bows deeply in gratitude. Jeong Yum is completely stunned, stammering that he just did what he needed to and that this is too much. He tries to push the food away, insisting they must have saved this for their own families. But Manager Shin gently stops him, explaining that rejecting their heartfelt gift would be cruel. He then lands the final blow, reminding Jeong Yum that they aren't the only ones with a family waiting. The words echo in his mind, bringing forth the image of his own loved ones, the reason for this entire struggle. With the tunnel clearing tomorrow, the mood suddenly shifts. One of the workers declares it's time to bring it out, and to his shock, they produce bottles of beer, clinking them together in a toast to their newfound hope. Even Lee Jin-mok raises a bottle of whiskey, proposing they drink just enough to go see their families. The night fills with cheers, a heartfelt toast to their families, their survival, and to the hero who made it all possible. And as the celebration fades, the sun rises on the day of their escape. The time for rest is over. Jeong Yum stands ready, hatchet in hand. He reassures the anxious workers with a calm smile, telling them he'll scout the tunnel first. All the survivors, their faces etched with a mixture of hope and deep worry, look on. Even Lee Jin-mok and Manager Shin can only watch, placing their faith in this one young man. With a firm push of the pedal, his solitary mission begins. He rides down the desolate highway, a lone figure against the massive, dark maw of the tunnel. A silent vow hangs in the air, a promise that he will return. His reflection flashes across shattered glass as he plunges into the darkness. He emerges from the long, dark passage, the sunlight a welcome sight after the oppressive gloom. But his tires screech to a sudden halt as an unseen threat makes itself known. The tunnel wasn't empty, far from it. It was a nest, crawling with reptilian horrors. An entire swarm of wyverns screeches from the darkness, blocking his path completely. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming danger, Jeong Yum's mind drifts back to a simpler time. A memory surfaces, him as a child, nursing a black eye and pointing an accusatory finger. He whined that his sister had hit him first, a claim she vehemently denied. Their father could only sigh, exasperated by their endless bickering. But beneath the frustration, a warm, knowing smile spread across his face. He remarked that for all their fighting, they were inseparable, a fact they proved by immediately pulling each other's hair. His father admits that, as an only child, he's always been a little envious of their bond. He tells them that no matter how much they fight now, one day they'll realize family is a gift. But his heartfelt speech is cut short by a sudden presence behind him. It's his wife, ladle in hand, demanding to know why he isn't helping with dinner. The kids just stare blankly as the tables turn, and their dad is the one getting scolded. This memory, this chaotic, loving scene, is what family meant to him. And back in the present, a faint, warm smile touches Jeong Yum's lips. The tender moment is immediately broken by the sound of the center manager wailing about his son. Clearly drunk, he clutches a bottle as the other survivors plead for someone to stop him. A few men rush over to console the sobbing director, trying to pry the alcohol from his hands. As night falls, the chaos inside finally seems to quiet down. The center manager and his men are completely passed out from their little drinking party. But amidst the snoring bodies, Yong-soo begins to stir, groggily needing to find a bathroom. As he sits up, he scans the area and realizes someone is missing. Where did Jeong Yum go? A couple of the other survivors mention he went out for fresh air, probably tired of the commotion. So Yong-soo wanders outside, walking through the quiet lot filled with massive trucks. He suddenly stops in his tracks, his eyes locking onto something just ahead. He's found him. There stands Jeong Yum, by the side of a large container truck. Yong-soo approaches, asking why he isn't sleeping, but Jeong Yum just calmly says he can't. Peeking around him, Yong-soo's curiosity grows as he asks what exactly he's up to out here, and what he sees makes his eyes go wide with shock. The massive truck container is open, and it's filled to the brim with supplies. Yong-soo is speechless, while Jeong Yum casually mentions he only loaded it halfway to keep it light. He then adds that this is the last vehicle he's finished packing. The full weight of that statement sinks in. He's prepared all 15 trucks in the lot. Jeong Yum asks him to keep it a secret, but Yong-soo can't comprehend how this is even possible. To have this much foresight, to gather these resources, he starts to wonder what Jeong Yum really is. His mind flashes to a vision of unimaginable violence, a monster being torn to shreds, a swarm of vicious wyverns, desperately clawing at a strange blue portal. And at the center of it all, Jiangyam, effortlessly trapping a roaring beast in his spatial prison. Yongsu's mind reels, seeing a man who can simply trap a monster with a wave of his hand. Back in the present, Jiangyam is already thinking ahead, wishing he could just tuck everyone into his subspace. He asks his system, Pax, if that's even possible, but gets a firm no, not at the current level. The system lays out the cost. He needs 100 mana stones to reach subspace level 2, and he's only got 32. He takes a quick count of the remaining wyverns in the tunnel, maybe 40 at most. Some are even starting to flee, so grinding for levels here seems unlikely. If he ever wants to protect his family this way, he knows he has to get stronger. Suddenly, his train of thought is broken by the frantic screeches of the nearby monsters. They seem agitated, gathering around something in the dark, their fear palpable. From the shadows, a new threat emerges, a massive, alpha wyvern with glowing red eyes. Jiangyam stares down the alpha, a flicker of concern crossing his face. Back in the daylight, the rest of the survivors wait anxiously for any news. The whole group stands together, their fate resting on one man's shoulders. Some of them worry if Jiangyam is okay, but others know that rushing in would only make things worse. Suddenly, an old man's eyes widen as he spots a familiar figure in the distance. Riding steadily through the desolate street is none other than Jiangyam himself. But as he gets closer, they see his clothes are soaked, splattered with the fresh blood of his recent battle. The survivors, especially Yongsu, stare in disbelief at the state he's in. Jiangyam rides into the light, weary and battered, but undeniably alive. The initial shock melts away as the survivors erupt in cheers, swarming their hero. The center manager gathers everyone for a final address, thanking them for their hard work. Manager Shin steps up, returning the gratitude and wishing his director a safe journey home. The old manager offers a warm, quiet smile, his part in this story finally over. But Jiangyam stops them, mentioning he's left a parting gift for them in the cargo hold. The men exchange confused looks. A gift? What could he possibly mean? With their goodbyes said, the survivors finally get moving, their minds set on home. A convoy of trucks and cars rumbles down the cracked highway, a fragile line of hope. They push forward, kicking up dust as they head towards a tunnel and an uncertain future. Behind the wheel, Yongsu waves a final, bittersweet farewell to his fellow survivors. And so the convoy of trucks rumbles on, leaving the factory far behind. They're two lonely specks on a long, broken road, headed towards an unknown future. The journey is quiet, almost peaceful under the bright sky. But inside, Jiangyam isn't relaxing. His mind is stuck on that one detail from the fight. That monster, he's sure it was a wyvern, but it was bigger and felt different from the rest. He can't shake the feeling it was something more, a leader, or maybe a fully matured adult. Suddenly, one of the other survivors perks up, hearing a faint, unfamiliar sound from outside. As they roll past the skeletal remains of skyscrapers, the noise grows steadily louder. Then they see the cause for alarm. A fresh corpse, a soldier gunned down next to his vehicle. The survivor's face hardens with grim understanding. They're not alone out here. The man beside him grimly accepts their reality. They have no other choice but to push forward. The roads are a graveyard of corpses and mangled vehicles, making any clear path a fantasy. But seeing the bodies of soldiers left to rot is a chilling sign the military didn't stand a chance. Jiangyam's mind flashes back to the carnage, the monsters tearing through everything in their path. He can't help but wonder if his own military discharge had been delayed. Would he be one of them? His thoughts are cut short as the truck grinds to a halt before a massive barbed wire fence. The road is completely blocked, a makeshift barricade of abandoned cars and razor wire. The other survivor points out the obvious. The military set this up, trying to contain something terrible. Just as they decide to find another bridge, Jiangyam's eyes catch a flicker of movement. He tells them to wait, because down at the far end of the bridge, a pack of shadowy creatures is already waiting for them. Lurking in the shadows, these canine beasts are exactly what the military was trying to contain. The driver panics, ready to turn the truck around, but Jiangyam sees something different, an opportunity to level up his subspace. His eyes lock onto the surroundings, a plan already starting to click into place. He scans the bridge, the barricade, the monsters, and realizes there's a narrow path, a sidewalk blocked on both sides. A perfect choke point. Just as Yongsu is about to flee, Jiangyam stops him, asking if the truck can fit on that narrow sidewalk. The driver confirms nervously. It's tight, but they should be able to squeeze through. But Jiangyam isn't thinking about squeezing through. He's found a better way forward. With a chillingly confident grin, he tells a stunned Yongsu that there's no need to turn back. They're going that way, straight towards the monsters. Yongsu's heart leaps into his throat as the truck jolts, his mind already picturing the worst. He imagines what would happen if even a single, powerful brute tried to take that pack head-on. The monsters would swarm instantly, a tide of claws and teeth against one target. It wouldn't be a fight, it would be a feeding frenzy, the brute completely overwhelmed. A visceral image of being torn apart flashes through the driver's mind. Back in reality, he stares through the windshield, utterly paralyzed by fear. He turns to Jong-yum, his voice trembling, asking if this insane plan is for real. But Jong-yum is the picture of calm, assuring him that of course it is. And it's actually quite simple. He casually changes the subject, asking Yong-soo if he remembers a certain space strategy game. He explains that his favorite map was a defense mission, using terrain and limited units to fend off a massive swarm. Yong-soo can't believe his ears as Jong-yum compares this life-or-death scenario to a video game map. Ignoring the driver's panic, Jong-yum calmly points to a dead end, blocked by a barbed wire fence. With a deafening crash, the truck slams backward, wedging itself perfectly into the narrow alleyway. The impact echoes through the ruined city, sending debris raining down from the crumbling skyscrapers. And just as planned, the sound immediately draws the attention of the salivating canine monster pack. As the horde approaches, Jong-yum smirks, finally finding a use for a new feature on his system interface. He's unlocked the auto-ship function, and immediately orders his system to dump all his resources into it. With a flash of light, the upgrade completes, boosting the ship's speed to 100 kilometers per hour. A shimmering portal opens behind him as he turns to face the beasts, a confident smile on his face. He stands alone as the bait, a small shield his only defense, taunting the charging monsters that it's playtime. The charging horde is suddenly thrown into chaos, bodies sent flying by an invisible force. It's not a weapon, but a massive, blunt object teleporting directly into their path. Jong-yum grins as the system rewards him with 12 magic stones. Oh yeah, this is it. He thinks back on his plan. He could have just launched an axe with his enhanced delivery, but he knows from experience that the ability only slightly corrects its course. It doesn't truly track. These canine monsters are just too fast. They'd easily dodge a single, predictable projectile. On top of that, they're relentless, charging forward even as their packmates are torn apart beside them. A single axe is inefficient. But what if the weapon was something they couldn't dodge, like a refrigerator? The sheer weight alone is enough to turn any one of them into a bloody smear on the pavement. And with his new automatic shipping, he can just stand back and watch the carnage unfold. Perfect. With the slaughter wrapping up, Jong-yum decides the show's over, letting his little drone know it can stand down. The last of the canine beasts can only shriek in agony as their ranks are utterly broken. Another massive refrigerator smashes through the horde like a meteor made of cold, hard steel. Watching from the cab, Yong-soo's terrified face is reflected in the side mirror, witnessing the unbelievable carnage. His mind is reeling. This guy was supposed to throw axes, so where in the world are these refrigerators coming from? He tries to make sense of it, but even for a logistics center, having an endless supply of the exact same model is impossible. The axes, sure, they get retrieved and reused, but these appliances are just piling up, mangled and bloody. Suddenly, the passenger door opens, and Jong-yum casually leans in, asking if he'd like a bite to eat. Yong-soo stares, speechless, at the man who just conducted a symphony of destruction. And then, a horrifying thought clicks into place as he asks if Jong-yum's supply is infinite. Jong-yum turns, a bit puzzled by the driver's intense, fearful question. Yong-soo blurts out his assumption he thought Jong-yum was just collecting and reusing the axes. But Jong-yum casually explains he was only retrieving them so they wouldn't be a hazard on the road. Yong-soo's face drains of color as the implication sinks in, and he asks if it's really infinite. With a simple yes, Jong-yum confirms the impossible, then immediately asks what Yong-soo wants to eat. A wave of shame suddenly hits the driver. He admits his embarrassment, touched that Jong-yum would offer to share food without a second thought. Jong-yum just offers a warm smile, holding up a donut he's already manifested. He thanks Yong-soo for trusting him, saying he has everything they could possibly need right there in his subspace. Filled with newfound hope, Yong-soo says that thanks to Jong-yum clearing the way, he might finally get to see his family again. Yong-soo sincerely hopes Jong-yum stays safe too, his mind now focused on his family. But Jong-yum, casually enjoying a donut, has already moved on to the next problem. He points out that Yong-soo can't exactly show up for a family reunion covered in blood and dirt. It's probably best if they find some fresh clothes while they figure things out. The driver can only laugh, still reeling from the fact that this man is offering a personal shopping service in the apocalypse. He playfully challenges Jong-yum, doubting he'd have the exact style he's looking for. A moment later, a pilot's jacket and a pair of sleek aviators materialize, leaving Yong-soo utterly stunned. With that settled, Jong-yum calmly states there's only one or two small issues left to handle. He gives the jacket a quick tug, confirming its durability, and declares it's time to leave. The newly outfitted driver grips the controls, ready to start their journey. Without a word, Yong-soo stomps on the gas pedal. The truck's tires tear into the asphalt, launching them forward. Jong-yum is thrown back, barely catching himself as he stares out the window in shock. Ah, so that was the small issue, a horde of canine monsters blocking their path. But the driver doesn't even flinch, mowing them down without a hint of hesitation. He confidently throws the truck into a higher gear, taking full control. With a smirk, he tells Jonghyun to just hold on. It'll only be a 20-minute drive. Jonghyun can only watch, stunned, as the ruined cityscape blurs into a gray streak. Their truck becomes a speck of dust on the horizon, leaving the carnage behind. This new driver, it turns out, is an absolute speed demon. While Yongsoo coolly adjusts his glasses, Jonghyun pleads with him to slow down, feeling sick from the ride. The driver simply gets his attention, calling his name. Before Jonghyun can process it, the truck screeches to a halt. They've arrived at a battered apartment building. Yongsoo explains that the building's poor condition isn't from an attack, it's just old. In fact, this entire district is rundown, with all the surrounding structures in similar states of decay. But he points out something crucial. There are no bodies here, unlike the main streets they just left. Steeling himself, he approaches a door, believing his family must be safe inside. But as his hand reaches for the lock, he freezes, his fingers trembling with fear. Jonghyun's voice quietly cuts through the tension, asking if he's sure he can even open that door. Our hero thinks back on the insane drive. Yongsoo had risked everything to get here this fast, all for his family. Jonghyun knows that if Yongsoo has to face his family's cold bodies, then no amount of willpower will let him turn that doorknob. He places a hand on the trembling man's shoulder, thinking he'd want the same help. Quietly, he offers to press the doorbell for him instead. Yongsoo just stares, completely stunned by the offer. The terror is palpable, sweat dripping down his face as he battles his inner demons. Finally, he agrees, and Jonghyun steps forward, knowing no one wants to be the one to confirm a tragedy. He understands perfectly. If it were him, he'd rather someone else open the door to end the painful uncertainty. He glances back one last time, confirming that he's about to press it. With a tiny, terrified nod, Yongsoo gives him the final go-ahead. Taking a deep breath, Jonghyun presses the doorbell, the soft click echoing in the tense silence. Yongsoo's eyes widen in sheer terror, his entire world hanging on what happens next. A single bead of sweat rolls down his face as time seems to grind to a halt. And then, the door cracks open, revealing a woman and a little girl. Their faces lit with surprise. His wife stares in disbelief, her voice trembling as she asks if it's really him. The sight is too much for Yongsoo. The dam of emotion breaks and tears stream down his face. His knees buckle, all strength leaving his body in a wave of overwhelming relief. He lunges forward, pulling his wife and child into a desperate, all-encompassing hug. Jonghyun watches the beautiful moment, as the wife, confused, asks how he knew to open the door. But Yongsoo can't answer, lost in the embrace he thought he'd never feel again. His wife explains through sobs that she saw him through the peephole and just had to open the door. Even his little girl cries out that she hates him for leaving, but she's so glad he's safe. The emotional moment is interrupted when they finally notice the stranger standing quietly behind them. Yongsoo proudly gestures to Jonghyun, calling him the benefactor who brought him home. But just as the words leave his lips, Jonghyun's legs give out and he collapses hard onto the floor. The exhaustion he's been holding back for days finally hits him like a tidal wave. Faintly, he remembers Yongsoo's voice calling out his name, trying to keep him conscious. But the world fades to black, the desperate pleas becoming distant echoes as he passes out. Later, Yongsoo's daughter looks up at her father, asking him why he isn't crying like they are. He simply smiles, understanding that saying goodbye isn't always sad. It carries every emotion you ever shared. As he lies unconscious, his mind drifts back to a funeral from his childhood. He remembers his father explaining that a farewell isn't just about sadness. A young Jonghyun couldn't grasp it, asking if his dad felt more gratitude than grief. His father confirmed it, saying he'd been shown the true essence of unconditional love. He told his son that one day, he'd understand how difficult it is to give and receive such a thing. The solemn memory suddenly shatters, shifting into a different moment from his past. It's his sister, charging at him with a pillow held high. She swings it with playful force, knocking him right off his feet. Tears streaming down his face, he yells out that she hit him way too hard. But she just scoffs, calling him a total crybaby for making a fuss over a soft pillow. Furious, he threatens to tell their dad, but his sister just gloats over her victory. From their father's perspective, though, this was just how they showed affection. The memory shifts again, to a warm family dinner filled with laughter and gentle chiding. A delicious stew simmers at the center of the table, the heart of their home. His mother calls for everyone to eat, telling a girl named Juyeon to put down her phone. She playfully asks if Juyeon has a crush, but the girl just gets flustered. The family's attention is soon stolen by a violent boxing match on the television. While his mom complains about missing her show, the topic shifts to his sister, Sol. Their dad suggests she should try out for the boxing club, an idea that makes her light up. But for Jonghyun, the thought of middle school brings back a much darker memory. He remembers taking his first steps into that new chapter of his life. A young boy, full of naive optimism for what lay ahead. The day was finally here, his admission to middle school. He walked through the gates, surrounded by a sea of unfamiliar faces. The air was filled with laughter and whispers, but not all of it felt friendly. Still, he was so proud of his brand new, crisp school uniform. A flicker of unease crossed his face as he felt unwelcome eyes on him. He tried to brush it off, to hold on to that morning's excitement. After all, he was finally a middle schooler, looking sharp in his new clothes. And that's when reality came crashing down with a fist to his jaw. A flurry of fists and feet rained down on him, his first day instantly becoming a nightmare. He can do nothing but curl up on the ground, taking the brutal kicks one after another. One of the thugs smirks, winding up for another punch to add to the punishment. But his fist stops dead in its tracks, caught by a grip he can't possibly break. The bully looks up, completely bewildered, wondering who dared to interfere. A girl with a calm, almost bored expression holds his wrist, effortlessly neutralizing him. Her eyes are cold and steady, utterly unimpressed by their pathetic show of force. She then glances at the battered Jongyum, declaring that this just won't do. He stares back, blushing and confused, as she tells him he's joining morning exercise now. The harsh memory of the schoolyard slowly fades into the image of a sunlit tree. The memory shifts to a happier time, a sunny day where he's playfully running from a grinning Juyeon. He wasn't just taking hits anymore, he was training, earning his black belt. By high school, the lonely victim was gone, replaced by a confident young man surrounded by friends. Then came a moment of pure triumph, an acceptance letter to Seoul Nursing College. The whole family erupts in celebration, ecstatic that Juyeon had achieved her dream. But time marches on, and one day, while he's at his computer, his father's voice cuts through the quiet. He tells a now older, more built Jongyum that the time has finally come. His father holds out a simple, unassuming white envelope. Jongyum's expression grows serious as he takes the papers, his life about to change once again. It's his military enlistment notice, and soon after, his family is there to see him off. With a fresh military buzz cut, Jongyum puts on a stoic face for his family. His mother pleads with him, her voice trembling, begging him to come back safe. He gives a small wave, trying to reassure them as he walks toward his new life. Then, he turns his back for the last time, and melts into the crowd of new enlistees. His family and friends wave frantically, their calls for his safety echoing behind him. He watches them shrink in the distance, the life he knew now firmly in the past. But once out of their sight, the brave facade shatters, and silent tears trace paths down his cheeks. And just like that, the memory dissolves as his eyes flutter open in the present. He sits up with a start, the warmth of the past replaced by a sudden chill. Dazed and confused, Jongyum finds himself back in the harsh reality of this broken world. He wonders where he is, his mind a complete blank. Did he pass out? His last memory is a blur. He remembers Yongsu's family. But after that, just the glint of a weapon. A gentle voice cuts through the fog, asking if he's finally awake. He looks up to see a peaceful family scene, a warm meal being shared. Yongsu's wife and daughter look over at him, their meal interrupted. He realizes he's on a makeshift bed, having been brought into their safe room. Jongyum slowly pushes himself to his feet, still feeling unsteady. He glances over and sees Yongsu, fast asleep, and completely exhausted. The driver's wife explains that he suddenly collapsed and fell into a deep sleep, so they let him rest. Jongyum remains silent, his hand instinctively tightening around his axe, the brief moment of peace already gone. His axe materializes beside him as he asks how long he was asleep. The woman reassures him it wasn't long, only about 3 hours. With a gentle smile, she explains that her husband told her everything. She bows deeply, thanking him for making their reunion possible. But Jongyum is quick to dismiss the praise. He humbly insists that Yongsu helped him just as much, if not more. But a voice cuts in from behind him. It's Yongsu, finally awake. His wife urges them to eat, revealing that her husband had been waiting for Jongyum to wake up. With a warm and grateful expression, Yongsu invites him to join them for a meal. A genuine smile finally breaks through Jongyum's hardened exterior. A steaming pot of stew sits between them, a rare moment of warmth in a cold, broken world. Yongsu's eyes widen in disbelief. Conger eel stew? A meal he hadn't seen in ages. Jongyum, however, is more focused on the family's kindness, assuring them this is more than enough. He tells them there's no meal more luxurious than this, but Yongsu's wife explains they've already eaten. To his surprise, the entire family gets up and quietly exits the room, leaving him to eat in peace. Hess a bit taken aback, thinking they don't need to go that far, but Yongsu simply insists he enjoy it. Left alone, Jongyum finally dips his spoon into the rich, warm stew. The moment the flavor hits his tongue, his world practically explodes with light. His eyes shoot open in utter shock. What is this incredible taste? It's a perfect harmony of savory mackerel and tangy kimchi, a flavor so comforting it feels like home. In what feels like an instant, the bowl is nearly empty, the meal devoured. With a quiet clink of his spoon, Jongyum finishes the meal, deeply satisfied. He reflects that this was the best meal he's had in months, a flavor that even rivals his own mother's cooking. Just then, Yongsu approaches, asking if his destination is still Gangnam. Without hesitation, Yongsu makes a stunning offer. He'll drive him there himself. Jiang Yum is floored, but Yongsu explains that he and his wife both agreed it was the least they could do. He tries to protest, saying his journey goes much further. But Yongsu already has a plan with one condition. He leads Jiang Yum outside to discuss the details properly. As they step out, the last rays of sunlight paint the sky. Standing beside a huge transport truck, Yongsu proposes they travel to Gangnam together. So the plan is this. Yongsu drives the truck, returns on an electric bike, and the only condition is Jiang Yum provides it. Yongsu insists, explaining that just giving him a bike feels like a pitiful reward for what he's done. But Jiang Yum isn't convinced, holding up a hand to pause the conversation. He cuts straight to the point. Why would Yongsu willingly take on such a massive risk? Sure, with his driving skills, he could probably outmaneuver most monsters on the road. But he's already reunited with his family and has supplies. There's no reason to gamble his life. Jiang Yum falls silent, his gaze sharp and questioning. He reminds Yongsu that he came all this way for his own family's sake. This altruism makes no sense. The question seems to catch Yongsu off guard for a moment, but then he smiles, a simple and honest expression, and reminds Jiang Yum that he was the one who helped first. He turns the question right back on him. Why did you save me? And suddenly, Jiang Yum has no answer. Jiang Yum stands silently, unable to refute the man's logic. Yongsu explains with a sincere look that he owes him his life. He never would have escaped that tunnel alone. So, for him, this is simply about returning the favor in any way he can. But there's another, more important reason he's willing to take this risk. He looks Jiang Yum dead in the eye, realizing they're in the same boat. Even with a powerful ability, this world is still hard, and they're both just men clinging to the hope that their families are safe. They're both willing to gamble everything on that hope, just like he did driving through that tunnel. So isn't it better if they help each other? He chuckles, admitting his help might not be much in comparison, but he quickly adds a promise. He's no fool. If things get too dangerous, he'll flee to protect his own family. With the air cleared, Jiang Yum heads out as Yongsu and the others see him off, telling him to take care and come back if it's too much. But as he's about to depart, something catches Jiang Yum's eye inside an abandoned truck. Through the shattered windshield, he spots a set of keys, still dangling right there in the ignition, a tempting, easy way to speed up his search. For a moment, it seems he'll take it, but he hesitates. Instead, he grabs a simple bicycle and begins to pedal away from the shelter. He doesn't get far, however, before a slight smile forms as a new plan clicks into place. He turns back to a surprised Yongsu, ready to make a counteroffer. Yongsu listens intently, confirming he understands the power of Jiang Yum's subspace ability. Then comes the condition. If Yongsu wants to help, he must come with him until every last member of his family is found. Jiang Yum lays out his plan. He can't do this alone, but once his subspace is leveled up, he can bring people with him. The offer is simple and direct. If Yongsu helps him, his family can come along too. All he asks is that Yongsu helps find his family, and in return, he will personally guarantee the safety of Yongsu's. Yongsu lets out a small, disbelieving laugh, processing the weight of the proposal, but his resolve hardens in an instant. He agrees, stating he'll bring his wife and daughter. The timid survivor is gone, replaced by a man with a mission, putting on sunglasses and ready to move out immediately. With the deal struck, Jiang Yum wastes no time, spending his magic stones to upgrade subspace to level 2. The capacity jumps to 20 people, and he gets a new storage ability, though the maintenance cost has risen. He tables the details for later as a new prompt appears, asking for permission to allow Yongsu's family to enter. With a simple allow, a portal materializes, and Yongsu steps through with his wife and child, their alliance now official. Yongsu's family stares in utter disbelief, their minds struggling to comprehend the impossible sight before them. They're standing inside Jiang Yum's subspace, a private world that looks like a vast, futuristic warehouse. Jiang Yum then introduces them to their personal helper, a small robot he calls Pax. He explains that if they need anything at all, they just have to ask Pax, who can even deliver items to them. Yongsu's wife is overwhelmed, asking if they can truly use these precious resources in a world where everything is scarce. But Jiang Yum just smiles, dropping a casual bombshell. Everything here is infinite, because he can duplicate it all. He tells them to rest for half an hour while he checks on his own abilities before they head out. Yongsu, overflowing with gratitude, says he's ready whenever, and turns to finally spend some time with his daughter. As his wife offers to prepare snacks, the small family walks off together, experiencing their first moment of true peace. With his new allies safe and sound, Jiang Yum turns his attention to the real work ahead. He pulls up his status, eager to see what new features have unlocked. Jiang Yum reflects on how it all began. A simple level 1, subspace with a single storage slot. Initially, it was just a perfect defense, an absolute barrier that nothing could breach. But when he absorbed the logistics center, its operating system merged with his own power. Suddenly, his ability evolved, allowing him to launch items at blistering speeds. He can't help but smile. Meeting Pax took his already insane ability to a whole new level. Just then, a new notification appears, confirming his storage capacity has expanded. The gears in his head start turning. This means he can store more than just the facility now. And then he sees it the most shocking upgrade yet. A subspace lab to combine and transform items. The possibilities are endless. He realizes that as he levels up, his power will only grow even crazier. He'd love to test out every new feature, but his mana stone supply is laughably low. So for now, all he can confirm is the new basic storage function. He remembers when he first absorbed the logistics center, thinking he'd just lost his mind. But if that was real, if he can truly store anything, then what's the limit? A wild, ambitious idea takes hold as he designates his next target: the entire Earth. With a flicker of insane hope, he gives the command to store it. A moment of silence hangs in the air as he waits for something, anything, to happen. But of course, the system promptly informs him the target is just a little out of range. He chuckles to himself. Yeah, that would have been a bit too overpowered. Just then, Yongsu interrupts his thoughts. The driver has already charted their route to Gangnam, ready to get this show on the road. Jeong-yeom is a bit confused, asking Yongsu if he wasn't planning on playing with his daughter. But Yongsu just gives him a soft, knowing smile, leading his gaze elsewhere. Inside the subspace, his little girl is sleeping soundly, surrounded by all her favorite toys. He explains that she felt so safe in here that after a little playtime, she just drifted off. Touched, Yongsu once again thanks him, but Jeong-yeom brushes it off, saying they're just helping each other. Yongsu's expression hardens with resolve, promising he'll do whatever he can to contribute. This sudden, intense seriousness makes Jeong-yeom a little nervous. Where is this coming from? Slipping on a pair of shades, Yongsu looks over with an unshakable confidence. He admits that driving is all he can offer, but in terms of speed, he's faster than anyone. Jeong-yeom immediately regrets his life choices, pleading with the driver to maybe take it a little easier on the gas. But with tears of terror streaming down his face, all he hears is Yongsu's cheerful decision to speed up. Their truck becomes a white and gray blur, blasting through the desolate, ruined cityscape. They race past the skeletal remains of apartment buildings, leaving the apocalypse in their dust. Soon, they're barreling down a deserted dirt road, far from the main highways. As Yongsu points out, with no people around, there are far fewer monsters to worry about. Jeong-yeom had no idea this route even existed, learning it's an old archaeological site that was never developed. The road is rough, and though it seems clear, he can't shake a bad feeling, wishing it would end. Yongsu, however, is perfectly calm and collected, a true professional behind the wheel. But that calm is shattered in an instant as Jeong-yeom spots something up ahead. Their truck slows to a stop before a makeshift checkpoint at the edge of the ruined city. He squints, identifying old military barricades and even spike strips laid across the path. Yongsu wonders aloud if they've somehow stumbled upon an active military outpost. But Jeong-yeom's gut tells him no, that's not what this is at all. A quick glance in the side mirror reveals a military jeep tailing them closely. The hardware is official, but the rough-looking men inside are definitely not soldiers. Yongsu's cool finally cracks, realizing they've been watched and herded into a trap. Unfazed, Jeong-yeom opens a portal, telling his driver to get inside. He'll handle this alone. He calmly assesses the armed men, figuring if they wanted him dead, they would have already shot. From the driver's seat, he counts 3 of them, all armed and ready. One of the thugs approaches the window, mocking him for avoiding the spike strips. Leaning in, the man aggressively demands to know what's going on. He then orders Jeong-yeom out of the truck to open the cargo bay. Without a word of protest, Jeong-yeom hops down and unlatches the heavy doors. As they swing open, the armed survivors are stunned into silence by the sight. It's a mountain of supplies, boxes of canned tuna stacked to the ceiling, a true jackpot. They surround him, their aggression turning to greed as they ask if he's a delivery man. The leader smirks, declaring that this truckload of food isn't his anymore, it's theirs now. His tone hardens as he demands to know exactly where Jeong-yeom found such a treasure trove. Jeong-yeom remains silent for a beat, his expression unreadable under the man's glare. He calmly explains that the supplies came from a logistics center. He adds that the roads are blocked, but if they need more, he can easily get it for them. The leader's eyes narrow, a flicker of suspicion mixed with intense greed. He asks just how much food Jeong-yeom has, to which he boasts this is merely a fraction. But before they can continue, another raider checks his watch, announcing that it's time. Deciding to wrap things up, the leader orders his men to grab Jeong-yeom, leaving him to wonder what they're planning. The leader cuts the conversation short, ordering his men to get the truck moving while he deals with Jeong-yeom. But instead of a simple capture, a sudden flash of red energy slams directly into Jeong-yeom's chest. The impact wins him, a grunt of pain escaping his lips as he realizes this was never a negotiation. Before he can even react, a massive goon is on him, throwing a bag over his head and forcing him to his knees. He's dragged into what feels like a bunker, spitting out dust as he overhears them reporting to a higher-up. The moment the bag is off, his eyes are already scanning, taking in every detail of his new prison. He's bound to a chair, presented before a man sitting calmly behind a large, imposing desk. A nameplate on the desk makes his blood run cold. This is a commander. And the South Korean flag on the wall confirms his suspicion. This isn't a gang of survivors, it's the military. The wide, grim view of the office reveals the bloody aftermath of whatever just happened here. But Jong-Yum's mind is already working, noting a soldier's corpse, so this place isn't as unified as it seems. The man in charge, a cigarette dangling from his lips, confirms he's been briefed on the situation. He gets straight to the point, questioning the truck, the supplies, and Jong-Yum's unique access to the logistics center. He even offers a bit of praise, admitting it was a smart move he should have thought of first. Still trying to process everything, Jong-Yum finally asks the most basic question: what is this place? With an arrogant lean, the commander scoffs, finding it obvious that he's been brought to a military base. But as the name clicks into place, Jong-Yum's eyes widen in dawning horror. The communications headquarters. The commander just grinds out his cigarette, casually remarking he was exempt from service anyway, as if the rules don't apply to him. The commander tells him to just wait, as the guy will be arriving soon, leaving Jong-Yum to wonder who he means. Suddenly, a blood-curdling screech rips through the air, shaking the entire room. With a smug grin, the commander announces that it's already here. Jong-Yum's eyes widen as he recognizes that horrible, familiar sound. He looks to the window and sees the sky filled with the silhouettes of wyverns. But one of them is different, a colossal beast that completely eclipses the others. He stares in disbelief. How can that possibly be a wyvern? It's absolutely massive. The commander coolly confirms its size, admitting that the monster is no joke and that he almost died facing it. He recalls the encounter, remembering how his attacks felt like they were being blocked by something he couldn't see. The commander gestures dismissively, explaining that the military tried fighting with guns and were all wiped out. He scoffs, saying even his own powers were useless against the beast. So when he saw the weak military and strong monsters, he simply took over. He clarifies with a smirk that he hasn't killed the soldiers yet, but he might as well have. Leaning back, he lays out the problem. They have weapons but are out of food, and he's ordering Jong-Yum to lead a supply run. He presents it as a test, a chance for Jong-Yum to prove his worth and be accepted as one of them. Jong-Yum looks down, a faint smile on his lips as he thinks to himself, this place is indeed perfect for what he has planned. He calmly calls out to his system, PAX, and orders it to store the entire headquarters in his subspace, leaving the commander stunned. In an instant, the building vanishes around them, leaving the commander sitting in his chair amidst the desolate ruins. His mind short-circuits, completely unable to comprehend the impossible situation he's now in. A sudden, unnatural quiet falls over the now empty field. The commander's men look up at the sky, rifles at the ready but with no target in sight. He glances over his shoulder, his brain still refusing to accept the empty space where his headquarters used to be. What just happened? The commander stammers, his authority completely shattered. He stares at Jong-Yum, who remains seated, wondering where the building could have possibly gone. But our hero isn't looking so smug now, gritting his teeth against a sudden, sharp backlash from his ability. Just then, one of the guards notices something in the distance, his eyes widening in alarm. A cold sweat breaks out on his face as he realizes with dawning horror what's approaching. Reflected in his terrified gaze is a swarm of winged silhouettes blotting out the sun. A massive flock of wyverns descends, drawn to the now completely exposed and defenseless survivors. A blood-curdling shriek rips through the air as the first monster descends upon them. The survivors' tough guy facade shatters instantly, breaking into a full-blown, panicked retreat. Their commander desperately tries to rally them, shouting orders to take down the smaller beasts first. He knows their guns are useless, but a flicker of hope remains. Perhaps his own ability could handle one. But he looks back to see nothing but the backs of his men, and he curses the traitors for abandoning him. His cowardice has left him completely alone, the prime target for the alpha wyverns swooping down. The self-proclaimed leader can only stare, frozen in terror, as the shadow of death looms over him. The wyvern's cold reptilian eye locks onto its helpless prey, savoring the moment. But just as it's about to strike, its gaze flickers with a hint of confusion. It glances aside, just in time to see Jong-Yum and Yong-Soo vanish into a portal, leaving the commander to his fate. Inside his subspace, a system notification alerts Jong-Yum to an unexpected guest, and he calmly allows entry. A bloodied soldier, Han Hyung-ho, stumbles through the portal, barely standing as he leans on Jong-Yum for support. Jong-Yum catches his breath, realizing that using his storage ability in the middle of a fight has its own dangerous drawbacks. He glances back towards the closing portal, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Peering through the shimmering gateway is the colossal head of the alpha wyvern, its gaze fixed right on them. The beast's glowing eyes stare with an unnerving, almost intelligent focus. What is it doing? Jong-Yum can't understand why it's just watching them like that. But then, the wyvern's attention is torn away, its head snapping back as if provoked from behind. Back in the ruined city, a powerful fist slams into the creature's scaly hide. It's the commander, roaring with newfound power, screaming that his fists aren't as weak as they used to be. He roars that he's no coward, defiantly standing his ground as Jeongyum and the others escape. Meanwhile, back in the safety of the subspace, Jeongyum supports the wounded soldier he just pulled through. The portal snaps shut just as the commander's powered-up fist sends the massive wyvern reeling. But the adrenaline fades, and the exhaustion hits Jeongyum like a truck, causing him to stumble. Yongsu rushes to his side, but Jeongyum, while winded, is more concerned about the unconscious man. Yongsu notes his military attire and the brutal signs of torture, guessing it was the work of those thugs. They agree he needs to be moved to a bed immediately. His condition is far from stable. After gently laying the soldier down, the two of them finally get a moment to catch their breath. Yongsu confirms their suspicions, explaining that he heard the gangsters admit to beating the man. Worse still, the soldier was already suffering from starvation, making his current state even more dire. Yongsu finally breaks the silence, pointing out that a new building seems to have just appeared. He turns to Jeongyum, asking if it materialized right outside the window. And there it is, a colossal, modern skyscraper flying South Korean flags, looking impossibly out of place. The two men stare, completely stunned. Yongsu guesses it looks almost like a military base. Jeongyum nonchalantly confirms that's exactly what it is, though he admits he's also surprised by its immense size. Yongsu is utterly baffled. Jeongyum explains he was blindfolded when taken there and needs to go check something. He asks Yongsu to watch over the injured soldier, assuring him that he'll be back soon. Though still processing this insane reality, Yongsu agrees, telling him to go on ahead. But as he's left alone, he can only wonder what does one do after summoning an entire military base. Jeongyum doesn't waste a second, immediately heading out to inspect his new, unexpected prize. Hopping on a bike, Jeongyum begins to explore, his mind racing with the base's potential. An entire military's worth of guns, ammo, and vehicles, it's the ultimate survival package. But a familiar sense of dread creeps in. Just like his first subspace, managing this will be a nightmare. In his logistics center, the AI packs automated everything, but this place is different. He realizes everything is scattered, and the first major problem is just finding what they need. A cold sweat breaks out as the true, overwhelming scale of the base finally hits him. He pictures a worst-case scenario. Yongsu, with zero combat skills, left alone while he scrambles for ammo. Worse, unlike his infinite subspace, every single resource here is finite and must be used with care. But as he laments the manual labor ahead, a small drone suddenly appears, telling him he's mistaken. The AI explains that this entire base has already been integrated into the system, and Jeongyum slams on the brakes. Jeongyum's mind reels, struggling to process the drone's words. Pax calmly explains that a classification system is underway for all the new assets. The incredible possibility dawns on him: could he duplicate rifles and ammo just like his old supplies? The little drone gives a simple, devastatingly powerful confirmation. He's left speechless. The game is completely changed. His greatest limitation has just been erased. But Pax quickly tempers his excitement, reminding him the process is barely even started. Jeongyum immediately asks for a time frame, but the AI can't give him a solid estimate. It can, however, prioritize items. He instantly rattles off his wish list: guns, ammo, vehicles, and fuel. Pax agrees to process them first, but Jeongyum has one more critical request to block others from ordering them. With a nod of satisfaction, he secures his new arsenal. He trusts Yongsu, but the soldier is still an unknown variable. With his new arsenal ready, Jeongyum peers through a portal, hoping the situation outside has improved. But what he sees is a nightmare, a sea of wyverns staring right back at him. He quickly realizes that a peaceful resolution is completely off the table. There are far too many to just run from, and that massive alpha beast, they have to take it down. With his mind made up, he knows the only real option left is to fight. Back in his subspace, Yongsu looks like a new man, remarking that it's been ages since his reserve duty. Jeongyum explains their ridiculous advantage: magazines with 10,000 rounds each. If a gun jams, just grab another. He can't help but ask, almost teasingly, if Yongsu actually knows how to shoot. Yongsu just scoffs, eyeing the horde outside, saying he's got plenty of targets to test his skills on. He raises his rifle with a smirk, ready to show that explaining is a waste of time. And with that, Yongsu unleashes a deafening roar of gunfire. The closest wyvern is instantly shredded, torn apart by a relentless storm of lead. He doesn't even flinch, laying down a curtain of suppressive fire on the approaching horde. Magazines are dropped and forgotten as the casings pile up around him. He just keeps firing, the sheer volume of ammunition making the barrel of his rifle glow red-hot. Finally, the onslaught ceases, the sudden silence almost as loud as the shooting. Yongsu lowers his weapon, catching his breath and admitting that rapid fire is no joke. Through their portal, they see the fruits of their labor, a pile of dead monsters. Yongsu thinks they might have it under control, but Jeongyum's expression suddenly darkens. He gravely informs his partner that it's not over, not by a long shot. Jeongyum scans the carnage and confirms that while the grunts are down, the big one's body is missing. Yongsu is confused for a second. But then it hits him there was definitely a leader in that pack. And somewhere out there, hidden in the smoke and ruin, the alpha wyvern is watching them, waiting. The battlefield is littered with its fallen brethren. But the true threat remains unaccounted for. Yongsu peers out, trying to spot it, but sees nothing but dust and debris. Are they hiding? Jeongyum formulates a plan on the spot, knowing the creature is likely waiting for them to step outside. So, instead of walking into a trap, they'll send out a remote-controlled toy as bait to draw it out. Yongsu is skeptical a toy, but Jeongyum assures him he's got a special idea in mind. They get into position, each grabbing a remote, their bait, a human-sized dummy strapped to an RC car. With a shared nod, they prepare to send their decoy through the portal, right into the monster's lair. The moment the bait crosses the threshold, a monstrous claw smashes down, grabbing it. Yongsu recoils in shock. It was hiding right there, waiting for them this entire time. His eyes widen behind his sunglasses, a flicker of fear mixing with adrenaline. The alpha wyvern finally reveals itself, looming over the flimsy decoy with raw power. Its cold, reptilian eye narrows, locking onto its real prey. The beast lets out a piercing shriek, a challenge to the two humans who dared to trick it. But this is exactly what Jeongyum wanted, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he takes aim. He gives the signal, and they both unleash a hail of gunfire on the monster. The alpha wyvern, however, is no mere brute. It gathers energy in its jaws. It spits a blazing projectile right back at them, turning the tables in an instant. Jeongyum and Yongsu hold their positions, rifles still smoking from the barrage. But through the haze of gunpowder, two glowing eyes stare back, completely unharmed. The beast lets out a furious roar, not of pain, but of pure, unadulterated rage. Suddenly, a strange hexagonal energy field materializes, revealing how it blocked every single bullet. Even the wyvern itself seems momentarily surprised by the shield protecting it. Jeongyum stares in disbelief, wondering how it could possibly be standing after taking a direct hit like that. Then it clicks a memory of the factory survivor, the one who boasted about his impenetrable shield. He looks back at the monster, the pattern on its hide confirming his worst fears. This isn't natural durability, it's an awakened ability. Someone is actively blocking their attacks. With its perfect defense revealed, the alpha wyvern roars again, ready for the real hunt to begin. So, without a moment's hesitation, Jeongyum drops a little surprise right at the monster's feet. The wyvern glances down, confused by the strange metal objects that just appeared out of thin air. From the safety of his subspace, Jeongyum issues a challenge. Let's see whose power gives out first. A confident smirk spreads across his face. He knows the answer because in here, his resources are limitless. Outside, the first wave of explosions rocks the wyvern, slamming uselessly against its hexagonal shield. Yongsu, now fully committed, hurls another grenade into the portal, adding to the relentless barrage. The beast is caught in a storm of shrapnel and fire, its impenetrable defense being tested like never before. One explosion after another hammers the shield, a constant, concussive force designed to wear it down. The sheer volume of firepower is staggering, turning the entire street into a roaring inferno. A massive, sustained blast engulfs the creature as Jeongyum pours on the pressure, refusing to let up. The smoke begins to clear as Jeongyum catches his breath, waiting for the result. Inside the subspace, both men are spent. Jeongyum realizes his shoulder is about to give out from the strain. He stares intently, sweat beading on his brow. Did their all-out attack finally work? But as the smoke parts, two malevolent yellow eyes glare back at them from the darkness. A powerful claw clenches, its hexagonal shield flickering but very much intact. The beast emerges from the ruin, looking more annoyed than injured. Jeongyum can't believe it, all those grenades, and it only managed to peel off a tiny bit of its hide. His mind races, trying to comprehend what kind of unkillable monster they're even facing. With a low rumble, the wyvern unfurls its massive wings, ready to finally make its move. It ascends into the sky, a terrifying silhouette against the gloom, preparing its counterattack. Jeongyum watches the creature's silhouette vanish, the silence almost as deafening as the previous explosions. He finally turns to Yongsu, the relief on his face mixed with disbelief, asking if it's really over. But he knows the truth. The monster didn't retreat because they heard it. It simply got bored and left. With the immediate threat gone, he decides they need to move now, while they still can. Their jeep cuts through the darkness, headlights carving a path through the abandoned city. As they drive, Jeongyum admits he can't get the image of that colossal wyvern out of his head. He's replaying the fight, realizing dozens of grenades only managed to inflict a minor scratch. His mind begins to analyze their failure. Grenades are designed for shrapnel, not pure explosive power. To deal with a hide that thick, they'd need something with a much more powerful detonation. But a bomb of that magnitude would incinerate city blocks, posing a huge risk to any hidden survivors. He mulls it over. Using that kind of firepower would make him the monster in someone else's story. The perfect weapon, he realizes, would have a bomb's impact without the catastrophic collateral damage. He imagines launching a massive object at high speed, something to crush the beast instantly. But for now, that's just a dream. He resigns himself to sticking with guns and grenades while upgrading his skills. Speaking of which, he figures he should have enough magic stones from that wyvern for a few small boosts. He pulls up his system interface and freezes 314 magic stones. How in the world did he get so many? Even Young-soo glances over, sensing his shock. He can only guess that the massive wyvern was a treasure trove of the stuff. Well, no complaints here. With a smirk, Jong-yeom begins dumping points into his launch ability, drastically upgrading its speed, capacity, and range. The cost is steep, but his power is skyrocketing, and he still has plenty of stones left over. But his eyes lock onto one final option, a mysterious upgrade called the Pocket Dimension Lab. Curiosity gnawing at him, he decides he has to know what it does, and he has to know now. He turns to Young-soo, asking him to pull over so he can check something out. Young-soo is skeptical, giving him a sideways glance. They're almost in Gangnam, he points out. And with no monsters around, it's better to keep moving. But then, a brilliant idea sparks in Young-soo's mind. Why not just open the portal while they're driving? Jong-yeom pauses. He hadn't even considered that. A portal shimmers into existence inside the moving truck. It works perfectly. The entrance to his subspace hangs steady in the air. He reassures Young-soo he'll be right back, telling him not to worry. And with a single step, he vanishes into his own personal dimension. Inside his subspace, Jong-yeom finds it looks pretty unremarkable at first glance. But a new system window appears, revealing two new abilities, Combine and Separate. He immediately starts brainstorming, wondering if Combine could register a rifle and magazine as one item. And what about Separate? Could he register a grenade with the pin already pulled? Pax confirms it's possible, explaining that stored items are digital and won't physically react. Relieved, he immediately spends 15 magic stones to register the live grenades. He knows it won't be enough to take down a wyvern, but it's a solid start. But as he considers combining magazines, a far more potent idea sparks in his mind. He stares at the interface, a wild realization dawning on him. A sly grin spreads across his face. He can create a weapon stronger than a bomb. He returns to the real world to find their path forward is completely blocked. Young-soo stares in disbelief at the massive wall of wrecked cars before them. Jong-yeom simply teleports into the passenger seat, asking if he'd been waiting long. Young-soo reports that while there are no monsters, they have a serious problem. The road is completely impassable. A deliberate and formidable barricade. He suggests they turn around, but Jong-yeom calmly tells him that won't be necessary. With a confident smirk, he reveals he just came back from making a new weapon. A new weapon? Young-soo can't begin to imagine what he's talking about. But he doesn't have to wait long. As Jong-yeom's subspace launches several massive objects, they slam into the barricade with explosive force, clearing the path in a fiery blast. The so-called impenetrable barricade is torn apart in a storm of fire and twisted metal, and through the settling smoke and dust, their truck rumbles forward, completely unharmed. Jong-yeom sits there, calm as ever, while Young-soo is having a full-blown existential crisis in the driver's seat. He can barely even stammer out Jong-yeom's name, his mind reeling from the sheer destructive power he just witnessed. And the grand weapon that caused all this? Just a simple stack of 20 kilograms weight plates, duplicated and weaponized. The commotion doesn't go unnoticed, as a pair of survivors guarding a nearby building are drawn to the sound. They wonder what happened, shocked that their wall, which had held for so long, could have collapsed so suddenly. One of the guards narrows his eyes, a flicker of suspicion telling him this was no accident. Just then, two bright headlights pierce through the hazy aftermath. Jong-yeom and Young-soo's truck barrels through, having created its own path right to their front door. The truck screeches to a halt, kicking up dust and debris as the armed survivors look on in disbelief. They can't process what they're seeing, wondering if these newcomers are soldiers who just blew a hole in their wall. Inside the vehicle, Jong-yeom's silhouette is calm, his objective clear. They've arrived. He steps out, ignoring their wary stances, and asks a simple question. Is Nurse Kim Ju-yeon here? The name sends him spiraling back into a memory, a time when a flying dropkick was the biggest problem of the day. A much younger Jong-yeom and his sister were roughhousing, much to the annoyance of their older sister, Ju-yeon. She scolds them, trying to focus on her exam studies, but the two kids just stare back, completely baffled. His little sister even asks if Ju-yeon is sick, wondering why she's suddenly studying so hard. It was a strange time for him. His sister, 8 years his senior, had suddenly decided to hit the books. The sudden change worried the entire family, but Ju-yeon just brushed it off, her reasons her own. She announced with sudden clarity that she had finally found her dream, leaving the kids totally baffled. Her inspiration? A simple children's book titled The Apple Tree Story. It was a tale with a powerful message that had taken root in her heart. She declared that even if the world ended tomorrow, she would spend her last day treating the sick. Her family just stared, completely speechless at this sudden, dramatic turn. His little sister, dead serious, whispered that her condition must be getting worse and they should go to the hospital. But this wasn't teenage theatrics. Her determination was real, and she studied with a terrifying focus. Against all odds, she achieved the impossible, earning a spot in nursing school, and the whole family erupted in joy. And now, standing before him in the wreckage of the world, is that same woman. Tears streamed down her face, her voice choked with disbelief, wondering how he survived to find her here. He can't hold back the tears, his voice cracking as he asks if she's hurt anywhere. From a distance, Yongsoo watches with a quiet, relieved smile. The two siblings finally embrace, a moment of warmth in the desolate city. After collecting themselves, Jong-yum introduces Yongsoo, and his sister, Ju-yeon, thanks him for keeping her brother safe. She tries to offer Yongsoo a chocolate bar, but Jong-yum quickly turns it down, saying he's had quite enough of those. He cuts to the chase, telling her there's a patient who desperately needs her skills. Her nursing instincts flare up, demanding to see them, but he explains the patient is in a space only his ability can reach. The word ability hangs in the air, and her eyes widen in shock. Her little brother isn't awakened? He confirms it, but says he needs to open a door to his subspace, and doing that out in the open would be conspicuous. His eyes narrow, a plan forming. In that case, it might be better to do this inside the hospital. With purpose in his stride, Jong-yum leads them into the abandoned hospital. His sister and Yongsoo follow close behind, moving through the dark, silent corridors. They pass the few exhausted survivors who've made this place a refuge, none the wiser. He spots their destination. A private staff room, perfect for what he needs to do. Yongsoo hangs back, already understanding the kind of impossible feat he's about to witness. Jong-yum places his hand on the door, activating his ability to create a portal. As the way opens, Ju-yeon's eyes go wide with absolute shock. She stammers, asking if the impossible landscape before her is truly part of his power. Inside, she finally lays eyes on the patient he brought her here to save. All questions vanish as her training takes over, rushing to the side of the critically wounded soldier. She turns to Jong-yum, her medical mind already calculating, asking how long he's been like this. He explains they just rescued the soldier, who had already been tortured and was on death's door. After a quick assessment, her verdict is grim: this man has no chance of survival. She lets the shock hang in the air for a moment, before adding normally, that would be true. But then, a soft green light envelops her hands as she reveals her own awakening. She's a healer. She begins the treatment, admitting her level is low, but promising one crucial thing: he won't die. The wounds begin to close, but she explains this is just stabilization. His severe malnutrition is the next hurdle. Jong-yum can't help but smile, remarking how she's still a doctor through and through. He even playfully recites an old motto of hers, which immediately earns him a furious glare. Muttering about his upbringing, she demands the full story, and Jong-yum offers to tell it over a meal. And so, Jong-yum recounts everything: his awakening, PAX, and the rescue of the factory survivors. But Ju-yeon seems far more interested in the food in front of her, barely registering his words. He calls her out, and she fumbles to recall where he left off, guessing it was about PAX saving him. Their conversation is interrupted by Yongsoo's wife and daughter, who thank Ju-yeon for the bread. The wife then tells Jong-yum she's prepared a lounge for him to rest comfortably. As she walks away, Ju-yeon watches with a completely bewildered expression. She turns back to Jong-yum, finally asking just how they ended up staying here with him. Annoyed that she missed the entire story, he just cuts to the chase. He's going to Yeoljiro to get his sister. But her response stops him cold. She calmly declares that she's staying right here. Her duty is clear: with over 300 people in the hospital, she, as a doctor, cannot abandon her patients. She clarifies that the other nurses can handle the patients. The real issue is something far more dangerous. Unbeknownst to them, the hospital's leadership is already discussing their chaotic arrival. The head of internal medicine, Jin Seong-hak, listens as his subordinate reports what the guards saw. Two newcomers, arriving in military vehicles after smashing through a wall. He wonders if they're special forces. But then he's told the most critical detail: one of them is the younger brother of Nurse Ju-yeon. A wave of relief washes over him. A family connection means they're less likely to be hostile. Or, more importantly, it means they have leverage: control the food, and use the sister to control the brother. He smirks, turning to his hulking enforcer, and asks if he thinks these new awakened could possibly be stronger than him. The enforcer's expression is pure confidence. It's not just unlikely, it's impossible. Satisfied, Jin Seong-hak gives his order. For now, greet them warmly and put on a friendly face. And as the doctor schemes, his subordinate confirms the hospital's defenses are reinforced. But inside, Jong-yum is reeling from a much bigger threat. His sister says everyone's been poisoned. He can barely believe it. Jin Seong-hak is using an ability to control people like puppets? She says yes. Ju-yeon explains that almost all the awakened are under his thumb, guarding the supplies. But she has a plan: secretly siphoning mana stones to power up her healing and hopefully find a cure. With grim determination, she tells Jong-yum to take their family and run while she stays behind. His answer is a simple, non-negotiable no. She tries to plead with him, to make him understand the danger, but he just cuts her off. If the head of medicine's main weapon is controlling the food supply, then the solution is obvious. Jiang Yom just smirks. He tells her to watch closely while he shows her what his ability can really do. Juyan can only stare, wondering if his cocky middle school phase has made a sudden comeback. Her skepticism vanishes in a flash as a powerful aura erupts, and her eyes widen in shock. In an instant, a mountain of food, water, and supplies pours out of thin air, filling the entire room. Word of this reaches Jin Seonghak, who scoffs at the urgent report about Juyan's brother bringing a few snacks. His subordinate confirms the news but cautiously adds that the amount is quite substantial. The head of medicine dismisses it entirely. 2 people and 1 truck? It's nothing. He smugly predicts that scavengers will steal their food, and they'll come crawling to him for help. But his man seems hesitant, because there's one crucial detail he's missing. They brought more supplies than the entire hospital has managed to collect. Jin Seonghak's smirk freezes on his face as the words sink in. He leans forward, demanding clarification. Stunned, he asks how that's even possible, but his subordinate can only stammer that he has no idea. He tries to rationalize it. The hospital's own scouting team barely filled a single truck. His mind races, concluding it must be some kind of ability replication, or maybe spatial manipulation. Whatever it is, he decides they're a threat to be controlled, handing his man a drug with chilling orders. Get the brother addicted, and if that fails, kill him. But then, a flicker of curiosity, he asks about the other person who came with them. As night falls over the hospital, a different plan is already in motion. Jung Yum moves quietly through the darkened halls, checking on the sleeping survivors. Hez looking for someone specific, but this person isn't it. He was told Head recognized them instantly, but so far, he's found no one. Things would be so much simpler if he could just find that person quickly. His strategy, as he explains to Juyan, is to neutralize Jin Seonjak's power base by making food abundant, then deal with the addicted ability users. Juyan asks about the other ability users, her curiosity piqued. Jong-Yom scoffs at their powers. Some can reseal cans, others do laundry automatically. He's not impressed. That's a relief, she thinks, but then corrects herself. Most of them are weak, except for one person. A single name is dropped with a heavy presence. Song Hyun-gu. He's the one who traveled all the way from Yuljiro just to check on his mother in this hospital. Intrigued, Jung-Yum asks about his ability. Juyan only knows he's incredibly strong, gesturing toward the car wall outside. She tells him that massive barricade was built by Song Hyun-gu's bare hands, just as the hulking man himself appears. The giant recognizes him as the man with his sister, Juyan, and cautiously offers to talk. A grin spreads across Jong-Yum's face. Perfect. He had business with Song Hyun-gu anyway. The big man just stares back, confused by this stranger's confident and almost predatory smile. Song Hyun-gu is guarded, admitting he doesn't know what business this stranger could have with him. But Jong-Yum's cold gaze cuts the conversation short before it can even begin. He states that any prior reasons are now irrelevant, his eyes glowing with an ominous red light. Surrounded by the car barricade, he presents a simple ultimatum. There are only 2 choices. The first is to obediently drink the mysterious medicine he holds out. The other is to refuse and die right where he stands, with a warning that running is futile. Song Hyun-gu understands now. He was led to this secluded spot for a reason, but instead of picking an option, he defiantly says he'll choose a third one. Jeong-Yum's expression hardens. A third option? Oh, he has one of those too. That option is for Song Hyun-gu to be trapped here permanently, and the weight of the threat sinks in. Done with the talking, Song Hyun-gu lunges forward, his entire body radiating killing intent, but his fist smashes into an invisible wall, a hexagonal shield shimmering into existence. He stumbles back, looking up to see a tiny drone hovering in the air, holding a strange pink orb. What is this? The brute is utterly baffled by the sudden appearance of the machine. Jeong-Yum's eyes glint with cold calculation. This is exactly what he wanted. The drone drops its payload, revealed to be a professional high-spin bowling ball. It hurtles towards the enforcer, and Jeong-Yum cheekily asks if 90 kilometers an hour is too fast. He then apologizes with a smirk, saying he's going to have to hit him one more time. The ball slams into Song Hyun-gu's gut, forcing a pained grunt from the hulking man. Doubled over, he can only wonder what kind of insane ability he's up against. Song Hyun-gu stumbles back into the shadows, trying to recover from the brutal impact. But a voice cuts through the haze, advising him that he probably can't move and he shouldn't even try. Jong-Yum casually announces that the next one is slower, but still more than heavy enough to break bones. Done being a punching bag, the enforcer's fist clenches, veins bulging with raw power. With a desperate roar and glowing red eyes, he throws everything he has into a counterpunch. His muscles strain to their absolute limit as he makes contact, determined to stop this attack cold. For a second, even Jeong-Yum is stunned, his eyes wide with genuine shock. No way he actually blocked it. The enforcer screams, pouring every ounce of strength into holding the object back. But the camera pulls back, revealing the humiliating truth of the situation. He wasn't stopping an attack, he was just pushing against a massive concrete pipe held effortlessly by Jongyum. The enforcer looks up in sheer panic, as even more pipes rain down from the portal. Jongyum's voice echoes, thanking him for staying put so he could stack them all neatly. He tells the brute it might feel a bit cramped, but he'll let him out after things are settled. And with a final command to hang tight, Jongyum leaves him entombed inside a concrete pillar. He dusts himself off with a mock sigh, glad the man's sturdy ability kept him from getting hurt. Just then, Juyeon emerges, calling out to Jongyum, having heard the commotion. She asks if he ran into the enforcer, Song Hyun-gu, on his way in. Jongyum casually confirms he did, pointing back over his shoulder to where he left him. Her eyes follow his gesture, widening as they land on the massive, bizarre tower of pipes. She turns back to Jongyum, a look of pure, unadulterated shock on her face. She's still baffled, but Jongyum just says it's a long story, quickly changing the subject to the food delivery. Juyeon confirms it's done, and Jongyum says now they're just waiting for their driver, Yongsu. Speak of the devil, he sees someone approaching and figures it's him, but the moment they see him clearly, both of their expressions turn to shock. It's Yongsu all right, but he's stumbling down the hall, looking deathly ill. He clutches his head, barely able to speak, complaining of a splitting headache. Juyeon's mind races to the most likely cause: poison. Jongyum grimly confirms she's right. Catching the collapsing man, Jongyum asks what happened, but Yongsu can only recall handing out food. Juyeon's eyes dart across his body, looking for any clue, any sign of what went wrong. And then she spots it on his hand. A tiny, fresh wound that definitely wasn't there before. Jongyum lays out the likely scenario: a casual bump, a fake apology, and a tiny poison needle. The only option is to move Yongsu into his subspace, to contain whatever this is. A grim look crosses his face. This isn't just a random attack. This is a serious problem. He knows he needs to find Jin Seonhak and develop an antidote before things get any worse. He prepares the portal, telling Yongsu he's sending him to a safe room and sealing it completely. Right as they step through, a system alert flashes. An unidentified energy from outside was blocked. Inside the subspace, Yongsu blinks, the world stabilizing around him. He asks what that warning about external energy was, still a little dazed. But Jongyum suddenly freezes, a shocking realization dawning on him. Wait, his headache. He looks on, stunned. His ability didn't just quarantine Yongsu, it severed the poison's connection entirely. Yongsu stares, the lingering effects of the poison completely vanishing from his system. But elsewhere, the enforcer Song Hyun-gu jolts upright, sensing a sudden interference with his power. His mental link is dragged into an unfamiliar space as a system announces his forced entry. He reaches out into the glowing blue void, completely baffled by what's happening. But before he can act, Jongyum's system recognizes the unwanted connection and immediately purges him. Lying on the floor, Hyungu's eyes are wide with shock. He was just forcibly expelled from his target's mind. And back in the subspace, it all clicks for Jongyum. His power doesn't just block physical threats, it blocks mental and spiritual attacks too. We see the enforcer rush to his mother's side, apologizing for his failure, for being away. He tells her to rest, assuring her he has something to do but will return safely. Now facing Jongyum's crew, Hyungu smirks, confident that he can handle this alone since ordinary attacks don't even scratch him. He explains that before he can properly thank them, he has to settle a score with the one responsible. He promises he owes them a debt greater than his own life, and strides off, determined to end this quickly. While some of the survivors worry, Jongyum remains calm, knowing the enforcer is more than tough enough. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the hospital, a system alert pops up for the true mastermind. The connection to his minion has been severed. The doctor, Jin Seonhak, just smirks, having suspected this might happen. And just as he anticipated, Hyungu storms into his office, ready for a reckoning. Seonhak casually admits he's not sure how Hyungu broke the link, but he doesn't seem worried at all. In fact, with a smug grin, he mockingly asks the enraged man to spare him. That's the last straw. Hyungu explodes in fury, smashing the desk to splinters with a single punch. With Hyungu gone, Jongyum outlines his plan. They'll make everyone enter the subspace to break the addiction. He explains that even a single finger touching it should be enough to sever the connection. Juyeon and Yongsu agree, bracing themselves for a long night of tedious work. But just as they're about to start, a shaky hand reaches out, startling the group. An old man, suddenly lucid, stumbles forward, completely bewildered about where he is. Then another voice cries out for her husband, and a young man calls for his father. They're all waking up. Jongyum and his team can only watch, completely baffled by this sudden turn of events. One of the men, now clear-headed, thanks them for waiting, but they have no idea what's happening. Their confusion is answered by the sight of a blood-soaked figure walking towards them. It's Song Hyun-gu, his expression calm as he announces that he's finished things up. Song Hyun-gu formally thanks him, explaining he took care of Jin Seonhak. saving everyone a lot of trouble. Jong Yum gets the message loud and clear, no need to ask what that means, and honestly, he's grateful for it. He then checks on Hyungu, apologizing for maybe throwing that bowling ball a little too hard earlier. The big man just laughs it off, admitting that while he's seen monsters, nothing compared to the shock of seeing discs rain from the sky. Jeong Yum can't help a small, smug smile, joking that even he surprises himself sometimes. But then he gets serious, wanting to know what Hyungu's plans are now that the hospital is secure. Knowing it's a selfish request, Hyungu asks if Jong Yum would consider staying with them. Jong Yum understands the offer, but gently turns him down. He still has family out there to find. Disappointed but respectful, Hyungu wishes him a safe journey and a happy reunion. Changing the subject, Jong Yum mentions their next stop is Yuljiro, and asks what it's like, but the man's face instantly darkens. Hyungu warns him that Yuljiro is not what it used to be. Something impossible is happening there. But first, a final thank you for the supplies, with a solemn vow to repay this kindness someday. They shake hands, a mutual promise to survive long enough to meet again. With their goodbyes said, Jong Yum and Yongsoo drive off, leaving the hospital behind them. Their jeep navigates the shattered highways of the dead city. Yongsoo keeps his eyes on the road, focused and professional as always. He breaks the silence, asking what Jong Yum thinks about that wall Hyungu mentioned. It has to be an ability, right? Jong Yum agrees, but his expression is grim. He just hopes they can reason with whoever's making it. We see Hyungu's chilling memory, a massive wall rising impossibly between Yuljiro and Namsan. He described it growing from the earth like a child's tooth, already building-sized. For Jong Yum, this changes everything. Ground travel is now off the table, but Hyungu isn't done with the warnings. He adds that the monsters in Yuljiro are a completely different breed. He explains the area was crawling with skeletons, a detail that catches Jong Yum completely off guard. Hyungu corrects himself, undead is more accurate. They just kept getting back up, their corpses reanimating after being killed. Monsters that don't die and a massive, growing wall. Yuljiro is starting to sound like a whole new level of hell. And yet, as he mulls it over in the car, he finds he's not worried about someone he calls Sister No 2. He has a flash of a terrifyingly strong woman standing over a defeated monster, confident she'd be fine even without powers. His thoughts are cut short by a system notification, an incoming call from Huyan, from inside his subspace. A shimmering blue portal opens right next to him, revealing Juyan and the little pack spot. He asks what she wants. She gives him a withering look, completely unimpressed with his casual attitude. Then she delivers the news. The soldier he brought back, Han Hyung-ho, has finally woken up. Inside the sterile white space, a voice finally speaks, acknowledging he was saved. The soldier, now on his feet, introduces himself with military formality, Colonel Han Hyung-ho. Jong Yum returns the introduction, checking if the man is all right after his treatment. But the colonel's eyes are scanning the area, a frown creasing his brow as he asks where they are. He can see the military command building, but the landscape around it is completely wrong. Jong Yum calmly explains, this is the staff lounge of a logistics center, his personal ability, the Subspace. The colonel is completely lost to Subspace, a logistics center, all while they're supposedly driving through Gangnam. Juyan steps in, simplifying it for him. Everything here was created by Jong Yum's power. Han Hyung-ho seems to process this impossible information, simply nodding as if it all makes sense. Then, with a sudden, intense look, he asks if they'd mind just letting him off right here. Yongsoo quickly steps in, assuring the colonel that he's misunderstanding Jong Yum isn't dangerous. The colonel raises his hands, agreeing. He knows they saved him, but there's a deep unease he can't shake. He explains that for reasons he can't disclose, he must reach the Joint Chiefs of Staff immediately. Hearing the urgency in his voice, Jong Yum nods, seemingly understanding the gravity of the situation. But instead of an exit, he simply calls out for Pax, ordering a banana milk and a sandwich. He clarifies that yes, he can send things, including the snack he just summoned. Then his expression hardens. He offers the drink, making it clear he won't be letting the colonel go so easily. The price for his freedom is simple. Finish the meal, explain what's happening, and then he can leave. The colonel looks pained, admitting it's a difficult topic, but Jong Yum just smirks. So, if bread isn't to his taste, how about a full-on feast? A dazzling spread of pizza and waffles appears from thin air. With his mouth full, the colonel begins his story, recounting the day creatures from another world suddenly appeared. But he clarifies it was more than just monsters. It was an entire ecosystem, plants, animals, even mountains materializing out of nowhere. These otherworldly invaders attacked indiscriminately, a tide of violence that spared nothing and no one, not even their own kind. To fight back, the government started recruiting the newly awakened, forming special units to combat the threat. And for a time, it worked. The colonel explains how his own unit was bringing stability back to their region, but his face darkens as he recalls the moment everything changed the day that thing appeared. The memory flashes back a soldier's face, wide with pure, undiluted terror. A monstrous dragon descended, shrugging off bullets, grenades, and even heavy shells as if they were nothing. They desperately called for backup, but nearby units were being annihilated by their own nightmares, and from high command there was only silence. That, he explains, was the strangest part. While they could reach other squads, the central command had vanished without a trace. Realizing they'd die fighting the dragon, he made a choice. Reach the National Communication Command, no matter what. The journey was a meat grinder, a desperate retreat with monsters hot on their heels, losing good soldiers every step of the way. Along the path, they gathered any awakened they could find, bolstering their dwindling ranks with new power. After days of hellish travel, they finally saw it on the horizon, the Central Command building. But just as he'd suspected, the entire facility was abandoned, an eerie silence hanging in the air. As his men searched the deserted halls, they uncovered documents that explained everything. The reason for the silence, the chaos, the betrayal, it was all summed up in a single, terrifying word: coup. The colonel explains that while he was pinned down by the dragon, rogue awakened soldiers had turned on their own and seized control. It clicks into place for him. The First Corps must be behind it, moving in the shadows, and he needs to get a report out immediately. Jong-yeom listens, processing the political chaos, but his own mission comes first, offering to drop the colonel off once they cross the river. The colonel is grateful, ready to leave, but Jong-yeom simply tells him to rest while he handles things. Yong-soo asks if they should go, but is caught off guard when Jong-yeom says a little faster, not maximum speed. The colonel's mind starts racing. If Jong-yeom saved him, he must have faced that dragon. How did he escape it? He tries to read the young man, but there's an aura around him he just can't quite grasp. Suddenly, his mind is flooded with a vision of a hulking, monstrous beast roaring before them. The brute's menacing face fills his view, its red eyes burning with rage. But then he sees Jong-yeom's past self, unfazed as something blurs through the air with incredible force. It's a 20 kilograms weight plate, launched like a cannonball, trailing blood as it finds its mark. The colonel watches in his vision as the disc obliterates the creature without a second thought. His eyes widen in shock. His launching those stacked weights? That's his weapon? And as if that wasn't enough, Jong-yeom calmly requests the deployment of Military Vehicle 1. A shimmering blue portal opens, and from it emerges a fully functional military transport. The colonel, mid-bite, can only stare in disbelief. A military vehicle. From thin air, Jong-yeom just tells him to relax and finish his meal. He hops into the driver's seat, promising to leave the portal open as a window to the outside world. Launching discs, summoning vehicles, the colonel's mind is racing, trying to comprehend this impossible power. And through that portal, he sees another memory, a ferocious orc letting out a savage roar. But its rampage is cut short as a massive object slams into it with bone-shattering force. It's a fire hydrant, ripped straight from the ground and launched like an unstoppable cannonball. Watching the carnage unfold, the colonel is left utterly speechless by the sheer absurdity of Jong-yeom's arsenal. The colonel realizes he wasn't just seeing things. Jong-yeom's subspace portal isn't just for storage. He remembers it clearly now, the way it launched those heavy objects with terrifying speed. It could fire up to 4 projectiles a second, each one a guided missile of pure kinetic force. And not only did it retrieve the launched items, but it even extracted the mana stones from its victims. The colonel can only stare out at the ruined city, finally grasping the true, insane scale of this ability. Back in the present, he watches through the portal as Yong-soo reports their progress, or lack thereof. The Banpo Bridge, including the underwater route, is completely destroyed. It's a dead end. Jong-yeom just smiles, casually mentioning that their arrival might be a little delayed. A 1-hour delay? The colonel isn't worried. He's just grateful for any help at all and decides to head back. As he steps back through the portal, he's left to process this impossible power he's just witnessed. Back in his office, the colonel reflects on the journey from Gangnam to the bridge. He admits Jong-yeom's ability was a miracle, but most of the credit belonged to the man at the wheel, Yong-soo. He remembers the wild, dizzying ride, a blur of masterful driving through the ruined city. The first time he'd experienced it, he almost lost his lunch. Both of them, he concludes, are truly remarkable talents. Back in the present, Jong-yeom looks on with a calm but focused gaze. Yong-soo skillfully maneuvers their vehicle onto the cracked and broken expanse of the Banpo Bridge. He thinks they've found a way through, but Jong-yeom hesitates, sensing something more. His eyes are fixed on a structure looming in the distance, far beyond the bridge. A massive fortress wall cuts across the landscape, an impassable barrier. Yong-soo realizes their jeep can't get over it, and Jong-yeom can only agree it's huge, even from this far away. Yong-soo figures they should just drive up and see, but Jong-yeom reminds him their path cuts straight through Yongsan. The thought flashes him back to a recent encounter with a military colonel. He had offered the soldier a ride, sparking a flicker of intense realization in the man's eyes. And so, they had dropped the colonel off at his headquarters, a towering building amidst the ruins. The officer steps out of the jeep, thanking them for a safe and speedy delivery. He wishes them good health as Jongyum and Yongsu prepare to leave. With the detour complete, Jongyum gives a slight, confident smile. Now, he thinks, their only remaining task is to head for Yuljiro. He pulls up his system, wondering if he could just absorb that entire fortress wall once he levels up. Hess not there yet, but with the mana stones pouring in, he calculates it'll only take 2 more hours. But as they were about to part ways, the colonel had one last question. He made a direct appeal, asking if they would consider coming with him. The government, he explained, was offering support for new awakeners, including mana stones. Jongyum smiled politely, but his mind was already made up. He appreciated the offer, but his family came first, and they could find their own resources. The colonel watched them, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes as his offer was rejected. But then, a desperate, brilliant idea struck him. He asked if a place as important as the Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters would have a helicopter. The soldier looked stunned, confirming that yes, they probably would. And with that single word, Jongyum's entire plan suddenly shifted. Meanwhile, elsewhere in a darkened military office, the reports were painting a grim picture. A high-ranking officer stared at a map of the ruins, realizing only the First Corps might still be standing. He sighed, wondering if you could even say the government still existed at this point. With entire divisions wiped out and communications down, they were operating completely blind. But just as despair began to set in, his aide entered the room with an urgent look. The director needed to see someone, he insisted, a visitor of great importance. He was the commander of the 50th Signal Battalion, the lone survivor of his entire unit. The director's eyes widened a communications expert. Here, when they were totally cut off, and this survivor had a message, one meant only for him. A flicker of hope ignited as he clenched his fist. The aide snapped to attention, saluting as he awaited the order to bring the man in. The aide brings in the soldier, the sole survivor of the 50th Signal Battalion. The colonel listens intently as the man explains he's carrying a message from a civilian. With a grim expression, the soldier reaches inside his jacket. He pulls out a folded, worn piece of paper and hands it over. The colonel accepts the note, his mind racing, what could this be? But as his eyes scan the words, his military composure completely shatters. He looks up, his face a mask of disbelief, questioning if this is some kind of joke. The letter described an impossible power, a man who could solve all their problems. Whipping his head toward the window, the colonel has to see for himself. And down below, just as the message promised, a lone figure stood waiting. Down on the ground, the colonel approaches, confirming that he's heard all about Jongyum. The soldiers bow deeply, thanking him for his incredible service to the nation. He explains he's aware of the request for a helicopter and supplies. While helicopters are a priceless military asset, he believes delivering one is possible given Jongyum's unique ability. But his face hardens. Of course, there's a condition. He wants Jongyum to officially join the military as one of their awakened, their last hope for a breakthrough. Jongyum, however, immediately shuts him down, stating that nothing is more important than finding his family. The colonel is taken aback by the swift refusal, calling the decision truly unfortunate. So, the deal is off. If Jongyum won't join their ranks, he won't be getting his helicopter. But Jongyum just nods, wishes them well, and turns to leave, leaving the colonel completely stunned by his calm dismissal. The colonel can't believe it. This isn't how the negotiation was supposed to go. But Jongyum is already done, casually telling his companion it's time to leave. He gets in his car, the click of the door sealing the end of their discussion. But the colonel rushes to the window, finally cracking under the pressure. He has one more request. He practically begs, promising the helicopter if Jongyum just fulfills this one new task. And so, their new destination is set, deep within the ruined city of Seoul. A military convoy escorts them through the desolate, broken streets. Jongyum rides along, his expression unreadable as he watches the city pass by. He calmly sips a juice box, mulling over this other request without a hint of concern. The colonel explains their last group of reserve awakened are at Seoul Station, and they need help. But there's a problem, the colonel admits. The road is completely blocked by skeletons. He explains that while they aren't strong, they're an incredible nuisance. Not only are there a massive number of them swarming the streets, but they have a core in their lowest rib that lets them revive endlessly unless it's destroyed. Jongyum listens, processing the request. So, just break through and rescue the others? He scoffs. Internally sounds simple enough, and in an instant, the entire skeleton horde shatters. The military drivers can only stare, mouths agape, as an invisible force clears the path. With the undead threat now just a pile of bones, the convoy charges forward. They pull up to the destination, a large, weathered building in the heart of the city, and from a window high above, the trapped awakened roar with joy. Their salvation finally here. With the rescued survivors finally safe, they're quickly ushered onto the military trucks. Inside the lead vehicle, the colonel turns to Jongyum. The real briefing about to begin. The convoy roars to life, speeding away from the now silent building. He starts by admitting that for regular soldiers, Those skeletons were a true menace. While Jang Yom's ability made it look easy, trying to snipe their cores with bullets was a fool's errand. But his tone shifts, a grim warning coloring his words as he looks at the young man. He tells him of a rare monster that sometimes appears among the horde, a skeleton knight. The colonel's orders are absolute. If they see it, they are to retreat without hesitation. He knows Jang Yom can launch a 20-kilogram weight with terrifying force. But even that kind of power is nothing to the knight, casually deflected by its crimson aura. The colonel's words echo in his mind. Nothing works against this creature. And just like that, the convoy screeches to a halt, the other awakened bracing for impact. The military drivers stare ahead in pure terror, their faces pale. Even Yong-Soo is speechless, his jaw hanging open as he and Jung-Yum see what's blocking the road. In the middle of the street stands the skeleton knight, watching as the lead truck vanishes through a hastily made portal. Its red eyes flare as it speaks, a guttural, alien language that chills them to the bone. Jung-Yum can't believe it, a monster that can talk? This is on a completely different level. The knight calmly plants its massive sword into the asphalt, a declaration of its intent. Blue energy begins to crackle and gather in its armored gauntlet. It raises its hand, raw power coalescing, ready to unleash a devastating attack. But instead of an attack, the knight's voice rings out, suddenly comprehensible. Jang Yom is stunned, he can understand it perfectly. Breaking that magic stone must have worked as a translator. The creature, introducing itself as Gawain, questions why this mage is interfering in its territory. Jiang Yim, ever the businessman, tries to lecture it on business ethics between pioneers. He immediately follows up his bizarre negotiation with a full-blown subspace attack, tearing up the road. Gawain just scoffs. It's useless, it declares, utterly unimpressed by the display. The hail of asphalt and debris smashes against an invisible shield, not even coming close to its armor. Still, the raw kinetic force is enough to send the armored behemoth sliding backward across the street. Gawain effortlessly halts its momentum, digging its massive sword into the ground like an anchor. It stands perfectly still, having tanked the entire barrage without a single scratch. Gawain just smirks, its glowing red eyes mocking the pathetic attempt. It radiates a murderous aura, clearly done playing games. So this is your answer, it sneers, as it prepares its own counterattack. The skeleton knight's blade flares with a vicious crimson energy. It carves effortlessly through one of Jang Yom's massive 500-kilogram pillars. The severed chunk of concrete goes flying, aimed squarely at the getaway truck. Inside, Yong-Soo and Mr. Choi freeze in sheer terror at the sight. But Jang Yom isn't watching the debris. He's noticed that his attacks bounce off the knight. A plan clicks into place, and he quickly spends his points to unlock a new skill, tracking delivery. A portal materializes in front of the military truck as he shouts the order, aim for the chest and fire. The new portal spits out another massive concrete cylinder, hurtling straight for the knight. Gawain just scoffs, utterly unimpressed by what he sees as another foolishly predictable attack. He casually raises his shield, certain he can deflect this projectile just like all the others. But just as it's about to connect, his glowing red eyes widen in confusion. The massive pillar simply vanishes into thin air, right in front of his face. Before he can process it, one of the previously deflected bullets whips back, which he barely parries with a clang. He dismisses it as a fluke, telling himself not to get cocky after letting his guard down. But in that same instant, a second unseen projectile smashes into the side of his head. The knight staggers, completely bewildered. What in the world was that? A flicker of genuine shock finally breaks his composure. He couldn't see it coming at all. He stumbles back, completely disoriented by the invisible assault. Then bam! Another unseen blow cracks against his skull, leaving him utterly clueless. Suddenly, the projectiles become visible, a bizarre storm of bowling balls and other debris. The knight is forced onto the defensive, frantically parrying the relentless, chaotic barrage. From the truck, Jeong Yum calmly dictates a precise sequence of strikes to his subspace system. The strain of the rapid-fire teleportations is immense, and he clutches his jaw in pain. Yong-Soo breathes a heavy sigh of relief, thanking Jeong Yum for saving them with this brute force plan. But Jeong Yum isn't celebrating, warning that this armored knight is far tougher than a giant wyvern. With its gear and tactics, it's a much greater threat, a fact cemented when they realize it can speak. He knows this pinball strategy won't last forever, urging an escape as a crack finally spiders across the knight's armor. Jeong Yum gives his driver one final instruction for their escape, and Yong-Soo grimly agrees. But a second later, Yong-Soo's eyes widen behind his shades. Something has changed. The knight is completely engulfed, roaring in absolute fury for this invisible assault to stop. Yong-Soo points out that the armor isn't just cracking anymore, it's actively shattering. And that's when it clicks for Jeong Yum. He sees the opening. He commands his subspace to open portals around the military convoy, preparing a final, overwhelming strike. A devastating volley slams into the knight from all directions at once. The creature's ornate helmet finally gives way, splintering under the impossible pressure. Even with its skull exposed, the knight finds the strength to speak, calling him an impressive mage. It vows this isn't the end, for they serve the Night King, and do not die even in death. With its final words spoken, the knight's armor shatters, leaving only glittering monster cores behind. The valuable loot is instantly drawn through the air, and sucked right into Jongyom's subspace portal before anyone can react. The system confirms his prize, 2 large mana fragments and a reinforcement stone. The soldiers in the military convoy are just staring, completely stunned into silence. One of them can't wrap his head around it. This guy took down a monster that laughed off tank shells. But the other survivors erupt in cheers, celebrating the impossible victory of their new hero. Amidst the celebration, however, the mood darkens elsewhere. The colonel watches from a distance, his face a mask of cold fury. He had given a direct order to retreat from a skeleton knight. Yet this man defeated one, and this changes everything. The military aide makes it clear. They see Jongyom as a valuable ally, and hope he'll reconsider their offer. As he's led to a helicopter, Jongyom feels the weight of their expectations settling on his shoulders. He knows the truth. Though he barely managed to defeat that one skeleton knight, the chilling thought follows. There are 11 more of them, plus a Night King who is likely even stronger. He puzzles over the fight, wondering how a simple bowling ball could damage armor that shrugged off high-caliber rounds. Shaking his head at the impossible physics, the aide suddenly changes the subject, bringing up Colonel Han. He asks for confirmation. Is Jongyom really heading for Yoljiro? As they walk, the aide reveals that huge, mysterious walls have risen up around that entire area. The military sent a team to investigate but lost contact, though aerial recon shows people are still alive inside. The aide offers a sliver of hope, suggesting that if people are surviving, Jongyom's family must be safe too. Jongyom smirks, admitting he wasn't worried at all. His sister is more of a monster than the actual monsters. The aide adds a chilling detail. The walls are now curving inward, as if forming a dome to seal the area off completely. Just then, the colonel appears in the doorway, announcing their arrival at the helipad. Jongyom follows, his expression shifting as he takes in the scene. Before them sits an old, battered-looking military helicopter. He eyes the rust and damage, a silent question hanging in the air. Is this thing even safe to fly? He can't help but feel a little disappointed. But the colonel cuts in, gesturing dismissively. That's not it. With a confident smile, he explains that Jongyom's ride is over there. He points toward a much larger, state-of-the-art helicopter gleaming in the sunlight. Jongyom is left utterly speechless, staring at the military-grade chopper. His driver, Yongsu, however, completely loses his cool, bursting into ecstatic laughter. The colonel claps Jongyom on the back, telling him this is what reliable allies deserve. Yongsu is practically vibrating, gushing that even a 3-star general would kill to borrow a Blackhawk. Amused, the colonel asks if he's flown before, only for Yongsu to casually admit this is his first time. Before anyone can panic, a blue holographic interface appears in his hands. His ability, Best Driver, offers him a quick tutorial. Learn to fly this helicopter for just 50 magic stones. He explains that his power doesn't level up. It registers new vehicles he wants to pilot. A look of understanding dawns on Jongyom's face. It's a library of skills, not a stat sheet. With the problem identified, Jongyom turns to the colonel, ready to pay the fee. But just as Jongyom prepares to pay, the colonel walks off, leaving him confused. He returns a moment later, popping open a silver briefcase. Inside is a dazzling pile of glowing blue magic stones. The colonel grins, presenting them with 200 stones as a gift from the army. Both Jongyom and Yongsu are floored by the incredible show of support. Yongsu happily says he only needs 50, and tells Jongyom the rest are his to use. The moment he takes them, a system window pops up, confirming his helicopter skill upgrade. A jolt of pure information courses through him. He now knows exactly how to fly. His entire aura shifts, a wild, confident grin spreading across his face as he declares he's ready. Now in the cockpit, Yongsu is buzzing with manic glee, while Jongyom can only smile nervously. Jongyom is told they have some time before departure, so he settles in, waiting for the signal. Left to his own devices in the busy command center, he feels a bit out of place just standing around. He figures now is the perfect time to finally check the loot he acquired during the chaotic rescue mission. Tapping into his interface, he sees the rewards. 2 large magic stones and something new, a D-rank enhancement stone. The system calculates his total wealth, and he's shocked to see he has over 1,300 magic stones. Realizing he must have gotten way more than he thought from all those skeletons, he immediately invests 1,000 to level up his subspace. Now, his attention turns to the mysterious enhancement stone, a brilliant red gem pulsing with energy. A rush of information explains it can imbue items with attributes, and the image of the skeleton knight's fiery aura flashes in his mind. He realizes he can grant fire properties to his own items, but the question is which one to choose. The choice is made, and his professional bowling ball is reborn, now a rare-grade weapon blazing with the power of ignition and penetration. He confirms the registration, thinking back to how the bowling ball volley was key to defeating the Skeleton Knight. Now, in a military transport, he tells the nervous-looking pilot they're ready for takeoff. The vehicle's wheels begin to spin as it prepares for departure. From the ground, the colonel salutes them off, wishing them a safe return as Jong-yeom gives a confident thumbs up. Just then, a notification pings. His subspace level up is complete, unlocking incredible new features. He can now retrieve registered people, temporarily increase shipping sizes, and access more enhanceable items. The implications of that first new skill, the ability to retrieve people, hits him like a tidal wave. His mind races, a storm of shock and disbelief washing over his face. Watching them go, the colonel muses that they'll have to discuss affiliation when Jong-yeom's team returns. But a flicker of concern crosses his eyes. There's something about this whole situation that still bothers him. The colonel can't help but notice the strange, dazed look on Jong-yeom's face as he salutes. As the helicopter ascends, a seed of doubt plants itself in the commander's mind. Did he make a mistake? But inside, Jong-yeom is just trying to process the flood of new information about his subspace. He can unlock a subspace laboratory, a life support system, and most importantly, category item registration. Had always been limited by his ability's greatest weakness. It could only hold one target at a time. He could store entire buildings, but he couldn't register anything new from inside them until now. The system confirms he can now register items fitting the categories of the places he's stored. A slow, dangerous smile spreads across his face as he realizes the helicopter he's in is military hardware. Far below, the colonel suddenly stops walking, a strange premonition washing over him. He turns back, a grim look on his face, feeling like he just handed over something he shouldn't have. And just as he thinks that, the helicopter suddenly banks and heads right back. The colonel stares, confused. He wonders if there's some kind of problem with the aircraft, but then a shimmering blue portal opens, and a second helicopter descends from it. A perfect, identical copy touches down on the landing pad right in front of him. From the cockpit of the original, Jong-yeom gives a lazy, triumphant wave. He then pulls up, leaving the brand new duplicate behind as a gift. The colonel just watches, frozen in place as the real chopper flies away. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. What just happened? But Jong-yeom wasn't quite done showing off his power. A colossal, featureless structure materializes from thin air, dwarfing the city skyline. And deep within that impossible space, a different kind of power resides. The city below is viewed through blood-red, ornate windows. This is the throne room of a skeletal monarch, a being of immense and ancient authority. And on his throne, the Night King contemplates a puzzle. He simply cannot comprehend the recent events. Earth is a mere 8th-tier dimension. For a high-level wizard to appear here, he must have weakened himself on purpose. He consults a spectral skull, learning that his knight, Gawain, was killed instantly without a chance to speak. The spirit, identifying itself as Lancelot, seethes with rage, begging for the order to go and claim the wizard's head. But the king sees the bigger picture. This wizard is a competitor, here to claim this world before it fully opens. He dismisses Lancelot, deciding the harvest is more important. Gawain was a shame, but enhancement stones are forever. The king clenches his fist, his voice echoing with finality. Their work here is nearly finished. But his spectral knight, Lancelot, has one more report. It seems some humans have entered the castle. The king simply scoffs. He tells Lancelot to leave the bothersome toys be. The roof will seal them in soon enough. After all, they'll just become more food for Camelot. As a monstrous bat screeches into the darkness, the creature is immediately silenced, vaporized by a brilliant beam of energy cutting through the air. High above the chaos, a helicopter cuts through the desolate city skyline. Inside, Jong-yeom has a moment of buyer's remorse, wondering if he should have just upgraded his old disc pillar. His driver, Yongsu, reports that they're approaching the target location, but landing is going to be a problem. Jong-yeom assumes he just can't find a spot and offers to retrieve the package himself. But Yongsu clarifies the issue is the giant skeleton knight below, already locked in a devastating battle. The blue skeleton knight unleashes a massive, energy-charged arrow, aiming to end its fight. But its opponent, a lone woman, simply radiates a golden aura, completely unfazed. From the helicopter, Yongsu's jaw hangs open, utterly stunned by the power display. She doesn't dodge or block, she winds back a punch, channeling her own raw power. A thunderous shockwave erupts from her fist, blasting the street and her skeletal foe. Yongsu turns to Jong-yeom, sweating, saying they can't possibly land with those two monsters brawling. But Jong-yeom just gives a slight, knowing smile before dropping a casual bombshell on his driver. He calmly reveals that the monster who just sent a skeleton knight flying is his older sister. Down below, his sister clenches her fist, a flicker of confusion breaking her focus. She can feel her hits landing with full force, yet she can't understand why it just won't die. And we flash back to where it all began, with a young girl sitting alone, already radiating a strange power. As a child, she happened to catch a mixed martial arts fight on television. In that instant, something awakened inside her. She was utterly mesmerized. Her supportive little brother, a young Jeongyom, simply asked her to play, but after one-shotting him, she was left puzzled. The fighters on TV were much more durable, so she took her search for a challenge to the playground, but even the older kids were no match. Her father saw her incredible talent and finally enrolled her in a real martial arts gym. It was here, inside a real ring, that she finally experienced her very first defeat. But there was no despair, only a wide, exhilarated grin. For the first time, this was actually fun. She was a natural, born with a competitive soul, a powerful body, and an undying passion for the fight. Her insane talent let her master countless martial arts, leaving no rivals in her division. But that fiery passion soon warped into a dangerous, all-consuming obsession. Inevitably, her body gave out, suffering a devastating ligament tear in both knees. Yet her addiction was too strong. She resumed training before she could heal, even from a wheelchair. Back in the present, Jeongyom explains to Yongsu that these injuries were why her pro debut was so delayed. Hearing this, Yongsu can only mutter to himself, she really is a monster, isn't she? Down below, the Blue Knight's attack slams into the ground, missing its target completely. He materializes, sword in hand, looking utterly perplexed. With glowing eyes, he demands to know how she's dodging him. She casually replies that it's obvious his movements are just far too slow. The Blue Knight refuses to accept he's slow, realizing it must be some kind of advanced technique. But she just shrugs it off, explaining she simply observes his shoulders, waist, and stance. Humbled, the knight concedes that without the power of his rank, he would have surely lost to her superior fundamentals. He even praises her, claiming if she raised her rank, she could become the greatest knight, and offers her a chance to leave. Time is short, he warns, and he'll speak to the Night King himself to grant her safe passage. Normally, such a thing would be impossible, but his offer is cut short by a sudden, violent explosion that rips his body apart. Armor and bones shatter across the pavement in a fiery blast. Jeongyom's sister looks down at the cause of the destruction, a single, flaming bowling ball. Her mind reels, completely unable to process how a bowling ball just obliterated a high-ranking knight. Her mind is reeling. How did a bowling ball destroy a monster her fists couldn't even scratch? From the knight's shattered remains, two brilliant blue crystals suddenly emerge. They, along with a glowing red gem, lift into the air and begin to fly away. The crimson stone zips towards a shimmering ripple in space and vanishes without a trace. She looks up from the bizarre sight, her attention caught by a strange, growing noise. A massive shadow suddenly sweeps over the street, eclipsing the sky above her. It's a helicopter, descending with purpose, kicking up a storm of dust and debris. The landing skids touch down with a heavy thud, its rotors whipping the air into a frenzy. A machine so out of place in this ruined world, it feels like a total hallucination. Then, the cockpit door slides open, and a familiar silhouette steps out to meet her. With a confident smirk, he greets his sister, coolly remarking that she's still kicking. She can barely process it, her mind reeling as she blurts out his old nickname, Number 3. In the blink of an eye, he's summoned a feast that shouldn't exist in this ruined world. His sister just stares at him, the reality of his return slowly sinking in. The former cafe worker tries to make sense of her new ally's power, asking if her barrier enhances her strength. But his sister just scoffs between mouthfuls of chicken, explaining that she was always just this strong. As she devours the food, he watches quietly, a fond memory surfacing of another sister who ate the exact same way. He's just glad all three of them awakened their powers and survived. Now all they have to do is find their big brother. His sister finally snaps, demanding to know what kind of cheat code he's using to pull all this off. He just tells them to eat and rest, casually mentioning that they can order anything they want from PAX and say hello to his pilot's family, who are also living in his subspace. His sister asks if they have to leave so soon, the meal barely finished. Jeongyum explains they have no choice. The fortress wall is about to close over them. He'd wanted to grab some magic stones, but now their only priority is to escape. As he glances up, he realizes it's already happening. The sky is rapidly disappearing. With a heavy groan, the massive stone ceiling seals shut, plunging the city into darkness. He stands there stunned, unable to process how they got trapped so quickly. But on the outside, his pilot Yongsu is already on the move, the helicopter lifting off. A powerful, fiery projectile is launched, screaming towards the newly formed dome. It slams into the stone wall with a brilliant, thunderous explosion. A fresh hole is blasted clean through, carving a new exit for those trapped inside. Jeongyam can hardly believe it, asking Yongsu if the dome is really taking no damage. The situation is grim, and a desperate thought crosses his mind. Should he try to shove the entire dome into his subspace? No, that's too reckless. He remembers he already spent a hefty 15 magic stones just to get the helicopter out. Resources are dwindling, and leveling up is getting harder. He doesn't even know if something that massive could fit. A worse thought hits him. What if he accidentally absorbs the whole district? Suddenly, his sister chimes in. She looks troubled, wondering aloud if the skull he smashed was telling the truth. It had offered a deal, claiming she would die if she stayed, and that it would speak to the Night King for her. Jong Yeom's face pales. That means the Night King knows what's coming. This is very, very bad. They're out of time, with no way to find this king in the sprawling city, but Young-soo's voice cuts in, telling him not to worry. His eyes widen in shock as his pilot calmly states they'll be there in just 5 minutes. Jong Yeom can only scream, begging his pilot to slow down as the world becomes a blur. But Young-soo is in his element, grinning as he pushes the helicopter into a high-speed dive between the skyscrapers. Their destination, a massive, ominous cathedral bathed in a sinister red light. Inside, the spectral skull Lancelot delivers its grim report to an unseen master. The king learns another of his knights, Lionel, has fallen to the one they call the Magician. His armored fist clenches, purple energy crackling. Are they truly trying to interfere with his harvest? Hez had enough of these disruptions. If they seek to challenge him, there's no need to wait any longer. But Lancelot informs him there's no need to move. The intruders are already on their way here. The Night King's head snaps up, his glowing eyes widening in surprise. They're coming? A moment of shock gives way to quiet contemplation as he leans back on his throne, waiting. And right on cue, the roar of a helicopter announces their bold arrival at the castle steps. Inside, however, our hero Jeong Yeom isn't looking too hot, his face a grimace of pure nausea. Meanwhile, within the sinister throne room, Lancelot continues his briefing. The king seems confused. He was told it was a magician. So where is this talk of undead coming from? Still, a skeletal smirk forms on his face. Them coming here just saves him the trouble of searching. Besides, he muses, it's highly unlikely they'll even make it past his little welcoming party. As the heavy castle doors begin to grind open, Jong Yeom stumbles out of the helicopter, looking like he's about to lose his lunch. His sister watches on, a look of utter disappointment on her face. He grabs the doorframe for dear life, swearing he is never getting on one of these things again. His sister coolly observes that his motion sickness is truly something else. But before he can even process the insult, a sudden sound puts him on high alert. A hideous bat-like monster lunges from the darkness, screeching as it descends upon them. Without a moment's hesitation, his sister's fist smashes directly into the creature's face. She follows up instantly with a devastating kick, her leg crackling with golden energy. The monster is sent flying back into the castle, slamming hard against the stone floor. They now stand before the open gates, the welcoming party already dead at their feet. Jong Yeom starts to stammer out his thanks, still reeling from the sudden assault. But his sister isn't listening. Her eyes are already narrowed, scanning the path ahead. She cuts him off, warning him that this is just the beginning, there are more inside. Her amused scoff echoes in the massive hall as they stare down at their first kill. The dead monster's body begins to twitch and disintegrate into dust. But just as it vanishes, a new set of glowing red eyes emerges from the gloom. Suddenly, the darkness is alive with them, an entire legion of monsters, all waiting. Jong Yeom's sister glances back at their driver, Young-soo, who's been waiting at the entrance. Her brother is already on it, ordering Young-soo into the safety of his subspace immediately. A wide, dangerous grin spreads across the sister's face. This is more like it. She admits she would have been disappointed if the welcome party was just one measly creature. Calling him number 3, she tells Jong Yeom she's going in first, pushing him back. Without another word, she launches herself into the air, diving straight into the horde. She lands with the force of a meteor, stomping the first monster into a bloody paste. Standing over its corpse, she eyes the surrounding horde, looking more thrilled than threatened. The creatures shriek in rage, a tide of claws and fangs surging toward the intruder. But she meets them head-on, a savage grin spreading as her fist caves in a monster's skull. An uppercut sends another one spiraling through the air, utterly helpless against her power. She's a maelstrom of destruction, each elbow and kick finding its mark with brutal efficiency. Her arm ignites with golden light, carving a devastating arc through the swarm. In the chaos, one of the beasts finally breaks through, sinking its teeth deep into her shoulder. But she doesn't even flinch. A terrifying, ecstatic smile twists her lips. This is what she lives for. Grabbing the creature by its head, she unleashes a point-blank blast, erasing it from existence. A crimson aura flares around her, a grin of pure, unadulterated battle lust on her face. Watching from a safe distance, her brother can only think one thing. She's having the time of her life. But he can't just stand by. Teleporting them is too risky with them swarming her like this. His eyes dart across the subspace interface, desperately searching for any possible advantage. And then he sees it a new upgrade. The subspace laboratory, with a transformation function. Meanwhile, another bat fiend screeches, lunging forward to attack. It's met with a brutal downward smash that caves its entire head in. She stands calmly amidst the carnage, the bodies of her foes piling up around her. With a flick of her finger and a crazed smile, she silently dares them to come get some. And for the first time, the demonic horde actually hesitates, stunned by her sheer ferocity. His sister pauses, wondering why the entire horde has suddenly stopped dead in its tracks. She turns to see a shimmering portal crackle into existence behind her, spitting out a strange device. It's an electric insect repellent, a giant, rare-grade bug zapper on a cosmic scale. From a safe distance, Jongyum kicks back in a chair, a smug grin on his face as the device powers up. His sister can only stare in disbelief at this bizarre turn of events. What is he doing? He's helping, of course, as the bats are irresistibly drawn to their new doom. She explodes in frustration, yelling that she was just getting in the zone and he's ruining her fun. But their sibling squabble hasn't gone unnoticed. From the shadows, a flaming skull observes them. A sinister voice calls out its name, Tristan. The spectral knight confirms what it saw, reporting with absolute certainty to its unseen master. On his throne, the Night King digests the report, a magician, and a warrior who could match his knights. He lets out a weary sigh. This was an unexpected complication. A magician alone would be a problem, but adding a powerful human into the mix makes this a genuine threat. He turns to the spectral Lancelot, deciding it's time to summon him, but the spirit immediately questions if he's sure about this. Lancelot warns that summoning a 7th rank from Earth will attract unwanted attention, but the king's mind is made up. They have no choice. His grim calculation is simple. The magician is at least 8th rank, a level of power that surpasses his own. A direct fight is not an option. Seeing the cold logic in his master's plan, Lancelot falls silent, giving his understanding. The king then turns his attention to Tristan, promising that his impending sacrifice will be remembered. With absolute loyalty, the Crimson Skull accepts his fate, ready to follow the command. And in a flash, Tristan's spiritual essence is torn from him, absorbed into a glowing red gem to fuel the king's desperate gambit. The Night King sits upon his throne, the gem containing Tristan's very soul now ready. He clenches his fist, channeling the sacrificial energy into the crimson crystal. With a dark command, he calls forth his most powerful sword to serve him. The name echoes with power as the ritual completes. Lancelot is being summoned. Meanwhile, back in the human's makeshift base, a different kind of creation is taking place. Electrical cables and scrap metal twist and merge inside Jongyum's subspace. A new item materializes, an electrified, semi-rare, baseball bat-like weapon. His sister grabs the crackling bat, a wicked and deeply satisfied grin spreading across her face. She realizes this is how he made the bug zapper, and he just tells Pax to clean up the leftovers. His sister is blown away, calling his ability completely overpowered as she thanks him for the new electric club. But Jongyum is quick to downplay it, explaining that combining items actually weakened its rank to semi-rare. She's unbothered. Semi-rare is still plenty good enough to swing around and crack some skulls. He then notices her scratching her neck, asking if she's been bitten by mosquitoes. He admits it wasn't bugs. One of those bat monsters bit his neck, and now it's starting to itch. He jokes that he doesn't feel like he's turning into a vampire, but his sister just wants to know what he means. He clarifies he has no urge to bite her, though she retorts she has her usual urge to beat him up. Jongyum dismisses that as her normal state, but then turns serious, making her promise to kill him if he becomes a monster. Before she can even process his grim request, a new voice floods their minds, a vision of the Night King on his throne. The Night King's voice echoes, his purple eyes burning as he demands to know their connection to a group called Arcane. Jongyum's sister recognizes the title, but both siblings are baffled as the king questions why they're causing a ruckus. He warns them to answer him directly, believing them to be agents of this mysterious faction. But from their perspective, they have no idea what he's even talking about, watching the distant throne in confusion. Annoyed by their silence, the king scoffs, declaring that any attempt to talk was foolish, and they will simply die here. With a single word, he summons another of his powerful knights to the field, the legendary Lancelot. The mental vision fades, and back in reality, Jongyum's sister just grins, feeling refreshed and ready for a fight. She pulls back her jacket, telling her brother to stay out of it this time. A fierce, excited glint in her eye, she makes it clear this battle is hers alone. With a roar, she unleashes a full-power swing with her electrified bat. The impact kicks up a massive cloud of dust, shaking the very ground. Sparks fly as her ability-infused weapon connects with its target. She'd even reinforced it a second time, sure it would be enough. Planting her feet firmly, she pours every ounce of her strength into the attack. But in an instant, her pride and joy shatters into 1,000 pieces against his blade. Stunned, she wonders how her semi-rare weapon could have broken so easily. But as the dust begins to settle, a chilling realization dawns on her. It wasn't that her weapon was weak, it's that this knight is just that strong. Kim Jongyum considers this. His sister rarely admits that someone is tough. Sizing up the armored figure, he realizes this knight must be the real deal. He was already low on mana, but she shuts down his request finder's keepers. Their brief moment is shattered, as the knight's red eyes lock onto them with deadly focus. Without warning, Lancelot unleashes a storm of crimson energy projectiles. A single, fluid swing of his sword sends them flying. The air itself seems to burn as the discs of pure destruction spin towards them. The attack rains down, a flurry of explosions meant to annihilate them both. Jeongyam is caught completely off guard, frozen by the sudden, overwhelming assault. But in that instant, his sister throws herself in front, ready to take the full force of the blast. But she's not just a shield, she's a bullet, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Lancelot is still mid-swing, his crimson arc of death slicing through the air. He never saw it coming, a solid crack as her fist slams into his plated chest. She's already moving, ducking under his counterswing with pure instinct. Before he can even adjust, another devastating blow hammers into his side. The knight is completely staggered. How can a mere human possess such power? And now it's her turn. Unleashing a point-blank blast of pure golden energy, the raw force sends Lancelot flying backward, his armor groaning under the impact. He skids to a halt, cape billowing, but still standing after that direct hit. The look in his eyes has changed. This isn't prey, this is a real fight. Jeongyam watches in disbelief, his attack pierced the head precisely, yet there's not a single scratch. A familiar, chilling sensation grips him. This feeling, it's the same overwhelming dread from his past. This is dangerous. He yells for an item recall, trying to pull his sister out, but the Night King has already issued his command. Lancelot, chase after him. The loyal knight turns, acknowledging his master's will. His sister scoffs, annoyed. Is he really blocking her for one measly magic stone? But Jeongyam desperately tries to explain this knight is different, Hez standing perfectly fine after taking one of her best shots. This isn't someone they can just overpower, but the warning comes too late, as Lancelot appears in a flash, his blade descending right for Jeongyam's head. The sword crashes down, not on flesh, but on a shimmering blue hexagonal shield that erupts into existence. Jeongyam's subspace barrier holds firm, stopping the knight's deadly assault just inches from his face. And finally, his sister's eyes widen. She sees it now. She's acknowledging the danger. But as Jeongyam holds the line, a sudden realization hits him at this distance. He can do more than just defend. A swarm of drones phases into existence from his subspace, surrounding the knight and creating a wall of firepower. They immediately open fire, a blinding barrage of energy blasts hammering down on Lancelot. But the knight is a whirlwind of steel, his sword moving faster than the eye can see, deflecting every single shot. Jeongyam and his sister can only watch in disbelief. How is he blocking a point-blank volley from all sides? The deflected shots, still burning with energy, ricochet wildly off the knight's blade. They fly straight back through the portal, peppering the area around the Night King's throne. The skeletal monarch looks on, completely unfazed as the blasts impact around him. He scoffs at their pathetic tactics, hiding behind a gate and just throwing items at him. Still, he muses. He can understand their thinking. 2 8th rankers probably thought they had this in the bag, but their arrogance, he declares, was their greatest mistake. For Lancelot is no ordinary knight. He is a 7th ranker, completely immune to their weak attacks, and summoning him will cost the king dearly. But the Night King had nothing left to lose. He'd already bet everything just to get this far. If he hadn't summoned his champion, he would have died. So what does he care for the chamber's sanctions? He was about to mock their pathetic display further, but then his eyes drift down to the floor, and to the mountain of items that have piled up. When did all this get here? A strange thought crosses his mind. Just how many items does this human have to not be using any magic? Wait a second, why aren't they using magic? Throwing items is far less efficient. On the other side of the portal, Lancelot continues his flawless defense, a blur of red and silver. Jeongyam watches, a single bead of sweat rolling down his face, wondering how he can possibly break through. Jeongyam frantically checks his subspace, realizing his options for crafting are severely limited. Hez burned through most of his mana stones making weapons, leaving him with only what's on hand. And the problem is, his strongest remaining item is a bowling ball. A weapon he's already seen bounce uselessly off that knight's perfect defense. With no other choice, he calls for a stop, ordering Pax to cease the barrage. He and his sister stand firm as Lancelot pauses, the rain of projectiles finally ending. On the other side of the portal, a sudden realization dawns on the Night King. That's no mage. He's just a human who possesses the rare ability to duplicate items. A deep, rattling laugh echoes from the throne. Of course. It all makes perfect sense now. He orders Lancelot to lower his sword, declaring these humans are not enemies, but potential business partners, leaving Jeongyam completely baffled. Jeongyam can only stare, utterly lost. Business partners? What is this monster talking about? The Night King chuckles, sensing their confusion, and decides to enlighten the primitive humans. He begins by reminding them of the skeletons they've slain and the enhancement stones they've collected. Then comes the bombshell. This entire castle, an item called Camelot, is what creates those very stones. While they're normally used to improve items, the king explains they have a much greater purpose. When used on Camelot itself, they can summon his 12 knights, including the 7th-ranked Lancelot standing guard. He finally gets to the point. Those stones are incredibly valuable, and Jeongyam has the rare power to copy them. The king lays out his grand vision, a partnership to duplicate enhancement stones, an opportunity of a lifetime. There's a small catch, of course. Camelot needs to consume living beings to start production, but Jeongyum cuts him off, finally processing the insane offer and addressing the skeletal tyrant directly. He puts on a masterful performance, wiping away fake tears of gratitude for the business item. Then, without missing a beat, he orders Pax to put the entire castle into his subspace. The Night King is completely baffled, demanding to know what this human is talking about. But as he stands there, the world around him, the very foundation of his fortress, begins to shift. He whips his head around, sensing a strange energy warping the air itself. The entire landscape starts to shrink and converge, and the king can only watch, dumbfounded. All his regal authority vanishes, replaced by pure, stuttering confusion. He finally realizes his grand castle, Camelot, is now gone from its place. Across the way, he sees Jeongyum and his sister standing by a portal, completely in control. She marvels at the tiny, glowing castle in his hand, remarking that it looks just like a toy now. Jeongyum casually holds the entire fortress, now a glowing trinket, in the palm of his hand. The Night King can only stare, his mind struggling to comprehend the impossible theft. His shock finally boils over into pure, unadulterated rage at the audacity of a mere 9th-rank slave. He unleashes his fury, launching a monstrous skull of dark magic right at his enemy. But the powerful attack simply detonates in the empty space where Jeongyum used to be. Our hero reappears from a blur, having effortlessly sidestepped the blast using his subspace. He calmly turns his attention to the king's own knight, casually recalling his name was Lancelot. Then, with an almost bored expression, he asks the legendary knight to kill the king for him. And without a shred of hesitation, Lancelot agrees, pledging his loyalty to his new master. The Night King's jaw drops. Wait, what? He can barely process the instant, shocking betrayal. True to his word, Lancelot brings his glowing blade down upon his former king. The Night King's very core, a brilliant purple gem, cracks and shatters from the devastating blow. A massive explosion of light and power erupts from the king's disintegrating form. When the blinding light fades, a single, golden magic stone is left lying in the dirt. Lancelot dutifully retrieves the spoils, a reward for his new master. But back with our hero, a system window suddenly flashes into existence before his eyes. His dimensional account is being opened, revealing a frankly ridiculous stash of over 3,000 magic stones. Jeongyum and his sister stare at the screen, their minds completely blown by the number. His shock quickly melts into a greedy, triumphant grin as he points at the huge figure. But his sister isn't having it, immediately reminding him she saved his life and demanding 1,000 stones as her cut. Jeongyum calmly shuts her down, calling 1,000 stones just plain greedy. He makes a counteroffer of 500, much to his sister's disbelief that he's haggling at all. She reluctantly accepts the payment, while he smugly tells her to be grateful for the handout. With the deal done, her focus shifts to a more pressing matter. She asks him what he plans to do about Lancelot, their new, very conspicuous ally. The knight in question kneels, presenting the golden magic stone from his former king as proof of his loyalty. Jeongyum wonders who would ever want to live with a skeleton knight, only to be hit with a surprising memory. Inside the subspace, Yongsoo's little daughter is having the time of her life climbing all over the giant warrior. Her father, the driver, apologizes profusely, saying she's not usually this bold with strangers. But Lancelot remains perfectly still, considering it an honor to serve his lord's allies in any way he can. Yongsoo points out how carefully the undead knight holds his daughter, keeping her safe. Jeongyum's sister is impressed, calling Lancelot a good person, though her brother scoffs at the idea. She shifts gears, asking if he's immediately heading off to Dobonggu to find their other brother. But she already knows the answer, stopping him before he can even make a move. She voices her concern, reminding him he hasn't rested in days and is pushing himself to his limit. She suggests that he wait, proposing they leave at sunrise tomorrow instead. For a moment, Jeongyum actually seems to consider her advice, his usual impulsive drive faltering. Meanwhile, in the subspace, Yongsoo's daughter finds her dad's brave knight act boring now that she has the real thing. Having made his decision, Jeongyum turns back to face his sister. He cracks a small smile and agrees, admitting that traveling through the dangerous ruins at night is a bad idea. After a day of excitement, Yongsoo's daughter finally drifts off to sleep. The pilot gently holds his child, confirming with Jeongyum that they'll depart at 6 a.m. He insists their leader get some proper rest before then, taking his family to settle in. Jeongyum's sister can't help but smirk, noting how the little girl fell asleep on the very guy she was fussing about. With the human survivors taken care of, Jeongyum turns to his other responsibility, the undead knight, Lancelot. He pulls out a pulsing purple crystal, the unique grade reward he earned, called Camelot. It's a palace for cursed knights, an installable base with a whole suite of powerful options. Blood sacrifices, phantom summons interesting, but his focus is locked on the installation details. It needs to be big enough for all 12 knights eventually. But the cost isn't specified. He guesses 300 magic stones should do it. Deciding to act now, He pours his energy into the item, and a massive structure erupts from the ground. An ominous presence fills the air as a fortress of stone and shadow erupts from the ground. Jeongyum casually asks Lancelot if this new home will be enough for 12 nights. The knight replies that while it's a fine place to live, it's far too small to reflect his new master's dignity. His sister does the math in her head, realizing the original Night King must have spent tens of thousands of magic stones on his own castle. Jeongyum reflects on the sheer scale of the power they faced. But his sister suddenly changes the subject. She says she's been waiting for the right moment and has a personal request for him. Except, she's not talking to her brother. She turns her attention directly to the silent, armored knight. She's been watching him, she explains, and his skill with a sword is truly impressive. Then comes the bombshell. She, a powerhouse brawler, wants Lancelot to teach her his swordsmanship. Jeongyum can only look on, a flicker of genuine surprise and intrigue on his face. Lancelot agrees to her request, but he has one of his own. He wants an exchange. He'll teach her the sword if she teaches him her devastating fist technique. Jeongyum's sister is momentarily stunned, but then a wicked, competitive grin lights up her face. He's got a good eye, she thinks, playfully challenging the knight to a sparring session to see if he can handle her training. And with Lancelot's immediate acceptance, Jeongyum watches as his two strongest allies begin to bond, their friendly clash echoing in the night. The scene fades, and a new day dawns over the desolate world. A military combat boot steps firmly onto the shattered asphalt of a ruined city. A squad of armed soldiers cautiously sweeps through the empty, debris-strewn streets. One of them raises a radio to his lips, his voice crackling with an urgent report. His message is received by two officers, who watch the patrol from a distance with a mix of confusion and alarm. The officer in charge muses that it can't be just another group moving in. Something feels off. A deep, thrumming sound begins to echo between the skeletal remains of the city's high-rises. Suddenly, a massive aircraft descends through the clouds, kicking up a storm of dust. It's a military helicopter, its rotors slicing through the air as it zeroes in on a target below. Standing inside a protective blue bubble, Yongsu points up in disbelief. Even the military has helicopters now? From the chopper's perspective, the two men are clearly visible, isolated in their shimmering shield. A combat boot lands firmly on the ground as the helicopter touches down nearby. The door slides open, and the operations commander, Yu Seongcheol, steps out, a smile of recognition on his face. He greets Jeongyum, explaining that he'd been searching the area since the entire fortress wall mysteriously disappeared. But Jeongyum is wary, questioning if this is just another recruitment attempt, though the commander insists he's here with critical news. With a grave expression, the commander gives Jeongyum a dire warning. Do not, under any circumstances, travel by helicopter. Both Jeongyum and Yongsu are stunned as he reveals the shocking truth: the First Corps has staged a coup, seizing all airbases. The commander launches into a full briefing, explaining the chaos that unfolded after Jeongyum's departure. Using intelligence from a colonel, the military tracked the First Corps as they aggressively expanded their territory. They established a formidable anti-air defense network, shooting down every reconnaissance drone sent to investigate their movements. Their defenses are so tight, he admits, that even the official military forces are pinned down, unable to advance. Jeongyum realizes he was moments away from flying straight into a death trap, and thanks the commander for the timely warning. Relieved he could help, the commander then shifts topics, asking if the rumors are true. Did Jeongyum also defeat the Night King? Jeongyum internally maps out the commander's suggested detour, a long but seemingly safe route around the hostile zone. But his mind is made up. The detour is not an option. He has to go straight through the heart of the enemy's territory. Jeongyum listens as the commander confirms his grim realization. The rebels who staged the coup are far more dangerous than any monster. The situation becomes personal when the commander reveals his own family is trapped in Dobonggu, right in the heart of the conflict. With no time to waste on a detour, Jeongyum decides it's time to reveal his trump card. He calls out a name, and a swirling vortex of energy materializes behind him, shocking the military commander. With a confident smirk, he finally addresses the man's earlier question about whether he defeated the Night King. He didn't just defeat him, he recruited one of his best, as the colossal armored knight Lancelot appears at his side. The commander can only stare in disbelief, stammering at the sight of the legendary skeletal warrior. Jeongyum calmly explains that this new ally is now on their side, and will be a great help in the coming battle. With his new powerhouse on full display, he proposes a joint operation to crush the rebels once and for all. The commander's shock melts into pure elation. With this kind of power, their impossible situation suddenly has a ray of hope, and as Jeongyum forges his new alliance, we cut to the rebel stronghold. But it's not humans standing guard here, it's goblins, armed with modern military hardware. The brutal evidence of their cruelty lies discarded on the ground. They patrol rows of cages, each one packed with unconscious human captives. The goblin sentry keeps a cold, vigilant watch over his prisoners. This entire horrifying operation is being overseen by a far more sinister presence. A spectral, purple-flamed skull, another of the fallen king's knights, floats above the camp. Its ethereal gaze locks onto two figures moving in the distance, noting their approach. Below, the goblin soldiers march with an unnerving sense of discipline. They've even adopted military ranks, a chilling sign that this is no mere mob, but a true army. And at the head of this army is a goblin commander, looking awfully proud of his new uniform. He has no idea he's being watched by a spectral scout hiding in the trees. It's one of the former king's knights, now serving a new purpose. Jiangyam is using his Camelot items ability, summoning wraiths. In this form, his knights are intangible, phasing through any physical obstacle. While the initial summon costs a fortune, he can switch them to wraith form for free. This makes it the perfect ability for scouting the enemy's main stronghold. The plan is to have Lancelot infiltrate, gather intel, and report back so they can form a strategy. After a little over 2 hours, the reconnaissance mission is a success, but the information Lancelot returns with is horrifying, leaving Jiangyam speechless. Mutated soldiers and over 200 human sacrifices, the intel pours in from Lancelot's spectral form, painting a grim picture for the assembled command. And his ethereal voice confirms it all, chilling them to the bone. Every word is true. The commander is speechless. He suspected something was wrong with the rebels, but imprisoning civilians was beyond his worst fears. Jiangyam cuts to the chase, demanding to know the purpose of the hostages and the identity of this mysterious priest. While Lancelot doesn't know who they are, he knows why they're capturing people, to gain something called repulsive force. He begins to explain this fundamental law of the universe, a concept called hierarchy, where all beings are ranked. The lower your rank number, the stronger your repulsive force, making you untouchable to those beneath you, and Jiangyam suddenly understands. He flashes back to that skeletal knight, its oppressive aura pushing him back. So, are they sacrificing people to gain this power? Lancelot confirms it's certain, but adds a damning detail. Using sacrifices is a crude method. It's a shortcut used by lesser beings who have struck a deal with a much higher power to cheat the system. Jiangyam demands to know what kind of deal, but Lancelot admits he doesn't know the specifics. He only knows their plans go far beyond simply gaining hierarchy, and his sister has heard enough. She suggests they just charge in and wipe them out, but the commander reminds her it's not so simple. He taps the map. Lancelot's intel is a godsend, marking key targets and anti-aircraft positions. The problem, however, is that their defenses are far stronger than anticipated. An attack will surely provoke the First Corps, escalating this into an all-out war they can't afford. They need to strike fast, but the anti-air guns neutralize their best option for a quick assault. Jiangyam's expression hardens. He knows they can't wait for support. His brother's family lives in the target area. He needs this done now, but even Lancelot, a 7th-rank knight, can't handle the entire area alone. Just then, the flaming skull pipes up with a chillingly simple idea. If one knight isn't enough, why not summon another? Jiangyam lays out the problem. Summoning requires enhancement stones, which he doesn't have. He sighs, dismissing it as a dead end, admitting he's not thrilled about summoning another knight anyway. Lancelot's spirit reminds him that his subspace can't duplicate such rare items. But, the skull adds, they did acquire an enhancement stone from defeating the Night King. Jiangyam's eyes widen in confusion. He has absolutely no memory of that. The others confirm it, and he sheepishly admits he must have forgotten since he didn't recover it himself. Lancelot assures him that any of Camelot's 12 knights would be a worthy asset. However, he has a specific recommendation. Bedivere, a peerless genius archer. A long-range specialist? Jiangyam's hesitation evaporates, a grin spreading across his face. With their perfect solution found, the sky seems to brighten with new hope. Meanwhile, in a cage filled with the dead and dying, one woman sits alone, seemingly untouched. A voice cuts through the grim silence, calling out directly to her. It's a goblin soldier, casually noting that she seems to be in much better shape than the others. He offers her a way out, quickly assuring her that this isn't some kind of trap. But his leering expression tells a different story, as he reveals there's just one little favor he needs in return. As he speaks, a faint red energy begins to pulse from the woman's arm. The goblin presses his offer, asking if she's interested in his generous deal. Her expression shifts from that of a victim to a predator. In a blinding flash, her hand shoots through the bars, obliterating the goblin's head instantly. His body slumps to the ground, the cage door swinging open over his headless corpse. With her immediate threat gone, the woman grips the bars, her attention suddenly drawn to the sky. Her eyes widen in disbelief. What in the world is that streaking through the air? A glowing orange object, almost like a bowling ball from hell, rockets downwards. On the ground, 2 goblin soldiers shield their eyes from the sun, confused by the strange projectile. One of them notes it looks like a bowling ball, clearly not understanding the danger. The other's face contorts in terror as he realizes its trajectory. It's coming right for them. A beat later, a massive explosion engulfs the goblin encampment in fire and shrapnel. Elsewhere, Another goblin is enjoying a smoke break, oblivious to the chaos as he hears a faint noise. He barely has time to wonder if something is exploding nearby, before the smoke rising from the distant mountain confirms his very short-lived theory. And the one responsible for this precision strike calmly picks up another one of his unique projectiles. He sets down the glowing orb, a custom-made stand unfolding to hold it steady. With the enemy camp in ruins, his focus shifts to the next priority target. Back in the command room, Lancelot's spirit adds a crucial, and frankly, worrying detail. The Knight Bedivere only has one arm. Jong Yum can't hide his confusion. How can a so-called peerless archer possibly fight with a single arm? Lancelot clarifies that his skill as an archer is a story from the past, before a jealous commander severed his arm out of pure spite. But Bedivere adapted, mastering the art of the sling and javelin, to become one of Camelot's legendary 12 knights. Still, Jong Yum is skeptical. Could a man with a slingshot really destroy military-grade anti-aircraft guns? Lancelot assures him he knows his comrade's true strength. In fact, he's absolutely confident that he and Bedivere alone are more than enough to handle this entire mission. And as Bedivere winds up for another throw, it becomes clear that the power of Camelot's knights is something beyond all mortal comprehension. With a powerful spin, Bedivere unleashes his projectile. The impact is immediate and devastating, ripping through the enemy encampment in a massive explosion. Inside a nearby building, a goblin soldier sees the distant fireball, his mind reeling. What in the world was that? Before he can process it, his comrade slumps to the floor, lifeless. He cries out in shock, completely bewildered by the sudden chaos. A cold sweat breaks out as he senses a presence looming over him. It's Lancelot, standing there in full armor, having already dispatched the creature. He coldly states that this is no place for the likes of them. And back with Jong Yum, a system message confirms the kills, automatically collecting the mana stones. Jong Yum watches the mana stones roll in, wondering if this rapid gain is even normal. Young-Soo interrupts his thoughts, stammering that whatever he's doing, it's obviously working. Across the city, Bedivere's explosive projectiles streak through the sky like meteors. They erupt in a brilliant flash, signaling the destruction of another key enemy position. With the cannons gone, the military commander remarks that Lancelot has every right to be proud of his knights. He's completely in awe, muttering that with warriors like these, who even needs a special forces unit? That phrase, special forces, seems to catch Jong Yum's attention as he prepares to make his move. Elsewhere, the last of the targets is obliterated with a concussive blast. But down on the ground, one of the other skeleton knights feels a sense of unease. The signal's been sent, but he thinks this could be trouble. He stares blankly at a crudely drawn map, desperately trying to remember where the hell Lancelot told them to go next. This knight, however, is completely lost, staring at his map and trying to recall his orders. Meanwhile, Lancelot begins his own interrogation with a brutal punch to a goblin scout's face. The creature is sent flying across the room, completely unprepared for the knight's sudden assault. Deciding to skip the pleasantries, Lancelot plants a heavy armored boot right on the goblin's chest. He casually warns the creature that it's hard to control his strength, so it better start talking before there's an accident. The knight demands to know who taught them the shortcut into the city and where their masters are hiding. Lancelot presses on, asking about their plans and the size of the first corps, which makes the goblin smirk. With a sinister grin, the creature agrees to talk, revealing a name he's sure will inspire terror, Tonadia. The goblin boasts that this is an 8th-tier being, so far beyond Lancelot that he isn't even worthy to touch its feet. Unimpressed, Lancelot cuts through the bravado, demanding to know what this being wants and what their real plan is. The goblin's bravado shatters, and he screams that he doesn't know anything as Lancelot's boot comes crashing down. A sickening crunch echoes as the knight stomps his face into the concrete, clearly done playing games. The goblin commander scrambles backward, realizing he's severely underestimated his opponent. With a desperate burst of energy, he smashes straight through the wall to escape. He tumbles out into the open air, landing hard on the broken pavement below. Staggering to his feet, he tries to get his bearings, his mind racing for a way out. His subordinates rush to his side, but he shoves them away, screaming for them to bring him his bike. One of the goblin soldiers snaps to attention, scrambling to obey his commander's frantic order. But a calm, chilling voice cuts through the panic, as Lancelot appears to tell him it's useless to run. The other goblin soldiers, despite the overwhelming aura of death, move to protect their leader. They brace themselves, urging their commander to escape while they buy him time. But Lancelot is unimpressed, mocking their empty-headed devotion to such a leader. The goblin commander takes aim, warning the knight not to be so condescending. He boasts that he was just a few meals away from reaching the 8th tier himself. With a sickening smirk, he confirms that this is how all of them gained their power. As he gloats about adapting, a silver blur flashes past him in an instant. Lancelot's eyes glow, thinking that at least now, he knows exactly who needs to be killed. His blade strikes true with a sickening thud, drawing a spray of crimson. But it's not the commander he hit. The coward had grabbed his own soldier as a human shield. As the loyal goblin falls, His commander is already scrambling away into the distance. Having sacrificed his man, the goblin commander turns to flee, not daring to look back. Panic flares in his eyes as he scrambles for any escape route, but he and his remaining soldier freeze, their attention suddenly drawn to the sky. A helicopter descends upon the stadium, and a lone figure drops towards them. Inside, Yongsu is ready to land, but Zhongyum tells him it's too dangerous, instructing his people to enter the subspace instead. The goblin soldier looks up in utter despair, realizing they're now trapped by government forces. Cornered and desperate, the commander's face twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. His subordinate can only ask what to do before the commander lunges, silencing him forever. A sickening crack echoes across the rooftop, followed by a violent spray of blood. The cowardly commander has just eliminated his last loose end. With a final, wet squelch, Lancelot stands impassively over the twitching remains of the goblin commander. Just then, Zhongyum lands, walking over to his knight with the helicopter waiting behind him. But his calm assessment shatters, as he sees something that makes him grit his teeth in disbelief. The goblin's hand clenches, crushing glowing blue crystals in a desperate, last-ditch effort. Even Lancelot is taken aback, realizing that Bastard is far from finished. A dark power surges as the commander's body warps and grows. He's forcing an evolution into an 8th-tier being. His face contorts, humanity draining away, leaving only a snarling, monstrous beast in its place. Zhongyum watches, noting the goblin gave up everything for this power, a shortcut that Lancelot knows is deeply flawed. The newly minted 8th-tier monster lets out a deafening roar, basking in its newfound unstable strength. Unfazed, Zhongyum casually asks his knight's rank, and Lancelot confirms with silent confidence. He is 11th tier. Zhongyum's voice rings out with supreme confidence. He won't be lifting a finger, as his other knight, Bedivere, will handle this. And just like that, a new, darker knight soars through the air, closing the distance in an instant. Revealing a skeletal face, Bedivere unleashes a focused blast, satisfied that his instincts were correct. The fight is over in a flash, with nothing left but a tidy sum of mana stones for the trouble. Down below, Operations Chief Yu Seongcheol hurries over to give Zhongyum a situation report. He confirms the cleanup is going smoothly thanks to the knights, but wonders where the brigade commander has gone. The commander, meanwhile, is frozen in place, his face a mask of disbelief. He's staring at a room filled with the mangled bodies of goblins, a scene of pure butchery. Stuttering in horror, the commander joins the group as Zhongyum coolly asks Lancelot if he discovered their plans. Lancelot can only report one thing. A high-tier being called Tonadia was involved, a name he's never heard before. With the current lead dead, Zhongyum figures they're back to square one. But Yu Seongcheol has an idea. Search the commander's quarters. Zhongyum turns to Lancelot, who immediately identifies the building and floor, but warns of the mountain of paperwork inside. A mountain of paperwork? Zhongyum just smirks, telling the chief they can handle it before casually calling on his system, PAX. The operations chief can only stammer in confusion as a holographic screen materializes, calculating the cost of the request. The price tag is steep, over 5,000 pages for 120 mana stones, but Zhongyum confirms without a second thought. Yu Seongcheol protests, but Zhongyum waves him off. The faster they find these families, the better it is for everyone. But Pax hits a snag, reporting 2 incompatible items that couldn't be stored, leaving Zhongyum puzzled. He materializes one of the strange documents, his eyes widening as he reads the title. What he's holding is a dimensional being registration form, a concept he's never even heard of. Lancelot explains that these forms are a way to raise his tier, one being the official document and the other a shortcut. Zhongyum stares at the 2 forms, completely baffled. Why would anyone choose to become a goblin when this proper method existed? Lancelot explains the catch. The official registration requires mana stones and a dimensional account, something nobody on a new world like Earth should have. The operations chief is totally lost, but Lancelot continues, pointing out that his master is a very special case, having inherited his status after killing the Night King. And since he has the form and meets the conditions, Lancelot suggests he should just go ahead and register right now. He assures Zhongyum that this official document is safe. It adapts to the dimension, so there's no risk of turning into a monster. As if on cue, the strange text on the form begins to glow, morphing into a language Zhongyum can easily read. He scans the details, his eyes locking onto the cost. A steep 1,000 mana stones. A small price for a tier-up. He thinks it's a sweet deal, signs his name, and a system message immediately confirms his registration is complete. The document itself dematerializes in a brilliant flash of light. The contract sealed. Zhongyum looks around, a bit underwhelmed. That's it? Shrugging it off, he turns his attention back to the urgent task at hand. But elsewhere, the sound of a motorcycle screeches through the desolate streets. The goblin commander finally arrives, apologizing for being late, and for the trouble he had carrying his heavy cargo. He pulls up to the scene only to find his own brigade completely wiped out, a sight that leaves him utterly baffled. Meanwhile, The skeletal knight Bedivere is also on standby, quietly observing something peculiar on the horizon. Back at base, Jeongyom lays out the new problem, a staggering 40,000 pages of military records. He strikes a deal with the operations chief, who agrees to sift through the data while Jeongyom's team searches for their families in person. The plan is to use a civilian vehicle, with only Jeongyom and his two knights going to avoid looking like military forces. He was confident it was a solid plan, but then they ran into a completely unexpected and rather foolish little problem. Standing before his subspace, he and Lancelot realize his entire inventory is filled with nothing but military vehicles. With his plan to be discreet now in shambles, Jeongyom is left staring at his own power, wondering what to do. He was so sure he'd have at least one normal vehicle tucked away in there. With no other choice, he decides they'll start on electric bikes and hope for the best. It's a slow, frustrating start to what was supposed to be a discreet mission. All they can do is search for a working car along the way, when the sudden roar of an engine cuts through the silence as Bedivere blazes past. Jeongyom is completely stunned, demanding to know where his skeletal knight found a motorcycle. Bedivere calmly explains some goblins told him it belonged to the red-haired goblin, and since it looked fun, he just took it. The brigade commander's motorcycle? The dots connect in Jeongyom's mind with dawning horror. His thoughts race as one question burns through the confusion. Wait then, who told him? And his gaze falls upon two very suspicious-looking goblins, who seem just as confused as he is. And it seems Jeongyom was right, as one of the goblins spots something in the distance. He squints, recognizing the shape of a motorcycle approaching their post. Turning to his partner, he asks if anyone was scheduled to arrive, but gets a negative. With a scowl, the goblin raises his rifle, deciding it doesn't matter who they are. This is a restricted area, and he fires a warning shot to prove his point. But his shot is met with a blur of motion as Bedivere flashes past him in an instant. The goblin can only look up in stunned silence, his mind failing to process the speed. Before he can even react, Bedivere grabs him by the neck without even slowing down. There's a glint of red from behind that dark helmet, and the knight continues on his joyride, leaving a headless body in his wake. The decapitated head tumbles through the air as Bedivere and Lancelot speed off without a second thought. From a nearby window, another goblin sentry watches the scene, utterly bewildered by the commotion. Motorcycles? He mutters to himself that he's never seen vehicles like that in this sector before. Finally, the bikes skid to a halt, having reached their destination. They've arrived at a towering apartment complex, and Jeongyom steps forward to lead his knights. He walks straight up to apartment 1405 and begins knocking on the door. He calls out, asking if his brother is inside, announcing that it's him, Jeongyom. His voice grows more desperate, shouting for his bro, reminding him that his little brother has come. But the door remains shut, met with a heavy, unnerving silence from within. A cold sweat breaks out on Jeongyom's brow as a terrible feeling starts to sink in. Done waiting, Jeongyom reaches out and grips the cold doorknob. The door swings open into a dark, dusty, and utterly silent apartment. His eyes immediately find a wedding photo on the cracked wall, a relic of a life now gone. The TV screen is shattered, and dust covers every surface. This place has been empty for a long time. He calls out for his brother, then his sister-in-law, his voice swallowed by the emptiness. His loyal knight, Lancelot, steps forward, offering to take the lead and scout for danger. Jeongyom barely registers the offer as they both cautiously step inside. He takes in the scene, noting the lack of any struggle. It's more like they just vanished. But then, his gaze locks onto something small and out of place near the bedroom door. Lying on the floor is a paper airplane, a sudden, sharp pang of memory and meaning. It's a letter from his brother, left behind in case any of them made it back. In a vision of the past, he sees his brother writing it, explaining they were heading to Uijeongbu for safety. But the letter holds a chilling warning. Soldiers were kidnapping people, taking them away by force. While his knights confirm the house is empty, the words describe abductions of men, women, and children. He reads the final line, a desperate hope that they all survive this hell. A wave of relief washes over Jeongyom. At least they escaped before the First Corps occupied this area. He summons another knight, Bedivere, and hands over the letter to show the family waiting in his subspace. But the relief is fleeting. If the First Corps is here, they're likely heading for Uijeongbu next. There's no time to waste. He tells Lancelot they're leaving immediately, and this time, he'll lead. Lancelot voices his concern, remembering the strange repelling force that had weakened his master before. And that very force makes its presence known as a military helicopter suddenly descends on them. The pilot, a goblin in uniform, spots the duo and coldly decides to eliminate the unidentified targets. Without a word of warning, the side-mounted minigun opens fire. A storm of lead rips through the street, shredding the concrete around Jeongyom and his knight. The gunner keeps the pressure on, determined to obliterate them completely. The relentless assault kicks up a thick cloud of dust and debris, completely swallowing the area where they stood. But when the smoke clears, Jeongyom is perfectly fine, brushing himself off. So that's the repelling force. Annoyed, he confirms his theory and simply absorbs the entire helicopter into his subspace. The goblin pilot can only stare in abject terror, wondering how a man just ate machine gun fire and stole his ride. As the goblin plummets through the sky, his mind screams in disbelief. Could that have been an 8th tier ability? His brain can't even begin to process the reality of what he just witnessed. Back on the ground, Jeongyum calmly tells Lancelot that they have no more time to waste. He's already fought through countless rebels, and now they have military-grade hardware. All he can do is hope his family is safe. Meanwhile, across the ruined city, a different conversation is taking place among the goblin forces. A goblin commander sneers at his subordinate, questioning why he couldn't even handle one target. He wonders aloud if he really has to step in and do everything himself. The younger goblin trembles, explaining how another team has already secured 300 sacrifices. But the commander waves off his excuses, telling him to work twice as hard to meet his quota. He dismisses the soldier, who was once a human sergeant but is now just another goblin. The goblin commander points his monster-like subordinate towards the target with a simple command. Unleashed, the beast lets out a guttural roar, ready to obey. It sprints down the ruined street, a hulking mass of pure, destructive intent, but it suddenly pulls up short, sensing something it wasn't expecting. In the distance, the other goblin soldiers see 2 figures approaching. They squint, confused, wondering what kind of things are heading their way. Their questions are answered by the roar of engines and a human voice screaming defiance. One of the survivors yells at the monsters to get lost, that this is their house. Leading the charge is Bedivere, the Dark Knight, a phantom on his roaring motorcycle, and right behind him is Lancelot, a silver comet of vengeance closing in fast. Lancelot tears through the goblin horde, a whirlwind of steel and engine roar. Bedivere follows up, unleashing a concentrated blast of pure, destructive energy. The hulking goblin brute doesn't even have time to scream as its head explodes. Their combined assault carves a bloody path toward a barricaded building. The sign reads Jeongyum Hardware Store, this is the place. Inside, a voice trembles, asking through a peephole how bad the situation is. It's his brother. Struggling to explain that Jeongyum has arrived with a skeleton. As he processes the impossible, he remembers his father's words from long ago. A lesson taught at a funeral, that love and people are the only things that truly matter. It was the principle his father lived by, and the one he tried to teach his sons. His father's dream was born from watching his children grow, to build a large house for them all. He studied construction tirelessly, but the complexity and cost were overwhelming, forcing the dream aside. Still, he considered himself a success. His children all grown and happy in a framed family photo. The future looked so perfect, a sentiment shattered as bloodstains that cherished memory. Then the monsters came. Fortunately, owning a hardware store gave them the tools to fight back. But survival was grim. He'd give his own meager rations to his wife, pretending he wasn't hungry. Amid the despair, a moment of joy as his daughter-in-law's family found their way to the shelter. Soon after, his own eldest son arrived, broken and bloodied but alive. They had an ace up their sleeve. His daughter-in-law had awakened an alchemy skill, creating pure water. But the world kept changing, and soon, the monsters were replaced by something worse. Soldiers twisted into goblins. These new monsters were dragging people away indiscriminately, forcing the family into isolation. Clutching a hammer, the father could only think of his children's safety in this twisted world. Then, in that moment of quiet desperation, a system window flickered to life before his eyes. He had awakened an ability, Architect, the power to build freely. A long-forgotten dream manifesting as a miracle. Wasting no time, he put his newfound power to work, hammering relentlessly to protect his family. With his skill and his daughter-in-law's alchemy, they transformed their store into a fortress. But their makeshift haven soon attracted unwanted attention from the goblin patrols. Peering through a peephole, the father's heart sank. They'd returned, and brought a hulking brute with them. He turned to his son, his voice firm, ordering him to take the others and flee through a hidden passage. When his son asked what he would do, the father simply sat, ready to make his last stand. He tells his wife this is better than waiting to die together. With a grim smile, he promises hell come out right after they've escaped. Suddenly, a loud banging at the door signals the enemy is here. He realizes they're out of time, his architect power flaring in his hand as he orders them to go. He turns to the peephole, bracing himself to hold the monsters off for as long as he can. But what he sees on the other side isn't what he expected at all. His family, waiting anxiously, asks him what's wrong. Seeing his sudden hesitation, he struggles to explain that Jeongyum is here, but he's arrived on a motorcycle with a skeleton. Outside, the family store stands transformed into a makeshift, metal-plated fortress. And there's Jeongyum, flanked by his knights, wondering what in the world happened to his house. He pushes aside his questions about the fortress. All that matters now is if his family is safe inside. With a clank, the reinforced door slowly creaks open, revealing a familiar face. His older brother stares out, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. He can barely whisper the name, wondering if this is truly his long-lost brother standing before him. The sight is too much for Jeongyum, and years of pent-up emotion finally break through. He rushes forward, pulling his brother into a desperate, tearful embrace. But his brother grabs him, still trying to process the impossible reunion, the rest of the family looking on. Jung-yim tries to calm him, gesturing back to the two imposing knights waiting patiently. With a slight smirk, he explains he brought someone else, a swirling portal of light appearing in his hand. And inside his personal subspace, his sister and the rescued cafe worker are enjoying a hot meal, completely safe. His sister and the rescued worker take their first bites, a moment of silent shock passing between them. The taste of a real, warm meal is overwhelming, and both women break down into tears of pure relief. Even Jong-yum's father savors the stew, a taste of normalcy in a world gone mad. His sister-in-law also eats, but her expression is one of deep contemplation. She'd always been proud of her own cooking skills, a source of confidence no matter the situation. But this simple dish, it was leagues beyond anything she could make. Her eyes narrow as she tries to comprehend the skill involved. She wonders if the quiet cafe worker is actually a professional chef, who simply smiles at the compliment. But a fire has been lit. She can't just be outdone like this. Declaring she'll handle dessert, she grabs a knife and begins slicing grapes with practiced, precise movements. She meticulously arranges each grape, a final touch on her masterpiece. With a look of pure confidence, she presents her killer dish, a green grape tiramisu. Jong-yum's sister takes her first bite, a spoonful of sweet paradise. Her expression says it all. This isn't just good, it's heavenly. Amidst the flurry of compliments, the sister-in-law just plays it cool, pretending it was nothing special. Elsewhere, their father, looking for some entertainment, taps on a solid wall. It slides open to reveal Lancelot, whom the old man immediately sizes up. After getting the knight's name, he asks him a very important question. Does he know how to play Jengi? The mighty warrior is completely stumped, asking if he means the board game. Lancelot's talk of dissecting monsters is cut short. The father just tells him to sit down for his first lesson. As his father schools the mighty Lancelot in the background, Jung-yum flashes back to a memory. His older brother, Mr. Choi, approaches him, holding out a small, crimson gem. Jung-yum is stunned to see it's a rare enhancement stone, one his brother casually looted from a monster. He recounts a simple story of a griffin-like beast killing another, leaving this prize behind. His brother insists he take it, certain that Jong-yum will need its power more than he will. Jong-yum gratefully accepts, touched that his brother has even thought to take care of his in-laws. With a pat on the back, his brother teases him about how much he's matured since being a kid. Jong-yum waves as his brother leaves, promising to make sure everyone is looked after. But as he watches him go, he's struck by the faint scars etched on his brother's face. A heavy realization dawns on him just how much his family must have endured to survive. The quiet moment continues, as his father joins him, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. Looking at his son, his father admits with a gentle smile that he's truly happy, not just because the family is safe, but because Jong-yum's ability lets them live without hunger or fear. But he offers a piece of fatherly wisdom that both good fortune and hardship can only exist when there are people to experience them. Jong-yum nods, understanding completely. Even with his overpowered ability, he'd be nothing alone. He recalls his early days, pedaling through the ruins, wondering why he was even bothering to help others. He remembers a conversation that shifted his perspective, realizing they were all struggling just the same. It finally clicked when he saw the desperation in another man's eyes, a man just trying to survive. The reason he helps others is the hope that somewhere out there, someone is doing the same for his family. It's this shared humanity, he realizes, that allows people to truly help one another. No matter their awakened abilities, everyone still feels pain and fears death just the same. To ignore that connection and not help each other would simply be too cold-hearted. He looks up from his thoughts, posing the question directly to his father. And his father's face softens with a smile, telling him he's proud of the man his son has become. With the feeling mutual, they agree to get some rest after the long day. Elsewhere, a monumental task is only half finished, a mountain of deciphered documents. Operations Chief Yu Seong-cheol and his men are exhausted from sifting through the goblin intelligence. Just as he calls for a break, a soldier enters with an urgent report for the commander. A skeleton knight named Bedivere came with a message. Their lord, Jong-yum, is already heading to Paju. The operations chief's mind races, connecting the dots. Wait, he mutters. He reminds the exhausted brigade commander that the 1st Corps is stationed in Paju. And the worst possible conclusion hits him like a truck. He thinks Jong-yum is attacking the military. But far away from all the panic, the sun sets on an open road. A mysterious knight in brilliant white armor tears down the highway, a blur of speed. Trailing just behind is Jong-yum, blissfully unaware, just thinking it's a nice day for a ride. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit gym, a woman with an intense gaze readies her fists. Her eyes suddenly flare with a brilliant blue light. She's an awakened. A thunderous crack echoes as she slams her fist into the heavy bag with inhuman force. It's not just raw power, her footwork is precise, explosive, and perfectly controlled. Her fist glows with a menacing red energy as she unleashes another devastating blow. She follows up with a lightning-fast kick, tearing the heavy bag clean off its chain. The bag rockets across the room, already ripped to shreds from the sheer force. It lands in a pathetic pile, spilling its guts all over the floor. The boxer, Sol, is absolutely furious, screaming at Pax to bring more sandbags and to do it faster. But the delivery speed isn't Pax's fault, it's being set by Jongyum, who's casually playing a video game. His sister, sitting right beside him, asks why Sol is in such a rage. Jongyum explains he won't let her out, believing the world of guns and tanks is too dangerous, even for an awakened like her. He can't quite understand why she's so desperate to leave, but his sister just chalks it up to Sol's stubborn nature. She then changes the subject, pointing out a wound on his face, but he just touches it and says it's fine, just a scab. But as he touches his face, he freezes. Something's not right. He realizes the scab is completely gone, wondering if he might have awakened some new power. His sister, however, just scoffs, telling him he's being dramatic about a small scar. She starts lecturing him about the dangers he faced, but is suddenly interrupted by a voice from the doorway. In a flash, the young cafe worker zips right past them, a blur of motion. She stands there, hands on her hips, announcing with a deadpan expression that it's time to eat. The scene shifts to a much livelier one, with Jongyum's brother playing with his daughter. The little girl asks where Grandpa is, but her father just says he probably won't be eating with them. Elsewhere, their father sits alone, his back turned to the world. He stares at a go board, muttering to himself how strange it is that Lancelot, a supposed novice, plays like a master. Jongyum's father can't believe it, wondering how this knight is so good at Jangi. He even considers asking Lancelot for lessons, completely stumped by the board. Meanwhile, far from the quiet game, a column of military tanks rumbles across the wasteland. They lock onto their target and open fire, unleashing a deafening barrage. But the shells just ping off an unseen barrier, making a strange metallic sound. As the smoke and dust begin to clear from the bombardment, a sphere of pure blue energy materializes, completely unharmed, and inside stands Jongyum, calm and protected as Hellfire missiles emerge from his subspace. A system window pops up as the rank plus 11 weapons slam into their targets, shocking the soldiers. One after another, the tanks are engulfed in massive fireballs, completely obliterated. Jongyum stands over the smoldering battlefield, thinking he's always been careful with explosives to avoid hurting others. But now, thanks to Lancelot's recon, he knows the civilians and the main rebel force are in two separate locations. The plan is simple. Lancelot saves the hostages while he gets to go all out on the military targets. No collateral damage to worry about. Conveniently, he had a Black Hawk helicopter with missiles stored away, which he'd already prepped in his interdimensional lab. Head even used the enhancement stone his brother gave him, and upgraded Pax's deployment abilities for maximum effect. The result was pure, unadulterated carnage, with explosions ripping through the enemy lines. Back in his subspace, he checks his rewards, confident that the enhanced missiles would yield a huge haul of magic stones. After all, he needs 10,000 to level up his dimension, and that barrage should have brought him much closer. But his face drops as he sees the count. Only 1,890. Where did the rest of it go? He heard the chimes. A system notification pops up with the infuriating answer. 45% of all his earnings are being paid as a fee to someone called Tonatia. But just as he's reeling from that first tax, another notification dings in with even worse news. A separate 25% fee is being paid to a high priest, Kim Bongsu, a name that feels eerily familiar. Suddenly, his mind flashes back to a conversation with Lancelot. The high-level being who contacted the rebels, his name was Tonatia. The pieces start to click. Just as the realization dawns on him, a figure kneels in his subspace. It's Lancelot, reporting that all the detention camps have been destroyed, and the hostages are safe. Jongyum gives a quick good work, his mind clearly racing with more important questions. He immediately pivots back, asking Lancelot to confirm the name of that high-level being. He explains that this Tonatia, along with the High Priest, are somehow intercepting his magic stones. Lancelot clarifies that Masika is simply the name of Tonatia's home dimension, much like theirs is Earth. And on the other side, the rebel commander finally understands. This high priest Kim Bongsu is worse than a traitor, he's a parasite. The constant system pings finally make sense, and a cold dread begins to wash over him. This doesn't look good. The speed of the magic stone deposits, the 25% fee, it's all connected. He glares at the fiery destruction outside, realizing no military could have caused this. But the worst part is the silence. He screams into the empty hall, wondering where all his men are. Suddenly, a devastating blow sends him flying before he can even turn around. He's tossed across the throne room floor, completely and utterly overpowered. A single combat boot steps into view, its owner calmly addressing the very man whose name is on the commander's mind. A new knight, Galahad, stands over the now headless corpse, mocking him for being the commander of this sorry lot. The goblin's head disintegrates into black dust, a silent testament to the overwhelming power of Jongyom's forces. But just as the dust settles, a gruesome sight unfolds. A goblin brute's chest explodes in a shower of gore. Yet, instead of falling, dark, sinister energy begins to stitch the fatal wound back together. Jongyom watches in disbelief, asking what he's seeing, as Galahad calmly explains the creature is recovering. The goblin now understands those dark red clouds over the camps were the source of this very power. With a guttural roar, his body finishes its transformation, muscles bulging with newfound strength. A wicked, toothy grin spreads across his face. To him, this entire situation is simply amazing. He sizes up his opponents. A human and a skeleton knight. A bizarrely loyal combination. Jongyom fires back, just as surprised to find a goblin who can speak, who then explains his men were transformed by greedily consuming magic stones. The goblin chieftain looks down on them, assuming Jongyom must be an 8th-tier being to have a dimensional account, and says he has a proposal. His offer is as arrogant as it is simple. Stop the destruction, leave this place, and he'll let them live. The goblin commander boasts that Jongyom can't kill him, but warns that he could easily end them, choosing not to only to avoid taking damage himself. He scoffs at the idea of a real fight, dismissing it as a pointless waste of his precious time. But Jongyom isn't intimidated, retorting that the creature couldn't even land a scratch still. He wonders what the goblin's angle is with this sudden peace offering. Whether he can be killed or not, Jongyom knows he has to try, and his gut tells him the key is that mysterious smoke. He recalls Lancelot's report from the camps and curses, not seeing it firsthand. If he had, he might understand how it works. Then, his eyes drift upward. That same dark red miasma, it's beginning to gather in the sky directly above them. He watches, confused, as the smoke ascends, drawn towards a single point in the heavens. The sky itself seems to tear open, coalescing into a colossal, fiery vortex that glares down like a malevolent eye. Jongyom is rooted to the spot, utterly speechless at the cosmic horror unfolding above him. A cold dread washes over him as he realizes with dawning terror that's no weather pattern. That's a high-ranking being. The goblin commander chuckles, mocking Jongyom's shock at seeing a true high-ranking being. He boasts that his lord, Tonatia, will descend personally, and he alone can make it happen. Sneering, he asks if Jongyom realizes his foolishness, offering one last chance to serve him. But before he can finish, Lancelot moves in a blur, punching a vortex of energy straight through the goblin's chest. The former Night King seethes, wondering how a mere goblin dared to place itself above his master. With a final, sickening thud, the goblin's severed head hits the ground, his arrogant grin frozen in place. But Lancelot can only watch in weary annoyance as the head dissolves into that same dark smoke and begins to reform. The goblin commander rises once more, laughing that it's useless. No matter how many times he's killed, he'll just come back. He taunts the knight, asking if he's too dim-witted to understand how much of an asset he could be. Lancelot stands unmoved, coolly stating that he doesn't get it, and has absolutely no desire to. Lancelot's red eyes flare, declaring that his master is all that matters, and hell cut down anyone who poses a threat. The goblin commander just smirks, calling the knight a simple-minded fool for his devotion. He charges forward, daring Lancelot to keep trying, to cut away as much as he wants. But the knight calmly sheathes his sword, announcing that he's had a change of heart. He cracks his armored knuckles. If slicing the goblin apart doesn't work, then he'll just have to beat him into a bloody paste instead, landing a devastating first punch. The goblin spits out a tooth, his arrogant grin still intact. He admits the blow had power, but it's completely useless. He boasts of his immortality, a blessing that makes him invincible right before Lancelot yanks him up by the hair. Lancelot's gauntlet begins to pulse with a menacing red energy. Hell, just have to make it work. Suddenly, the goblin's bravado evaporates, his eyes widening in a flash of pure terror. A sickening crunch echoes as the goblin's face is pulped, but the damage means nothing. While Bedivere and Lancelot wail on him, Jongyom watches, a cold sweat beading on his brow. He knows his knights are doing their best, but it's useless while the sun god Tonatia grants endless life. Taking out a literal god seems impossible, but there has to be another way. He racks his brain, searching for any possible solution to this stalemate. Then, a sudden flash of inspiration hits him a way to at least stop the regeneration, the subspace. With a plan solidifying in his mind, he shouts out to his knight. Jongyom opens a portal, ordering Lancelot to throw the goblin commander over to him. Without hesitation, Lancelot hurls the dazed monster straight into the shimmering gateway. A system prompt appears, and with a simple confirmation, Jongyom allows the unkillable goblin into his domain. Inside the subspace, his sister is surprised, wondering why he's back so soon. But her confusion turns to dread as she sees what came through with him. A withered, monstrous goblin lunges forward, screaming in agony. Before it can even reach her, a hand casually intercepts its face, stopping it cold. It's Soul, who calmly asks what this pathetic creature is. noting that it's certainly not Jonghyum. She lifts the powerless goblin commander by his arm, utterly unimpressed. From the outside, Jonghyum hears her voice and realizes his family has the situation handled. A bit too handled, actually, as Sol begins to mercilessly pummel the now helpless monster. He scrambles in a panic, shouting at them to stop and ordering the portal to close immediately. With a desperate command, he tells Pax to unregister the goblin and kick him out of the subspace. The portal spits the goblin commander out like trash, his body flying through the air. Inside, Sol watches with a vicious, satisfied grin, having clearly enjoyed her work. Her eyes blaze with a terrifying light, a silent, brutal message sent to her victim. Outside, Jonghyum watches the goblin's essence swirl into an orb above his crumpled body. He can't help but shudder, thinking that for a second, his own family was scarier than any sun god. A flood of system messages confirms the transfer, and his mana stone balance skyrockets. He's stunned. Just how much had that goblin bastard skimmed to get a stash this big? But then a critical detail catches his eye. The Tonatio fee notification is completely gone. A thought sparks, and he looks up at the shattered moon, a new possibility dawning on him. Lancelot confirms his theory by killing the summoner. He may have severed the connection for good. Jonghyum collapses to the ground, certain that the sun god won't be trying this again anytime soon. He lets out a huge sigh of relief, admitting to Lancelot his heart nearly gave out from the stress. The mental exhaustion hits him hard. He didn't even throw a punch. So why does he feel so drained? But just as he's catching his breath, a panicked voice cuts through the silence. In the distance, a group of figures rushes towards them, calling out his name with urgency. A brigade commander barrels forward, shouting that they've brought every available awakened and unit they could muster. Jonghyum calmly tells him they're right on time, privately marveling at how they managed the stairs in this state. The commander storms in, demanding to know where the enemy leader is, only to stop dead in his tracks. He stares down at the shriveled, pathetic husk of the once feared goblin commander. As the soldier stands there in stunned silence, Jonghyum takes a moment, realizing it's been a while since has seen soldiers with actual guns. Over the radio, a captain reports in from the First Corps area. He confirms all the rebels were found in a bizarre, mummy-like state, the entire area neutralized. The operations chief acknowledges, ordering them to shift focus to rescuing civilians and cleaning up. But the brigade commander isn't just on the radio. He's here, standing before the silent silhouettes of Jonghyum and his knight. He admits he has no clue how it was done, but he knows Jonghyum is responsible for this miracle. Then, to Jonghyum's surprise, the high-ranking commander bows deeply in gratitude. Jonghyum is completely thrown off, waving his hands and asking what this is all about. The commander confesses that he now realizes how foolish their initial attempt to recruit him was. They underestimated him, offering meaningless benefits while only thinking of their own dire situation. With his head bowed in shame, he admits they couldn't have been more incompetent. But even so, the commander has one last, desperate plea. He knows it's shameless to ask now, but he begs Jonghyum to help the suffering people. So many have lost their families in the chaos, left with nothing but grief. Others are badly wounded, and the unawakened are paralyzed by fear for their future. He admits the military's failures made the damage worse, which is why they need him now more than ever. Jonghyum listens, then coolly lays down his terms. This is not a deal, it's help. He wants to be perfectly clear. He has no intention of joining the military, and this decision is his alone. A wave of immense relief washes over the commander's face. With his conditions accepted, Jonghyum reaches out, and they seal the agreement with a firm handshake. The commander readily accepts, overjoyed to have the aid of the very man they once so foolishly misjudged. But the commander isn't finished. He grabs his radio with a promise of full military support. He broadcasts an official decree from the chief of operations to all listening personnel. In recognition of his service, Kim Jonghyum is hereby granted the honorary rank of colonel. Jonghyum is absolutely stunned. Why on earth would they go that far? He's immediately flustered when a soldier tries to salute, awkwardly telling him not to swear loyalty. Finally, walking away from the mess, he lets out a deep sigh of exhaustion, Lancelot trailing behind him. But his loyal knight's question snaps him back to reality. He completely forgot about Bedivere. A sly grin spreads across his face as he remembers his item retrieval function. He confidently activates the skill only for a system message to pop up declaring an error. Ah, right. The target has to be nearby. It seems they'll have to go get him the old-fashioned way. Jonghyum decides they'll retrieve Bedivere in person, a perfect chance to level up Pax along the way. Without hesitation, he sinks 10,000 mana stones into his subspace, kicking off the upgrade process. As they head out, he watches the soldiers aiding civilians, and a thought suddenly strikes him. With everyone else occupied, what exactly has his other knight, Bedivere, been doing all this time? The scene shifts to a dark, abandoned office, where Bedivere has just found something very interesting. He chuckles to himself. He only entered this building out of sheer boredom, yet he's hit the jackpot. He knows his lord will be pleased, having already found 3 of these strange documents. The paper in his hand is a dimensional entity registration application, proof of Other Awakened. Just then, Jeongyum arrives, asking if Bedivere was the one who uncovered all this paperwork. Staring at the form, a bead of sweat rolls down his face as he thanks the knight, his mind racing. With this document, he thinks, a new path is finally open. He can finally give his sister the power and legitimacy she needs to fight. He remembers the thugs who had cornered her, the ones who called her number 3. He can still hear their taunts, telling their lackeys to beat her up for their amusement. Back in the present, he approaches his sister mid-training and presents her with the application. She's understandably confused, but he explains he was only holding her back out of fear for her safety. Now, he tells her, he wants nothing more than to see her fighting monsters right beside him. She's overjoyed, until her eyes catch a tiny detail in the paperwork. A dimensional account is required. Jeongyum freezes, his grand plan hitting a completely unexpected and very stupid snag. He forgot, and for that little oversight, his sister sends him flying with a gentle punch. Jeongyum goes flying but twists his body, managing to absorb the impact. He plants a hand on the ground, stabilizing himself with practiced ease. As he springs back up, he thinks to himself, thank goodness it doesn't actually hurt. Watching from the sidelines, the rescued cafe worker smugly says it serves him right. She tells the knights Lancelot and Bedivere not to interfere, explaining this is just how sisters show their love. Besides, she adds, since number 3 is already 8th tier, his sister can't possibly hurt him, right? From behind her, Lancelot's voice confirms her statement is technically correct. The strange pause in his speech makes her uneasy, a sudden chill running down her spine. Just then, his sister grabs Jeongyum in a headlock, her playful demeanor gone. She warns him that something is seriously wrong with the knights, leaving him utterly bewildered. And just as she finishes her warning, one of the knights slams a skeletal hand to the ground. In the next moment, both Lancelot and Bedivere collapse to their knees, writhing in agony. The group rushes over, completely baffled, as Jeongyum demands to know what's wrong. The skull-faced knight can only groan that his entire body is suddenly itching and stinging like crazy. Even Lancelot, the stoic Knight King, admits he's felt a minor itch for a while, but nothing like this sudden torment. The cafe worker tries to make sense of it, asking if it's like poison ivy, but no one has an answer. Then, his sister pipes up, remembering a bite she once had that was intensely itchy right before it healed completely. The words itchy and recovery begin to connect in Jeongyum's mind. And right on cue, a system window appears. His subspace has leveled up, gaining a new life support system with a healing effect. Could they be recovering? But a more terrifying thought follows. What if this is them reverting to their original forms? And now he's frozen, unsure of what to do next. Amidst his groans, Lancelot whispers a name that stops Jeongyum cold. Camelot, a place where the pain seems to lessen. The answer flashes before his eyes. A system ability called Blood Ritual, which exploits vitality to create enhancement stones. As the ritual completes, a new, gleaming white stone materializes from nothing, right in front of the suffering knight. It drops to the floor, a tiny crystal born from the torment of Jeongyum's most powerful subordinate. He kneels before his 2 knights, the grim reality of the situation finally dawning on him. Picking up the freshly made stone, he sees it grants resistance. Unlike the older blue one he also finds. He realizes the process must have been running for a while. A theory Lancelot seems to confirm. So that's it, the blood ritual is an automatic function, a parasitic factory operating without his command. A more chilling thought enters his mind. If it's draining his subordinates, why doesn't he feel anything at all? Lancelot, ever the loyal knight, simply bows his head and apologizes for showing such a shameful, weak side to his lord. Jeongyum dismisses the apology, insisting he's the one who should be sorry for being so blind to their pain. He flashes a brilliant, almost unsettling smile, deciding that from now on, they'll stay here for everyone's sake. Lancelot is just grateful, honored that he can serve his master simply by resting and enduring. Turning his back, Jeongyum realizes he's the one who should be thankful for this morbid discovery. He's found a perfect, horrific synergy, a life support system fueling a life force exploitation engine. He clenches his fist, a dark resolve hardening within him. This perpetual motion machine had its uses. With the ability to generate infinite enhancement stones, the scale of his power could grow without limit, and as his abilities strengthen, their applications would become ever more vast and terrifying. But a searing memory flashes through his mind, a power so immense he was helpless before it. He knows, with cold certainty, that even this is not enough. He needs to get stronger. To get there, Hell need to fully understand his powers, starting with the subspace's new functions. Meanwhile, at the military camp, the commanding colonel listens intently to a disturbing report. His aide confirms the rebels' sickening methods, posing as the army to lure civilians in for sacrifice. The colonel's face is grim, realizing just how close they came to a coup before Jeongyum stepped in. He issues his command. Inform their new Colonel Kim about the supplies, and select only essential troops. With the orders given, The weary commander finally has a moment to himself. As dawn breaks over the mountains, he sighs, knowing the day's work has already begun. But his morning is suddenly interrupted by a glowing blue interface materializing before him. He stares in utter confusion, completely caught off guard by the impossible phenomenon. The notification is from a multi-dimensional chamber of commerce, announcing over 13,000 new incursions on Earth. The message states that Earth has proven its profitability, leaving the colonel to mutter the impossible term multidimensional. He blinks, trying to process this bizarre, corporate-style threat assessment of his entire world. This alert isn't just for him. It appears before survivors everywhere, including Jong Yeom's sister as she watches over a sick companion. The system lays out its chilling proposal. In 7 days, a bidding competition will be held for control of Earth's regions. And the message ends with a polite, almost mocking sign-off from the multi-dimensional Chamber of Commerce. Jong Yeom's eyes narrow, putting the pieces together. This isn't just an invasion. It's a hostile takeover. His companions are in disbelief, thinking it's a prank, but he confirms it's real. He's seen that name before in his own system. One of the survivors connects the horrifying dots. This chamber is the source of every monster they've ever fought. Her shock quickly boils into pure rage. Who gave these cosmic bureaucrats the right to put a price on their world? But while his companion fumes, Jong Yeom just cracks a small, confident smile, looking almost amused by the challenge. He notes their corporate language, realizing this chamber doesn't see this as war, but as business. But then, a private message flashes onto his screen, meant for his eyes only. The chamber has identified him as the top earner in Seoul and is offering him the role of its representative. His companion is confused. She received no such offer, wondering what's happening. The others quickly grasp the terrifying implication. He's been chosen to fight for their entire region. They pepper him with questions, but he admits he's just as much in the dark as they are. He continues reading, deducing they'll be competing against alien life forms from other dimensions. The sheer scale of it all hits the room, stunning everyone into a heavy silence. And the system lays out the terms. If he accepts, he can bring a team of up to 100 members. With his sister and companions watching, Jong Yeom looks up, his expression hardening with resolve. His mind is made up. There's no turning back now. The colonel, eyes wide with shock, can barely process the news, asking if it's really true. Jong Yeom calmly confirms it. He's now the sole representative, tasked to gather 100 fighters. He explains he's already registered his combat-ready knights and his family, leaving about 80 slots to fill. Overwhelmed with relief, the colonel grabs his hands, a wave of gratitude washing over him. He admits he was deeply worried about who would get the role, but with Jong Yeom in charge, he feels safe. Shaking off the sentiment, he cuts himself short, saying they need to get to work and pulls out a small notebook. He hands the book over to a curious Jong Yeom. This, he explains, is a list of all the powerful awakened the military has scouted, a perfect recruitment tool. But Jong Yeom barely gives it a glance, casually stating he just needs special class snipers, leaving the colonel utterly baffled. The colonel can't believe it, just snipers? But Jong Yeom is adamant, dismissing his concerns about the enemy. He already knows who they're fighting, he explains, tapping his interface to show the intel he gained. Rather than just talk, he decides to play a message he received from the Eames dimension. A vision materializes, showing ranks of angelic beings bathed in a blinding, holy light. One of their champions, an Eames holy knight, speaks of his goddess's compassion, but in the same breath, he calls humanity primitive, as a massive, holy mace is bestowed upon him. Jong Yeom then pulls up a list of the enemy combatants, all of them 8th rank fighters. These, he tells the speechless colonel, are the alien life forms they'll be facing. With the enemy revealed, he finally begins to explain the rules of the bidding competition. 1 hour before the battle, both sides are placed in a standby area, separated by an impenetrable barrier to prepare. The Eames dimension enters with a gate core, and a 12-hour timer begins to tick down. Earth's path to victory is simple. Destroy it. Conversely, the Holy Knights just have to play defense and let their little dimensional egg hatch. The colonel processes this as Jong Yeom lays out the harsh reality. The enemy won't just be guarding their objective, they'll be coming for blood. He pulls up their own team's roster, noting that with so many 9th rank members, the enemy will likely anticipate an all-out blitz from Earth's side. This means they'll have to attack and defend simultaneously. He has the offensive team sorted out, but the real issue is stopping those 8th rank monsters. A grim look crosses the colonel's face. He finally understands the request for snipers, but he has to admit their guns will be useless against such foes. Jong Yeom simply tells him not to worry, casually dropping that he had a little level up last night, leaving the colonel stunned. We flash back to that moment, to Jong Yeom's quiet determination in the darkness. He knew he needed more power. To achieve that, he had to dig deeper and truly understand the full potential of his own ability, and this is what he found. A whole new suite of enhancement options for his subspace, ready to be unlocked. Examining his new options, Jong Yeom realized it wasn't about new powers, but enhancing what he already had. He now possessed a simulation function, letting him test drive creations before spending a single resource. So, he got to thinking what kind of weapon would turn the tide in this impossible fight. It needed to be simple, powerful, and capable of killing an 8th rank monster in the hands of a normal soldier. After countless simulations, he settled on the perfect solution: an enhanced rifle-firing custom-made ammunition. Of course, his first prototype was a spectacular failure. The supercharged bullet utterly destroyed the firearm. He had to reinforce the gun itself with a resistance stone, and even then, it could only withstand 3 shots. But 3 shots was enough. He explained the plan: arm snipers with these limited-use cannons to win the battle. The colonel's eyes lit up, completely blown away by the ingenuity. He immediately agreed to assemble his best marksmen. And so, the week of intense preparation began, as elite snipers started training for the fight of their lives. While the snipers trained, Jongyum's father proudly explained the fortress head built much to his son's confusion. The attack team wasn't idle either. His sister and the others used magic stones to furiously level up their abilities. As a result, his sister's barrier could now be projected outwards, and the researcher gained area of effect healing. Jongyum felt a surge of pride, knowing he'd given his sister the power to finally fulfill her potential. And just like that, the week flew by, bringing them to 1 hour before the bid competition at the National Assembly. A brilliant blue portal tears open in front of the grand building, heralding a grand arrival. The first heavy, armored boot steps through onto the stone plaza with purpose, followed by a gauntleted hand gripping the hilt of a sword, ready for anything. An entire legion of his loyal knights emerges from the gate, their eyes glowing with silent intensity. One steps forward, dutifully presenting the grotesque offering required to enter the competition. From a safe distance, Jongyum scopes out the competition grounds, confirming the gate core's location. His father asks for an update, and Jongyum reports that everything looks normal except for one small detail. Through his binoculars, he sees frantic, last-minute construction happening right next to the assembly building. His father dismisses it as a simple defensive measure, then asks with a hint of professional pride if they're building better than he can. Jongyum is just confused. With only an hour left, what could they possibly hope to accomplish? But before he can ponder it further, a brilliant flash of light signals an unexpected arrival. The sound of heavy metal boots echoes across the plaza as a new faction makes its entrance. Clad in brilliant white and gold armor, these holy knights emerge, their presence radiating power. They approach the defense line, their leader's voice ringing out, mocking Jongyum's roster of mostly low-rank soldiers. The knight declares they act on behalf of the goddess Eames, offering salvation to the weaklings they've come to crush. The holy knight promises a twisted mercy. They'll rip out tongues before granting salvation through hard labor. From his perch, Jongyum listens with a calm, almost mocking posture. That's quite the speech. But he thinks to himself, if they're underestimating his team for being 9th rank, they're in for a nasty surprise. As if on cue, a system message flashes across his vision. The bid competition is officially starting. With no time to waste, the Holy Knight leader screams the order to charge. The entire legion of golden warriors rushes forward, their war cries echoing for their goddess Emis. On the ramparts, the colonel doesn't miss a beat, immediately roaring the command to open fire. Snipers lining the walls take aim, their high-caliber rounds zeroing in on the approaching zealots. The first volley of shots smashes against the enemy line, creating a shower of sparks. But the bullets deflect harmlessly off an unseen barrier, the Holy Knights advancing completely unscathed. The Holy Knights are shocked, stumbling back from the sheer force of the barrage. How could 9th ranks have weapons like this? The leader quickly rallies his men, calling the Shield Knights forward. He roars for them to use their skills, and a divine light erupts as they form the Eames barrier. He sneers with confidence, certain their divine protection is far stronger than these crude weapons. His plan is simple. They'll just hold the line until the enemy runs out of ammunition. Realizing their current rifles are useless, the soldiers are ordered to switch weapons immediately. A pile of discarded firearms grows, evidence of their ineffective opening strategy. A calm voice reports over the radio that they've already used 20% of their total weapon supply. But this is all according to plan, as Jongyum watches on, thinking this is going smoother than he'd hoped. He glances over at his armored subordinate, signaling to Lancelot that it's finally their turn to move. From a nearby construction site, a heavy roller suddenly lurches into motion. At the same time, Lancelot's Silver Knights begin their coordinated advance. The Holy Knights spot the movement, scoffing that they must be aiming for the gate core. Their commander barks at them to hold the line, confident they can wait for reinforcements. But Jongyum's plan was never about a direct assault. As his knights approach a cart of glowing orbs, a single knight grabs one of the superheated spheres, its surface crackling with energy. He spins with immense power, winding up for a throw that defies normal physics. The knight unleashes the projectile, launching it like a cannonball. It soars through the air, a fiery comet arcing directly towards the enemy line. The Holy Knight's impenetrable barrier is about to have a very unexpected visitor. The Holy Knights turn toward the sound, barely registering the incoming threat. It detonates with devastating force, a thunderous explosion ripping through the street. From a safe distance, Jeongyum watches, satisfied that Bedivere is handling their counterattacks. With the enemy distracted, he knows all that's left is the final piece of his plan. He arrives on a motorcycle, joining his sister and Lancelot before a massive, caged angel statue. His sister is baffled by the sight, questioning the purpose of such a thing given their insane speed. But Jeongyum knew this was the only way, giving the command to deploy Hellfire. In an instant, drones materialize around the monument, their cores glowing with imminent destruction. The statue erupts in a brilliant fireball, a beacon of chaos lighting up the sky. And from the settling smoke, a new signal rises, the spectral head of a wolf. But as the smoke clears, the statue of the goddess stands completely unscathed. Jeongyum can't believe it. Their enhanced missiles did absolutely nothing. A wicked thought crosses his mind: if he can't destroy it, hell, just steal it. Just then, he spots the enemy believers, ranting about how humanity is mere livestock for their goddess. A pair of holy knights urge their elder to take cover, sensing the overwhelming danger. But the fanatic refuses, declaring he must cleanse the evil from this world with his words. He's absolutely indignant, questioning why a man of his faith should ever have to hide. Jeongyum's eyes drift past the delusional trio to a massive nearby structure. It's a warehouse, filled to the brim with the construction materials for the statue. A truly sinister grin spreads across his face as he gives a new order. Forget the statue, steal their entire warehouse. The Eames elder flinches, his self-important sermon suddenly forgotten. His knights glance over, wondering what he means by the materials warehouse. Their confusion turns to alarm as Jeongyum calmly opens a subspace portal nearby. Inside his dimension, he has a special mission for his ace pilot, Yongsu. It's a simple request: take the helicopter as high as it can possibly go. Meanwhile, his sister and the fearsome Lancelot prepare for a different kind of test. A storm of metallic projectiles suddenly rains down from the sky above them. These aren't just rocks, they're a deadly barrage of sharpened blades. But his sister is unfazed, effortlessly conjuring a golden hexagonal shield. The blades shatter against her barrier, which holds firm without a single crack. But then, a single spear smashes through her impenetrable shield, shattering it completely. The attack came from none other than Lancelot himself, a true test of her limits. She's stunned. Her barrier could block Jeongyum's enhanced bullets, yet this weapon feels different. Lancelot confirms her suspicion, and a memory clicks into place for her. She recalls the Eames Holy Knights, zealots obsessed with their blessed materials. Their technique isn't enhancement, she realizes, but a divine blessing. It's the same power that made those construction materials so impossibly durable. Now, one of those very weapons is placed in her own hands. She grins, understanding perfectly now this is one seriously powerful spear. And watching from afar, Jeongyum oversees the next phase of his sister's training. In the helicopter, Yongsu confirms the spear attacks have dwindled, telling Jeongyum they're clear for takeoff. As they ascend, Jeongyum's gaze drifts down to a lone angel statue on the ground. A blessing, that's what he calls it. This god's staff is more than just a statue. It's a weapon in disguise. A heavy, potent blessing sent from the Earth dimension straight to the Eames dimension. A power that has a name, now awakening as energy pulses through its core. The statue cracks and shatters, erupting in a massive pillar of divine light. On the training ground below, his sister and Lancelot can only stare in awe at the sudden explosion. A shock wave of pure energy tears through the air, a testament to its raw power. The very atmosphere trembles from the force Jeongyum just casually unleashed. And with that final, crushing impact, the Eames dimension's gate core is shattered. A system notification immediately rings out for all to see. Earth has won the bidding war. The rewards are absolutely massive, from dimensional accounts to thousands of magic stones. But the grand prize? All business rights in another dimension, transferred to the sole representative. Jeongyum smirks, recalling how he registered his father, his sister, and his allies to share the spoils. But as the dust settles, a single sheet of paper mysteriously materializes from thin air. It drifts down gracefully, landing right at his feet. He picks it up, puzzled by the sudden appearance of this strange document. Another notification pops up, confirming the transfer of business rights from the defeated dimension. The paper in his hands is the deed itself, exclusive trading rights in the Tertius region. But as he stands there, a crimson vortex of raw energy tears open the air right in front of him. His father and sister are instantly on edge, asking what in the world that thing is. Jeongyum clarifies this isn't one of his portals, speculating it must be tied to the business rights. If that's the case, then there's only one thing to do. He confidently steps up and reaches out to touch the swirling anomaly. But his hand is stopped cold by a system message. He needs to verify his authority. He looks back at the deed, completely baffled. They gave him the rights, but now he needs to register? Then, a new window appears with a suspiciously convenient offer. Sell the rights for 10,000 magic stones. His eyes narrow as the gears start turning, the true nature of this reward dawning on him. This wasn't just a prize, It was a setup, a bureaucratic trap to make him sell his dimensional rights back cheap. So, after all that, they lock him out, and then offer to buy back his prize for a pittance? His response is swift and decisive, a single tap on the screen. Not a chance. He turns away from the useless portal, seething. They're not rewarding him, they're just a bunch of thieves. It all makes sense now. The Chamber of Commerce has been crooked from the very beginning. They won a rigged competition. And this is their prize? He clutches the deed, vowing they won't profit from his struggle. His father snaps him out of it, asking what's going on. Jongyum just plays it cool, calling it a useless portal. With the immediate business handled, he tells the others he's going to help treat the injured. His father feels a bit guilty for pulling him into paperwork so soon, but Jongyum insists it's fine if it makes him stronger. Now that things are settled, his sister announces she's going to get some practice in with her spear. Yongsoo chimes in about some unfinished driving, as the group agrees it's time to finally get some rest. Jongyum's father stretches, his body aching from the hard labor of setting up their new base. But as he glances over, his tired eyes widen in disbelief at the sight of neatly stacked sandbags. Not just sandbags, but mountains of construction materials stretching into the distance. He turns, asking his son what on earth all this is: bricks, drywall, even steel beams. Jongyum just smiles, casually mentioning that he forgot to tell him one small detail. His father stares, dumbfounded, as Jongyum confirms that yes, all of this is infinite too. The old man's face breaks into a massive grin, the full weight of his son's power finally sinking in. As his father celebrates, Jongyum's thoughts drift, wondering about the competition results from other regions. He figures they'll have to wait until nightfall, given the 12-hour time limit. But just then, a system window flashes into existence, announcing the grim results for all of Earth. The results for South Korea flash up. An impressive 4 wins and only 1 loss. But the global stats paint a far grimmer picture, an overwhelming 648 losses for humanity. Inside military headquarters, the mood is heavy. The colonel calls the situation a complete disaster. Jongyum analyzes the data, realizing that while they expected losses, this was a near-total wipeout. The colonel focuses on their one bright spot, noting Korea's good standing and planning to quickly resolve the loss in Incheon. But their strategy session is cut short by a sharp knock at the door as an aide rushes in. He brings an urgent report from the 17th Division, the very unit stationed in Incheon. The colonel takes the report, his face grim as he scans the first page. It's a disaster situation report, detailing the enemy from their failed bidding competition. The invaders are identified as lizardmen from another dimension, a well-trained military force whose gate is now wide open. The report was grim. The lizardmen's superior mobility had annihilated their artillery and air defense. After a 2-hour pause, the invaders were now reorganizing, with more troops pouring from the gate. The aide concludes the briefing. Their destination is estimated to be Seoul, prompting this urgent warning. Jongyum's sister wonders why they'd head straight for the capital. It's not like they're after Jongyum, is it? After all, his location is secret, and there's no bounty on his head to justify such a direct assault. But looking at the map, one fact is undeniable. Incheon and Seoul are dangerously close. Lancelot, ever vigilant, connects the dots, the city that lost, and the city where his lord resides. Suddenly, a system message flares to life, announcing a shocking new update for all to see. From this moment on, the names of Earth's regional representatives will be displayed above their heads. The colonel is confused, but Jongyum looks up, a dawning, unwelcome realization hitting him. Lancelot is certain if his lord isn't the representative, the bidding competition was meaningless. Yet even he can't see the supposed name tag, a fact that deeply confuses the loyal knight. At the same time, Jongyum's sister receives a shocking new system alert of her own. From this moment on, only 7th-tier beings are allowed to travel through the Earth portals. She panics, realizing her recent promotion to 8th tier means she might be trapped in the subspace. The alert continues with a horrifying update. Victorious dimensions can create new gates by killing a regional representative. The colonel grimly absorbs the news. The representatives have just become high-priority targets. Someone notes the one silver lining is that Jongyum doesn't seem to have a name tag. But Lancelot's eyes flare as a terrifying possibility dawns on him. He calls out to his lord, kneels, and stares intently at the empty space just above Jongyum's head. Lancelot's gaze snaps upward, his red eyes flaring with dawning horror. A colossal system message materializes miles above them in the night sky. The title blazes for all the world and all other worlds to see. Sole Representative. Jongyum stares up, the sheer scale of it finally hitting him. So that's where his tag was. Lancelot confirms the terrible truth. It wasn't that he lacked a title, it was just too high for anyone to see. His sister voices the chilling implication, a sign that big is less of a title and more of a giant, glowing bullseye. A cold realization grips Jongyum. The lizardmen, they reorganized their forces before this rule was even announced. It's all too perfect. The timing, the new rule, he realizes they must have known this was coming. Lancelot agrees. adding that their preparations seemed aimed at a large-scale battle, not just a simple assassination. Their experience with these competitions gave them an edge, and now, there's no time left to prepare for the inevitable attack. Jongyum's sister asks the obvious question, why not just hide in his subspace? But he knows it's not that simple. They're facing pros. Lancelot elaborates, explaining that while his lord would be safe, the enemy would simply take hostages or conquer the surrounding areas. Jongyum agrees. Hiding is just delaying the inevitable, and he knows these lizardmen won't just stand around waiting to be ambushed. Then, a spark of an idea. If his location is exposed and he's the bait, why not set the trap themselves? He proposes they lure the enemy to a location of their choosing, turning the tables completely. The colonel is quick to grasp the military strategy. They need to secure a location and set up defenses, and it all hinges on speed. Yongsu, their ace pilot, steps forward, confidently stating that transportation won't be an issue. He's ready to go now. They just need a destination. The entire grand plan immediately hits a snag, as Jongyum admits he hasn't actually thought of a location yet. An awkward silence falls over the group, all that momentum vanishing into thin air. The question hangs in the air, what kind of place would be best? The answer is simple: somewhere he can go all out, without holding back. And just like that, the perfect location clicks into place. Guyang Bridge. It's a natural choke point, with wide-open eco-parks on either side, meaning he can unleash his full power without any collateral damage. With materials from the Eames dimension and his father's construction ability, a defensive tower rises from the ground in an impossible time frame. As they inspect their resources, he realizes the Eames warehouse didn't just come with building materials, but also crates of holy spears. His sister jokes about her past as a track and field star, but for Jongyum, a different thought sparks to life. Bedivere can throw spears, a whole arsenal of them, gleaming and ready, practically begging to be used as high-velocity projectiles. His sister and the skull-faced knight take their positions atop the rapidly built fortress, the first sentinels of their new bastion. Jongyum's father, hammer in hand, gets to work with an expertise that's almost supernatural. Sparks fly as he single-handedly reinforces the structure, his unique ability turning simple metal into a formidable defense. The frame is secured, and soldiers quickly deploy into position, turning their makeshift tower into a deadly kill zone. To funnel the enemy, they erected a perimeter of reinforced spear barricades to block any ground assault. Jongyum and Lancelot stand before their creation, a fortress built from scratch in a stunning 4 hours. It was a miracle, he thought, made possible by his father and Pax. Perhaps things were going a little too well. But in their confidence, they had overlooked two critical, devastating details. First, there was the massive body of water right next to their base. A simple fact of nature they had forgotten. Reptiles are excellent swimmers. The wide river offered a perfect, kilometer-long blind spot for a silent, underwater approach. And the second oversight became clear the moment their enemies made landfall. The once urban landscape was now an overgrown jungle, providing far more cover than they'd anticipated. An entire horde of lizardmen was now surging through the vegetation, charging straight for the tower. From the jungle's edge, the lizardmen scoff at the human defense tower. They can't believe the mighty Eames fell to this, especially when their stolen resources are being used so poorly. A scout approaches his commander, General Rakis, confident they can secure even better armor this time. Rakis listens, a smirk on his face, as he's told the other general, Yatu, is also ready to move. Back on the human side, all seems quiet across the long, empty bridge. One of the newly recruited awakened stands guard, watching over the water. He feels a sudden, unnerving presence behind him. Bedivere, the skeletal knight, has appeared without a sound, his spear ready. The guard's eyes widen in sheer terror, realizing far too late he's been flanked. Because looking up, he sees the sky is already swarming with wyvern riders, diving straight for the city. An urgent alert screams through the city. The enemy has appeared, and it's not a scouting party. The entire sky is blotted out by a descending swarm. Lizardmen on reptilian mounts roar for vengeance, for Sabros and the Eames. Jongyum can't believe it. How in the world did they get so close without a single warning? From the rooftops, the military defense force immediately opens fire on the incoming wave. But the hail of bullets barely seems to slow the invaders down as they shrug off the impacts. The lizard riders begin their own assault, hurling strange, glowing blue canisters into the streets. Lancelot instantly recognizes the payload they're throwing raw Eames materials at them. Down below, their warriors tear through the streets, a whirlwind of polearms and raw power. Their commander bellows, telling his troops it's just an insult. The materials are useless to them, so charge without fear. Seeing their chance, the lizardman general roars for his mount, Yatu, to charge headfirst into the fray. The beast announces its name with a cataclysmic stomp, a simple promise that it only knows how to advance. With a primal scream, it smashes into the street like a living battering ram, a hurricane of claws and fury. The sheer momentum turns the asphalt into a crater, a terrifying display of raw, unstoppable force. But Lancelot is already moving to intercept. his gauntlet flaring with brilliant blue energy. He meets the charge head-on, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sends the beast reeling. Blood streams from the mount's jaw, but its rider merely scoffs that the hit was impressive, yet not enough. Yatu staggers back, dazed and wounded from the impact, but it refuses to fall. Jeongyum's heart sinks. If an attack like that didn't work, what hope did they have? Lancelot, however, remains unfazed, calmly assessing his two 7th-rank foes and noting the beast's mindless technique. The real threat isn't the rampaging beast, Lancelot realizes, but the general controlling it. Turning to his lord, he confirms this will be a difficult battle, but there's good news. Their attacks can hurt Yatu. He gives Jeongyum his orders: keep the beast pinned down, no matter what. Lancelot will handle the general himself. With his master's blessing, Lancelot vanishes in a blur of crimson energy. The lizardman general barely has time to register the sudden attack. In an instant, Hez past the mount, his blade aimed directly at the general's neck, who just barely parries the strike. He lands perfectly, sliding across the shattered asphalt, having successfully isolated his target. His underlings cry out his name, Lord Rakis, but he waves them off, ordering the army to continue its charge. It's clear this lone knight has business only with him. A one-on-one duel amidst the chaos. The lizardman general smirks, openly impressed by the knight's bravery and the precision of that assassination attempt. Rakis looks down from his mount, acknowledging the knight as a true warrior before demanding his name. The answer is simple and direct: Lancelot. The general, Rakis, finds it a fitting name for a warrior. He's no fool, admitting he knows this is just a stalling tactic to keep him occupied. But he's willing to play along, because it's a warrior's nature to crave battle. He offers a duel to the death. Lancelot accepts without a shred of hesitation, a response that brings a smirk to the lizardman's face. But as they prepare, Lancelot points, questioning if Rakis truly intends to fight from atop his beast. Rocky scoffs, asking if he thinks it's unfair. A duel is simply a test to see who is stronger, after all. Lancelot's reply is pure, cutting mockery. Is the general trying to compensate for a lack of skill? Still, he gives his permission, telling Rakis not to worry, and to come at him with everything he has. The taunt works perfectly. Rakis leaps from his mount, ready for a true fight. Now, he growls. They're speaking the same language. Meanwhile, as the two champions prepare, the battle rages on elsewhere. Military forces open fire, but the lizardmen and their mounts are terrifyingly fast. Bullets spark harmlessly against the asphalt as they weave through the storm of lead. A soldier screams a warning. They're trying to scale the buildings to flank them. An explosive round detonates on the pavement, but it barely slows their charge. In a flash, one of the reptilian beasts lunges forward, its maw wide open. It snaps its jaws shut on an unlucky soldier in a brutal, bloody instant. The man crumples to the ground as his horrified squadmates cry out. They try to cover their fallen comrade, but more enemies are already closing in. But on the dueling ground, a powerful hand tightens its grip. The real fight is about to begin, but just as the soldiers fall back, a lone figure intercepts the charge with a deafening parry. The sheer force of the impact sends the lizardman and its mount flying backward. It crashes onto the asphalt, completely dazed and vulnerable, and before it can even twitch, a foot stomps down, shattering its skull with brutal efficiency. It's Jeongyum's sister, and she's already taking charge, ordering the soldiers to provide cover fire. She tells them she'll handle the ones scaling the buildings and immediately bolts into action. Power flares in her fist, glowing with a fierce, concentrated energy. She meets the next reptilian beast head-on, her strike stopping the massive creature dead in its tracks. With the monster pinned, she gives the signal for the soldiers to open fire, and as bullets rain down, she effortlessly uses the beast's body as a living shield. Meanwhile, on the ground, a healer calls out, her hand already glowing with restorative power. She urges the wounded soldier to just hang on as green light knits his injuries back together. But the real threat continues to pour from the sky. A lizardman rider diving in for an attack. It's met with a perfect shot, a flash of light erupting as the beast is blown out of the air. The other riders barely seem to notice, their formation darkening the sky as they press the assault. Another one gets tagged, a spear of light piercing straight through its mount's chest. The lifeless creature slams into the side of a building, a brutal testament to the ongoing slaughter. But from a nearby rooftop, Bedivere takes in the true scale of the invasion and lets out a weary sigh. Even for him, this endless swarm is just too much. He knows he can't handle this alone. He stands his ground, looking to the horizon, wondering when his master will finally arrive. And just as he waits, a new challenger makes its presence known with a ground-shaking thud. A massive stone golem rises, metal rods jutting from its body, and it actually seems impressed. It smirks, mocking the feeble attacks, and asks if that's really the best they can do. But suddenly, it's pelted by an unending barrage of projectiles, the sheer force catching it off guard. From a distance, Kim Jeongyum watches silently as his auto-dispatch system unleashes a relentless storm. He can't help but crack a smile. This idiot thinks a basic automated function is some grand combo attack. The golem is completely pinned, and Jongyum wonders if he should just wait for Lancelot to finish this. No, he decides, that's far too risky. He needs to find a way to support his knight. Just then, his eyes catch a brilliant flash of light from the battlefield, a holy spear. And in the glare, he sees the silhouette of a monstrous figure, ready to join the fray. Lancelot lunges with blinding speed, but his opponent is just as quick. The lizardman general, Rakis, deftly dodges the attack, creating distance. He sneers, mocking the knight for running, and questioning if he's a true warrior. The two stare each other down, the size difference between them staggering. Lancelot internally agrees with the provocation, his pride stinging. But he can't be reckless. His glowing red eyes locked on the real danger. That spear, it's radiating an energy far more potent than he first expected. He recognizes the properties, they're just like the dimensional weapons of M's. But Rakis proudly corrects him. The spear is from Sabros, only enhanced by their allies. Lancelot absorbs the information, an idea sparking as he prepares a question of his own. Lancelot fires back, asking if that fancy weapon is just to cover his lack of skill. The lizardman general just smirks, completely unfazed by the verbal jab. Done with the mind games, Lancelot declares he won't fall for any more taunts. With a roar, Rakis lunges forward, his spear a blur of motion. He unleashes a devastating horizontal slash meant to cleave the knight in two. But Lancelot meets the attack head-on, his own blade glowing as it parries the strike. The impact sends a massive shockwave blasting down the empty highway. Lancelot is thrown back, carving deep gouges into the asphalt with his feet. Yet, he expertly redirects the overwhelming force, spinning with the momentum. In a flash, he twists the defensive maneuver into a powerful counterattack of his own. His blade carves a vicious line of red sparks across the lizardman general's chest. With the counterattack landed, Lancelot is certain this battle is over. He waits for the body to drop, for his victory to be sealed. But as his sword's crimson glow fades, something feels off. The lethal blow didn't connect as it should have, leaving Lancelot confused. Rakis trembles, not from injury, but from the sudden, impossible weight of his own spear. The weapon is ripped from his grasp as an unseen force takes hold. It goes flying, tumbling end over end high into the sky above the bridge. A shimmering blue portal opens in the air, swallowing the spear whole. And from a safe distance, Jongyum confirms the capture. Surprised his wild plan actually worked, he realizes it's not a weapon from Eames, but simple building material, and thanks the general for the generous donation. Back on the bridge, Rakis stands weaponless, staring down the silent knight in disbelief. The lizardman general practically seethes, enraged at this profound insult to a warrior's honor. He accuses them of being despicable, but Lancelot calmly defends his lord's mysterious reasons. Rakis can't believe what he's hearing, demanding to know if this master of his has no honor whatsoever. The jab actually stuns Lancelot for a second, the question hitting a little too close to home. But then, a cold realization dawns in his eyes. This isn't pride, it's the raw fear of a disarmed man. Unsheathing his own massive blade, Lancelot prepares to end this conversation. He tells the general not to worry, as the sword's tip scrapes heavily against the pavement. Whether it's by beheading or a simple beating, the final outcome remains exactly the same. The lizardman general just scoffs. For someone who just cheated death, Lancelot has some serious nerve. He digs his claws into the asphalt, accepting the challenge without a second thought. Fine. He roars for them to bring it on, ready to fight with tooth and claw. Behind him, his entire lizardman cavalry prepares to follow him in a thunderous charge. But the one who actually holds the general's spear is far away, calmly watching the chaos on a screen. Suddenly, a notification pops up, and Jongyum's eyes widen in absolute delight. His subspace confirms the successful acquisition of Rakis's prized weapon. It's a +3 epic-ranked holy spear, blessed by a goddess. Oh, this is just too good. And at that exact moment, the battlefield falls strangely silent. Rakis's massive warbeast skids to a halt, its eyes burning with confusion as the entire army stops dead in its tracks. The stone golem, completely misreading the situation, has a brilliant thought. They must be frozen in awe of its strength. It lets out a hearty laugh, its ego swelling. Of course, they'd be stunned. It's just that sturdy. In its entire life, it muses. Only 2 legendary 7th-rank warriors have ever stopped its charge, so it graciously accepts their surrender, telling them it's all right to die here. It declares that falling to a mighty warrior like itself is an honorable death they should be proud of. But as the golem prepares to deliver the final blow, something zips right past its face. A blur of motion streaks across the battlefield, aimed not at the golem, but at the lizardman general. The general's reptilian mount looks on, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Rakis glances down at his own chest in disbelief, a sharp pain blooming from his torso. He's been impaled by his very own holy spear, the one that vanished just moments ago. The general's mind struggles to comprehend it, his own holy spear, now in the hands of this shadow. With a final, violent wrench, The weapon is torn free, sending Rocky's flying backwards. His massive body crashes to the ground, a pool of blood spreading rapidly beneath him. A final, guttural groan escapes his lips as his life fades, his eyes glazing over. And with the general's fall, a cascade of system notifications appears for the victor. Not only is the general's dimensional account transferred, but he's also acquired a rare D-rank reinforcement stone. Elsewhere, the mop-up operation is in full swing as soldiers unleash a hail of gunfire. The remaining lizardmen mounts shriek as bullets tear through them, their riders falling from the sky. Jeongyum's sister watches the chaos from the ground, her part in the battle seemingly over. With all the building climbers dealt with, she sighs, realizing she's got nothing left to do. But just as she's about to relax, a piercing shriek echoes from above. She looks up, confused. Why would a wyvern be crying out now? Then it hits her with a jolt of panic. She completely forgot about Bedivere. Elsewhere, atop a desolate ruin, a massive weapon gleams in the light. Bedivere himself kneels patiently, surrounded by the standards of his fallen knights. His glowing eyes turn, sensing an arrival. He finally speaks, his voice low and cold, telling the newcomer he's late. A holy knight, slumped amidst his dead comrades, asks what they can possibly do now. The memory of the slaughter flashes in his mind, a brutal, overwhelming wave of blue fury. He could barely parry the lizardman's massive strike, a desperate defense against an unstoppable tide. He remembers charging in, his comrades right beside him, a desperate counter-assault. He put all his strength into a single punch, aimed right for the monster's chest. The impact should have sent it flying, a direct hit infused with holy power. But the creature just stared down, its glowing eye completely unfazed by the blow. Another knight was sent tumbling, casually swatted aside by the tail of a reptilian mount. Their powerful claws dug into the earth, a display of raw, unstoppable force. He braced himself as one of the beasts lunged, blocking its jaw with all his might. The monster looked down at him, its expression almost one of mild annoyance. With a final surge of adrenaline, he threw a desperate punch right at its face. His fist connected with a sickening crunch, but it was his own armor that gave way. But where the holy knights failed, Lancelot succeeded, sending the lizardman general skidding across the pavement. Rocky's collapses, gasping for his last breaths, the battle knocked out of him. He slowly rises one last time, facing the superior warrior who brought him down. Lancelot offers a moment of silence, a chance for any final words. The defeated general admits it was a splendid duel, acknowledging him as a true warrior. A flicker of respect in Lancelot's eyes. He agrees it was a good fight, and with that, he grants him a warrior's death, plunging his blade straight through Rackus' skull. Blood and brain matter splatter across the asphalt, marking the end of the general. The carnage pools around Lancelot's feet, a grim testament to his victory. He clenches a blood-soaked fist. The leader of the lizardmen has fallen. Standing over the fallen general, Lancelot's duty is finally done. From their vantage point, the military command breathes a collective sigh of relief. It's over, but the calm is shattered by an urgent message from Joint Chiefs of Staff headquarters. The battle was grueling, leaving a sea of monster corpses littering the city. They were powerful, and conventional strategies were almost useless against them. The real problem remains. Their gate is still open, a constant threat of invasion. Back in the air, Jeongyum is already preparing for the next phase, upgrading his dispatch ability. He now needs information. He has powerful new items, but no idea how to use them effectively. As his pilot announces their landing, Jeongyum is lost in thought, planning their counterattack. They've arrived at the gate, but rushing in blind would be suicide. Intel is their top priority. The helicopter touches down on a cordoned-off street, the forward base for their mission. As Jeongyum steps out, a sharp command cuts through the air. An officer and his men snap to attention, offering a formal salute to the man they call Colonel Kim. Jeongyum returns the gesture, though he still finds the military pageantry a bit awkward. The officer introduces himself as Lieutenant Colonel Park, praising Jeongyum for repelling the monsters without any casualties. He then mentions that another chief, Yu Seong-cheol, had to leave unexpectedly. Apparently, he received an urgent message about insects attacking headquarters and took off in a hurry. Park hopes it's nothing too serious before inviting Jeongyum inside to get down to business. Inside a makeshift briefing room, the lieutenant colonel wastes no time. He spreads a map across the table, explaining they've pinpointed the gate's location. The real challenge is the core itself. The lieutenant colonel admits they've hit a wall. They can't locate the gate core. After the bidding war, a strange, mud-like substance spread out and obscured their view. Deciding it's better to show than tell, he reaches for some reconnaissance photos. He slides the pictures across the table, revealing the grim reality of the situation. The area is a complete ruin, a city swallowed by thick, mossy overgrowth. A murky, swamp-like substance has literally engulfed the entire zone around the gate. While not physically harmful, it's perfect terrain for the lizardmen to hide and attack from. Jeongyum studies the photo, a small smirk forming. A swamp, he thinks. That's not a problem. He calmly tells the stunned officer that he has friends who feel right at home in places like this. As a portal opens beside him, Lancelot steps through, taking the photo to assess this new, marshy battlefield. But Lancelot flatly refuses, stating that an assault on that terrain would be difficult. He explains that while his etherealization ability allows him to move freely, the swamp water would easily reveal their position. A detail Zhang Yom admits he hadn't considered, much to the knight's frustration. But he's not out of ideas, telling the officer that this doesn't mean they're without options. He knows someone who's swift and stealthy, no matter the environment. A system window flashes into existence as he spends a reinforcement stone and 500 magic stones to appoint Mordred as a new knight. A swirl of dark energy appears in the room as a new figure is summoned forth. A pair of armored boots steps out from the swirling vortex, touching down on the floor. Answering his lord's call, a grim, skeletal knight appears from the shadows. This is Mordred, one of Camelot's 12 knights, who swears to serve his new master with his life. Unlike the other knights of Camelot, Mordred wasn't known for his prowess on the open battlefield. His true stage was deep within enemy territory, a place for stealth, thievery, and assassination. His reputation as a peerless assassin came from his exceptional skills and sharp mind. But the real secret was a unique, terrifying talent, one that left lords dead before anyone knew what happened. The chaos and screams for the guards always came far too late. He could move like a ghost, passing through solid objects without a sound. This ability was called concealment, a literal form of instant invisibility. It had a weakness, though. He wasn't intangible, so a clumsy oaf could still bump right into him. But Mordred used this talent to become a legendary killer, and his very survival was proof of his strength. And the reinforcement stone Zhang Yom used? It came with the etherealization option, making his new knight even deadlier. After a quick test, Lancelot's hand phases right through Mordred's newly empowered form. Etherealization, the power to ignore physical attacks, turning an excellent assassin into a perfect one. With the ability confirmed, Zhang Yom wastes no time, gathering his knights to lay out their first mission. He points to a location on the map, explaining their target, the gate core of the Sabros Dimensions Lizardmen. Mordred needs no further explanation. The weight and purpose of the infiltration mission are crystal clear. Zhang Yom is impressed, but sternly reminds him that if he dies, the entire plan crumbles to dust. Lancelot adds that their enemies are formidable. Returning alive is more important than any intel he might gather. Taking their words to heart, Mordred gives a final nod before dissolving into motion, ready to depart. Lieutenant Colonel Park watches him go, voicing his concern. Is it truly wise to send just one knight? But Zhang Yom simply smirks, his confidence absolute. With Camelot's finest, all you have to do is trust and wait. With the plan in motion, Zhang Yom tells the lieutenant colonel to take a break while he suggests Lancelot rest in the subspace as well. But Lancelot flatly refuses, explaining that as one of the undead, he doesn't actually feel fatigue. Zhang Yom starts to insist, but then he pauses, noticing something odd about his knight. He squints, realizing Lancelot's armor is nearly pristine. Weren't there way more scratches on it before? He's certain of it. The armor and sword took a real beating in the last fight. Lancelot then drops a bombshell. As items bound to Camelot, their gear regenerates as long as it's not completely destroyed. He continues, mentioning that Camelot has also just generated a new reinforcement stone with the wound regeneration ability. Zhang Yom thinks that sounds incredibly useful, deciding to ponder its best use while they wait for Mordred's return. But as Lancelot agrees, his head suddenly snaps up, his 4 red eyes blazing with an intense, immediate alert. In a flash of steel, he draws his sword, leaving a stunned Zhang Yom calling out his name in alarm. Lancelot pivots, his instincts screaming of a hidden danger. He warns Zhang Yom in a low voice. Someone is watching them. Zhang Yom's blood runs cold as he frantically scans the area, thinking another lizardman is stalking them. Lancelot admits he can only sense their presence, not their identity, urging his master to hide in the subspace. His 4 eyes narrow, pinpointing the general direction of the hostile gaze. From the shadows between 2 trucks, a figure peers out, their focus locked on the duo. This silent observer has been waiting for the perfect moment. Before Zhang Yom can process the order, Lancelot promises to return quickly and vanishes in a flash. Stunned, he calls out his knight's name, spotting a lone silhouette now standing far down the street. But as his attention is fixed on the distance, a cold blade silently presses against his own neck. The mysterious knight speaks, his voice cold, declaring that humans aren't necessarily allies. He presses his blade closer, informing the captive that his fate rests entirely on the answers he gives. With 4 crimson eyes glowing menacingly, he poses his first question. Why were you watching us? Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoes from the other end of the street, snapping Zhang Yom's attention away. In a blur of motion, Lancelot has already closed the distance. Zhang Yom runs toward the commotion, only to find his knight holding the distant silhouette by the throat. He calls out Lancelot's name, stunned that Head captured the stalker so quickly. Lancelot glances back, reporting to his lord that this is the one, and hell find out who's behind it. Turning back to his captive, his patience wears thin. He demands to know if the lizardman sent him, but the man is too terrified to speak, tears streaming down his face as he chokes out a single syllable. With his last breath, the captive manages to choke out Jongyum's name. Lancelot's crimson eyes narrow. How dare this insect speak his lord's name so familiarly? Just as he promises a slow and agonizing death, Jongyum shouts out the man's real name. Baek Min Woo. The fearsome knight freezes in place, completely thrown off. Jongyum approaches cautiously, trying to explain the extremely awkward situation. The person Lancelot is about to execute is his friend. Realization dawns, and the knight immediately releases his grip, the man slumping in his grasp. His 4 eyes blink in utter confusion. What? The world seems to fade away as a memory surfaces in Jongyum's mind. A vision of a desolate, ruined city, the place where it all began. And in that memory, a city lies in ruins, overgrown and reclaimed by a savage, new world. The ground is littered with the dead, including a lizard man, a warrior from a race that considers death in battle an honor. A shadowy figure emerges, the assassin Mordred, who knows their culture well. He plans to use their blood to mask his own scent. With his presence now hidden, the true infiltration begins as he approaches a massive, vine-choked fortress. He moves like a phantom, his purple aura the only sign of his passage through the hostile territory. Once inside, Mordred is taken aback by the sheer scale of the enemy's lair. The corridors are unnaturally vast, an inefficient design for the brutish creatures he sees patrolling them. He knows lizardmen come in various sizes, but none he sees would require such enormous pathways. Then, the chilling realization dawns on him. This fortress wasn't built for them, it was built for someone else. Someone far larger, and undoubtedly far more important. He's closing in on a high-value target. Deeper inside, Mordred continues his silent advance, gliding past a muscular, horse-headed guard. The creature remains completely unaware, scratching its head as a phantom slips by. He was so close, a single misstep would have given him away, but this is manageable. With a flash of glowing eyes, his focus sharpens. He continues forward, only to find the path blocked by an even larger, hulking brute. But Mordred doesn't stop, phasing his ethereal body directly through the guard's arm. The assassin's form flickers, passing through solid flesh without a sound. He reforms, a cold sweat breaking. Without that etherealization skill, he would have died instantly. But failure is not an option. Not on his very first mission for his new king. He must find the gate core and return, no matter what lurks in the fiery depths below. The heavy, scaled feet of lizardmen stomp through the cavern, patrolling the perimeter. But they're not the only things lurking here. A grotesque purple creature with a sickening grin appears from the shadows. This giggling little monster seems to be some kind of familiar or pet, belonging to an old mage who's just located his prize, the glowing gate core. Annoyed, the mage, Solzhen, threatens the creature to stop its irritating interruptions while he studies. But a deep voice cuts through the air, reminding Solzhen of a promise he seems to be forgetting. Solzhen scoffs, retorting that he only agreed to guard the core, not entertain his new masters. Besides, he only promised to keep it confined, not to keep it safe, a subtle threat he hopes they'll understand. The voice turns cold, reminding the old mage he's just an exile clinging to them for survival. As the words hit home, a blade flashes against Solzhen's neck, the voice commanding him to know his place. The massive creature's voice echoes, threatening to crush every bone in his body. Solzhen immediately folds, insisting he just misspoke and that there's no need for such harshness. Watching from the shadows, Mordred pieces things together, so the old man wasn't a lizard man, but an arcane mage. He mulls over the mage's words. He was a mage, not as one, and wonders about his strange alliance. From the commanding tone, Mordred deduces this massive, unseen creature must be the lizardman's leader. The corridors are huge to accommodate it, but security feels lax. Maybe he can get a little closer. But the giant chameleon-like leader suddenly tenses, feeling something invisible brush against its leg. In a flash, a long, sticky tongue whips through the air. Mordred doesn't even have time to process what's happening. The tongue wraps around his head, yanking the stealthed knight face to face with his target. All of Mordred's confidence evaporates in a single, terrifying instant. The tongue whips back, slamming the assassin against the cavern wall with bone-jarring force. His perfect concealment shatters, the purple energy flickering away as his presence is fully revealed. The old mage, Solzhen, flinches at the sudden commotion, shocked to see someone just appear out of thin air. A massive, reptilian eye swivels, and a deep voice rumbles, calling out the mage's name. The leader confirms that someone is sneaking around, and Solzhen is expected to deal with it. With a resigned sigh, the old mage pulls out a worn, magical scroll. Crimson energy crackles to life, flowing from his hands into the ancient paper. He unfurls the scroll, unleashing the spell sealed within. A volley of magic missiles streaks through the air, homing in on the exposed knight. Mordred barely has time to brace as the crimson energy missiles slam into him. The magical volley explodes on impact, engulfing the assassin in a cloud of red force. The scene fractures, pulling us into a memory of a special connection. We're in a middle school classroom, looking at a smug Baek Minwoo, who sneers at a classmate's shabby uniform. He taunts the boy about his family being poor, telling him he stinks and to stay away. But instead of cowering, the boy's fist flies, connecting squarely with Minwoo's face. Later, we see Minwoo at home, frustratedly losing at a video game. He complains about the new game and whines about not growing, a picture of spoiled entitlement. A weirdly intense look crosses his face even as he plays, a hint of the person he'd become. The memory clarifies. Minwoo came from a wealthy background and loved boasting to keep his friends' attention. To his classmates, Minwoo's constant bragging was just annoying. If money was all he had, what was the big deal? Even the boy who would become his friend admits he didn't envy him, seeing only a clumsy kid trying to connect. But hindsight is a luxury. Back then, they were all young, and Minwoo just seemed like an absolute jerk. The path to their friendship was paved by a completely different incident, one that started with a handheld game. While playing, a few other students notice his impressive collection of games. A group of bullies quickly surrounds him, eyeing the expensive device and sneering that a rich kid can spare it. He's frozen in place, stammering, completely unprepared for the sudden hostility. Before he can even properly refuse, a fist cracks across his jaw, sending him reeling. They throw him to the floor, kicking him over and over, furious that he dared to talk back. But in the middle of the assault, one of the thugs stops, his head snapping around as a new presence enters the scene. And that presence makes itself known with the whistle of a heavy bag cutting through the air. It smashes into one of the bullies, sending him flying sideways in a heap. The other thugs whip their heads around, stunned by the sudden interruption. Their eyes land on the newcomer, a quiet kid they don't recognize. It was Baek Minwoo, stepping into the fray with a look of cold defiance. But this wasn't about justice, it was a power play, meant to shut up the very kid being bullied. The thugs recover, sneering at this first year, and asking if he wants to get beaten up too. A flicker of regret crosses Minwoo's face as a fist connects squarely with his jaw. In an instant, the pack turns on him, their rage redirected to a new target. And just like that, Minwoo is the one on the floor, getting stomped into the ground. As the kicks land, a single thought echoes in Minwoo's head. Why did I have to butt in? A lead bully winds up for another punch, ready to make an example out of him. But his fist stops dead, caught effortlessly by an iron grip. The thug looks up, confused, only to be met by the cold glare of another student. It's Kim Jong-yum, his hand already bandaged like a pro, looking completely unfazed. This, Minwoo recalls, was the first and last time he ever thought the school's number 2 looked cool. Jong-yum's gaze sweeps over the now hesitant bullies with utter disdain. He then turns to the battered Minwoo, telling him this pathetic display is over. He's joining morning practice. Minwoo just stares back, completely lost. What is this guy talking about? He tries to argue that he's not even in a sports club, but Jong-yum simply says, it doesn't matter, he'll take care of it. Suddenly, Jong-yum's sister arrives with her friends, playfully introducing themselves to a very startled Minwoo. She immediately takes charge, ruffling Jong-yum's hair and telling him to stop fighting and just go home already. Without another word, Jong-yum turns to leave, dismissing the entire situation. But he stops, glancing back with an annoyed look, wondering why Minwoo isn't following him. He impatiently calls out, asking if the kid plans on standing there all day. Overwhelmed and teary-eyed, Minwoo realizes this single moment was the start of their rapid friendship. Throughout middle school, they became an inseparable, if odd, pair. They'd argue over everything from video game scores to test results, with Minwoo always having a sarcastic comeback. Even after going to different high schools, their bond never weakened, leading them right back to each other in university. They became the closest of friends, spending their time gaming and shaping each other's lives from then on. But one memory in particular stands out the day Minwoo suddenly decided he was joining a kendo dojo. He explained that seeing Jong-yum and his sister exercise looked cool, and he wanted to try it too. Jong-yum, ever the supportive friend, immediately asked if he'd suffered a severe head injury. The memory fades as Jong-yum snaps back to reality, startled by what his friend just told him. Minwoo confirms it, plain and simple. He's awakened as a swordsman. But he quickly deflects, saying the real shock is Jong-yum being Seoul's representative, adding he's too scared of his skeleton friend to get close. He admits he was hiding until the spooky night left, but got caught, which led to their awkward reunion. With a nervous sweat, he begs Jong-yum to please call off his bizarre, menacing bodyguard. But Lancelot is just curled up in the corner, a mountain of armored regret, making the entire room feel heavy. Jong-yum just shrugs, saying Lancelot won't listen anyway. He's probably punishing himself for his earlier failure. Meanwhile, in his own mind, Lancelot is drowning in absolute shame. He had failed to protect his master's closest friend, and even worse, he had tried to kill him. The former Night King decides he's no longer worthy of the title, prostrating himself on the floor in utter disgrace. Jong-yum, completely ignoring the armored drama queen, is just glad his friend is safe, and asks about his mother. He even offers them a place to stay inside his personal subspace. a perfectly secure haven. But Minwoo's expression grows heavy, looking away as he weighs the offer. He finally mutters that she should be fine, probably. That one word is all it takes for Jonghyun's concern to spike. A memory flashes through Minwoo's mind. A lonely, overgrown building against a darkening sky. The image of a meager meal, just a couple of opened cans, tells a story of a desperate struggle for survival. Minwoo continues his story, flashing back to his mother sleeping on the hard floor of her hideout. A faint sound wakes her, a flicker of confusion on her face. Her eyes widen in pure shock as a fully armored knight appears outside her window. Before she can even scream, the glass shatters into 1,000 pieces. The knight lands inside, announcing his name is Lancelot. He declares he is a loyal knight serving Kim Jonghyun and asks if she is Minwoo's mother. Stunned and terrified, she can only confirm her identity. Lancelot calmly states that he will now escort her to her son's location. Minwoo explains how, right at the start of the apocalypse, a competition's barrier separated them. To see her again, he volunteered for that same deadly contest, but ultimately, he lost. Even after the transparent barrier fell, the world had been twisted by alien terraforming, hiding his mother from sight. Jonghyun explains this phenomenon, where one dimension's environment bleeds into another. Minwoo grabs him, desperate to know if she's alive, and Jonghyun cautiously agrees it's likely, though she's far from safe. The area has become enemy territory, a fact that solidified Lancelot's resolve. He would be the one to go. He ventured into that hostile land, determined to succeed and prove himself a true knight. This was his chance to not repeat the failures of his past. But as he stands victorious, a strange noise finally breaks through his concentration. A voice screams his name, "Captain!" as he stands guard with Minwoo's mother safely on his back. It's Mordred, the assassin knight, sprinting towards him with a message of absolute urgency. The shadowy knight screams a warning for him to look out behind him. Behind him? Lancelot processes the frantic warning, his head slowly turning. Far in the distance, a cloud of dust signals a thunderous approach. It's a hunting party of enraged lizardmen, screaming for the rat that dared to trespass. Minwoo's mother glances back, her face twisting in absolute horror at the sight. But Lancelot's only thought is irritation. That clumsy assassin must have been followed. Mordred finally catches up, breathlessly reporting to his commander. Without missing a beat, Lancelot demands to know the number of high-tier threats in the horde. But Mordred admits he couldn't get a clear reading, much to the knight's dismay. Lancelot's 4 red eyes narrow. This situation has just become infinitely worse. With unknown ground forces and even air support, escape is impossible. They're about to be caught. With no time left, Lancelot makes a swift command decision, telling Mordred to return and report to their master. He pushes Minwoo's mother into the assassin's arms, entrusting him with his own mission, to get her back safely. Lancelot declares he will stay behind and buy them the time they need to escape. He has one last message. Tell their lord the reinforcement stone would suit Percival well. Cutting off any protest, Lancelot shoves him forward, insisting there's no time to waste. The hooded assassin can only nod in grim understanding. As Mordred disappears with his precious cargo, Lancelot turns to face the oncoming horde alone. His hand tightens around the hilt of his greatsword. The former Night King readies himself for a final, desperate battle. And not a moment too soon, as the thundering footsteps of the Lizardman army finally arrive. Standing alone, Lancelot steels his resolve, declaring he fears nothing. He grips his sword, his purpose clear, to prove the worth of his knighthood. With a roar, he dives into the horde, every swing dedicated to his new lord. Back at the base, a phantom figure lands softly on the floor. Mordred appears before Jonghyun, his duty fulfilled. Slung over his shoulder is the rescued woman. The mission, he reports, is complete. Minwoo breaks down, crying out for his mother. But Jonghyun senses something is wrong. He's glad she's safe, but he distinctly remembers Lancelot saying he'd handle it. Just as he tries to process the inconsistency, his eyes widen. A system message flashes before him, stark and brutal. Lancelot has perished. Jonghyun stands stiffly in the hallway, listening as Mordred gives the full, grim report. The assassin confirms what he suspected. Lancelot sacrificed himself. His loyal knight gave his life to protect Minwoo's mother and the crucial intel Mordred was carrying. But Mordred clarifies that he isn't gone for good. With enough reinforcement and magic stones, Lancelot can be brought back. The thought brings Jonghyun no comfort. Just because someone can be resurrected doesn't make them expendable. A heavy guilt settles in. Was this his fault? Did he push his knight too hard, forcing an unnecessary sacrifice? As he wrestles with his conscience, Mordred adds that Lancelot left a final message for him. He was apparently very insistent that a particular reinforcement stone should be given to Percival. Reinforcement stone? It takes him a moment, but then a past conversation flashes in his mind, that special wound regeneration stone. A small, bitter smile forms. That clever knight. Even in his last moments, he was still strategizing for his master's sake. Jonghyun takes a deep breath, the weight of his knight's sacrifice settling heavily on his shoulders. but he knows this isn't the time for grief. He turns to Mordred, demanding the information he brought back. With renewed determination, he declares they'll formulate a plan to close that gate, to make sure Lancelot's death meant something. Far away, deep within the enemy's territory, Lancelot's cracked helmet glows with a malevolent red energy. The light swirls around the hand of an ancient, withered mage who has claimed it as his prize. The old man, Sulzan, analyzes the power. It's the unmistakable signature of the undead, and he wonders if a lich is behind it. From the shadows, the massive chameleon lizardman leader emerges, congratulating the mage on capturing a 7th-tier intruder. Sulzan scoffs at the praise, correcting his brutish partner that a thank you is more appropriate. The lizard leader mutters that he's a jerk, but asks what the old mage plans to do with the reinforcement stone they took from the knight. For now, Sulzan will hold on to it, while Lancelot's unarmored, unconscious body lies captive on the cold stone floor. Sulzan smirks, proposing that if they have no other use for the stone, they should invest it in him. The massive chameleon lizardman's eye narrows suspiciously, demanding to know what's in it for him. With a flourish of red energy, the old mage presents his offer: powerful magic scrolls. He promises to craft truly amazing items for his reptilian partner. These scrolls, he explains, allow even non-mages to use magic and are worth a fortune. He guarantees their value, but the lizard leader doesn't seem impressed at all. In fact, he's disgusted, questioning if these are the same scrolls made by stuffing living creatures inside. Sulzan scoffs at the insult, calling his partner a primitive brute for not understanding his masterpieces. But the lizardman fires back, asking if the arcane mages who exiled Sulzan were primitive too. He leans in, voice dripping with venom, and asks how it felt to be cast out by those very same mages. The lizard leader lays down the law. Reinforcement stones are for the Eames, and Sulzan will only use their prisoners for his twisted scrolls. The old mage just scoffs, dismissing his partner as hopelessly narrow-minded. He throws himself back into his chair in a huff, but a sudden noise makes him freeze. Nearby, a grotesque, fleshy sack pulses with a sickening orange light, and then, a heavy armored boot plants itself firmly on the cavern floor. Sulzan's head whips around, demanding to know who dares interrupt them. A colossal knight emerges from the darkness, his presence alone silencing the cave. The name Percival hangs in the air as a skeletal face glares from behind the helmet's visor. Ah, so this must be a friend of the last night, Sulzan thinks, here for some noble revenge. A fiery red aura explodes around him as he dares the newcomer to even try. Not wasting a moment, he unleashes a second circle fireball from a magic scroll, the blast of pure heat rockets towards the silent knight, ready to melt him down. It connects with a massive explosion, engulfing the cavern entrance in a roaring inferno. But as the flames part, a massive, unyielding shield stands firm against the blast. Percival emerges from the fire without so much as a scratch, his armor not even singed. Sulzan just scoffs from his throne, grudgingly admitting the knight is quite sturdy. Fine. If brute force won't work, he'll just have to try something a little stronger. He gestures with his glowing hand, calling upon his powerful scrolls, but nothing happens. A portal to his collection opens, yet the scrolls just hover there, refusing to answer his call. It's as if they're trapped behind an invisible wall, completely out of his reach. The old necromancer can only stare in disbelief, his mind failing to grasp why his power has abandoned him. But far away, a system window confirms the truth. Kim Jong-yum has just remotely seized his entire arsenal. With all the scrolls secured in his subspace, Jong-yum calmly speaks into his headset, letting his team know it's their turn. The signal travels from the sky, down to a small receiver attached to Percival's seemingly impenetrable armor. The voice relays the message, not for the giant knight, but for his hidden partner, Mordred. Sulzan demands to know who this Mordred is, still thinking this is just about his stolen scrolls. But a cold voice echoes from the shadows right behind him, simply saying no. In a flash of violet energy, a dark figure streaks past the necromancer's neck. The assassin Mordred materializes, explaining that's not the name of the thief, it's the name of the one who just killed him. This whole operation began with a simple debrief, Mordred confirming their target was a magician. He identified the man as Sulzan, an old sorcerer exiled from a mysterious place called Arcane. That name clicks for Jeongyum, sparking a memory of his battle with the Night King. He recalls Arcane is a dimension of mages where even the lowest-ranking members are 6th tier. His companion can hardly believe it. The mages of Arcane must be absurdly strong to just banish one. Yongsu scoffs, wondering what's so dangerous about a magician who can't even use magic. But Mordred corrects him. Being banished only made Sulzan killable, not weak. Instead of casting spells directly, the old man had found a workaround. He created scrolls. Mordred explains, these are precious items, storing simple magic that anyone can unleash. And Sulzan didn't just have a few, he mass-produced them, building a personal arsenal. Jeongyum immediately pinpoints the two most critical questions for their survival. Mordred admits he couldn't gather those specific details during his infiltration. However, he can offer a clue based on the ferocity of his own pursuers. His eyes flash with the memory of being hunted. In a flashback, we see him narrowly dodging crimson blasts of pure energy. Each shot tore through the landscape with explosive force. The attacks left behind 3 smoldering craters, still glowing with power. Even while hidden in his ethereal form, Mordred was perplexed by the scene. He couldn't understand why these magicians were relying on scrolls instead of their own magic. Then, a lizardman soldier rushes in to check on his commander, revealing the shocking truth: it was the lizardmen themselves who were hunting him. The lizardman commander barks out a warning: there's an intruder among them. Mordred weighs his options. He could easily escape, but the mystery of the magic scrolls is too valuable to ignore. With their forces dwindling, the commander orders the entrance blocked immediately. But before the soldier can even take a step, a blur of purple energy intercepts him. The guard falls without a sound, taken down by the silent assassin in their midst. This was never about the grunts. Mordred is here for high-value intelligence. He immediately lunges for the leader, leaving no time for it to react. A vicious strike across the face ends the commander's reign in a spray of blood. Looking down at the carnage, Mordred can only scoff at these pathetic creatures. Just then, the true master of this place, Sulzin, appears. Annoyed that his pawns couldn't handle one intruder. Floating in a swirl of red magic, Sulzin sighs, irritated at having to use a valuable scroll. He warns the assassin that his luck has run out, for he has stumbled upon Sulzin himself. Mordred, however, remains completely unfazed, his blade ready in the dim light. Back in the present, Mordred recounts the tale, explaining what he learned from the encounter. The pursuit was fierce, he admits, and it was the reason Lancelot had to sacrifice himself. But Zhang Yim cuts him off, assuring him that no one has the right to judge that decision. He takes responsibility for the pressure, and redirects the team's focus to the Lizardman's Gate. Zhang Yim immediately starts analyzing, deducing that Sulzin scrolls must be rare and costly to make. A military officer continues the briefing, confirming the enemy's leaders are guarding the gate core, but he points out that Sulzin leaving his post to chase one intruder suggests something crucial. It means either Sulzin had to step in because his forces were weak, or he was desperate to stop any intel leaks. Jiang Yum cuts straight to the point, musing that if they can just neutralize the old mage, the rest is easy. The officer agrees, but the real problem is how, and Jiang Yum simply smiles, saying he has a good method. He explains that after reaching Subspace Level 3, he gained a new ability, Category. All items stored in his subspace are now automatically sorted and classified by their attributes. The only downside was that he couldn't create new categories, so anything that didn't fit, like a supercar, couldn't be stored. This was precisely how he was able to snatch that Holy Knight's spear. It conveniently fit the Eames construction materials category. But recently, after defeating that traitor commander, he hit Subspace Level 4, unlocking something new. A system update granted him the ability to create new categories, not just once, but twice. The officer is stunned as the plan clicks into place. If Sulzin uses scrolls, what if they just create a scroll category and steal them all? From high above in their helicopter, Zhang Yum explains his ability's range makes this easy. The assault team chosen to enter the Lizardman's Cave is his sister, the spear wielder Kim Sol, and her partner for this mission, the hulking, silent knight, Percival. Kim Sol smirks, recalling his past as an assault captain, a role he quietly confirms. She says she's looking forward to it, and the knight simply vows to do his best. However, this entire team-up was just a front, because in the end, Kim Sol wouldn't even get a chance to act. To keep her from interfering, Zhang Yom simply tucked her away in his subspace, much to her fury. Deep inside the cave, the lizardmen finally spot the lone intruder and scramble to alert Lord Sulzin. One guard makes a desperate dash to raise the alarm, but he's silenced by a flash of purple light before he can even scream. The infiltration expert, Mordred, had done his part flawlessly, and now, he moves on to the primary target. In an instant, the necromancer Sulzin is dead on the floor. The chameleon leader had barely felt a weak vibration before the assassin appeared and killed his master. He realizes with dawning horror this must be the intruder Sulzin had warned him about. But before he can even process the stealthy kill, a much louder threat emerges. The ground shakes as the hulking knight Percival charges in, axe held high. One of Sulzin's little frog minions can only freeze in terror as the giant's shadow falls over it. With a roar, Percival brings his massive axe down, ready to obliterate the tiny creature. His visor glows with menacing green light, the swing carrying enough force to split the very earth. But just before impact, a flash of blue energy erupts, deflecting the devastating blow. Mordred, the silent assassin, reveals himself. He has one mission, and it's to get that gate core. But his path is instantly blocked by a shimmering blue blade cutting through the air. The chameleon leader emerges from the shadows, warning the knight that he's not touching a thing. He'd heard about the invaders from Seoul, but these two powerful knights were never part of the intel. A glance at Sulzin's corpse fills him with disgust. What a useless magician, dying at a time like this. Realizing the situation is dire, he decides there's only one way out, and crushes the frog minion beneath him. The ground instantly begins to ripple and liquefy, transforming the battlefield under his command. Mordred is left in the dust, wondering how his target just vanished with the gate core. Meanwhile, the chameleon leader rockets upwards, formulating a new strategy on the fly. He reasons that based on his experience, the enemy leader can't be 7th tier, he must be outside, observing. With their main forces now trapped in the cave, he'll take out the commander himself. He bursts through the surface and into the open sky, his eyes locking onto his prey. A single helicopter hangs in the air, proudly marked as the sole representative. He's found them. An alarm suddenly screams through Jongyum's headset as his eyes widen in surprise. A monstrous, reptilian face appears right outside his window, keeping pace with the chopper. But the initial shock fades instantly, replaced by a cold, calculating calm. Leaning into his mic, he gives a single, decisive command. Dispatch. A massive subspace shield materializes just in time, catching the lizardman's jaws with a deafening clang. The sheer force of the impact sends the colossal beast tumbling back, crashing hard into the ground below. But it barely flinches, its thick, scaled hide completely absorbing the blow. With a flick of its tail, it shatters the very shield that just stopped its charge. The creature pauses, recalling whispers of these outsiders and their strangely resilient creations. From his seat, Jongyum calmly assesses its durability, ordering his pilot to maintain the perfect distance. But the commander's eyes narrow. It's already calculated its next move. A strange blue energy suddenly crackles to life, wrapping around its coiling form. It launches itself through the sky like a reptilian missile, a blur of pure power. And with a devastating boom, the lizardman smashes directly into the side of the helicopter. Jongyum can't believe his eyes. Is it using the building's steel frame as a slingshot? The massive creature twists its body, coiling with terrifying power. With a mighty heave, it launches itself into the sky like a living projectile. It hurtles through the air, dead set on its target, only to find empty space where the helicopter should have been. Suddenly, a spray of viscous purple fluid erupts, dousing the monster's face. The helicopter zips past, its rotors flinging the corrosive acid everywhere. Yongsu, the pilot, catches a glimpse of the chaos in his peripheral vision. But a moment later, he screams as the backsplash eats through his sunglasses. Just as disaster strikes, a blue light envelops the chopper. Jongyum's item retrieval activates. The entire helicopter vanishes into a swirling blue vortex. The portal snaps shut, leaving the monster staring at nothing but empty sky. But a second later, a new portal opens, dispatching a pristine, perfect Black Hawk. Inside, both Jongyum and a now safe Yongsu are back in business. The lizardman leader is utterly baffled. What kind of power can just summon a new vehicle? For Jongyum, it's simple. If one breaks, hell, just pull out another from his subspace. But he has a bigger problem. His primary weapon, the H-beam, isn't working. The monster watches cautiously as the chopper approaches, carrying a strange new payload. A bead of sweat rolls down his face. There's only one option left. Should he really try using that? With his mind made up, a brilliant golden power begins to crackle to life. He channels the power not into a weapon, but into a legendary artifact. A golden spear, humming with lightning, materializes out of thin air. The monster's eye narrows in utter disbelief. Where did that come from? It recognizes the weapon with a jolt. That's Raki's spear. But before it can even process that, a second spear slams down right beside the first. Two of them? The lizardman's mind reels. This shouldn't be possible. And as it stands there, stunned, a new threat begins to gather in the sky. From the helicopter, Jongyum unleashes his next move, a second circle ice sphere. The orb fires a concentrated blast of frost, striking the monster's neck, and simultaneously enchanting the golden spear, encasing it in jagged, magical ice. The beast sneers, recognizing the icy magic as one of Solzhen's cheap tricks. It lets out a defiant roar, convinced that these petty attacks could never bring it down. But as it glares at the helicopter, a thought registers. The area around the impact is frozen solid. And that's all the opening Jongyum needs, shouting the command for an item retrieval. A brilliant blue portal envelops the helicopter just as the monster lunges, its jaws snapping on empty air. The chopper vanishes, leaving the beast staring at the two knights standing silently below. Jongyum is yanked back through the shimmering gateway, his escape perfectly timed. The lizardman is left dumbfounded, staring at the system text that reads "Sole Representative" hanging in the sky. He's gone? The marker is there, but the person is not. What kind of ability is this? It then notices the lingering portal energy, realizing the duplicated spears and this vanishing act are all connected. But just as the lizardman registers the lingering energy, its reptilian eye snaps upward in alarm. Because Jongyum didn't just run, he regrouped, handing out powerful magic scrolls to his entire party. And now they stare down from a newly opened portal, a firing squad ready to rain hell from above. With a single, brutal command, Jongyum orders them to unleash everything they have. The monster looks up to see a massive shadow blotting out the sky, hurtling towards it. It's a barrage of second circle magic, a volley of powerful ice sphere spells. The first shards of freezing energy slam into its hide, eliciting a roar of shock and pain. Before it can even muster a defense, the full, devastating force of the attack engulfs it completely. The beast shrieks, its massive body being flash-frozen and torn apart by the arcane blizzard, a perfectly executed ambush, leaving the once mighty creature utterly shattered. With the monster fallen, Jongyum shouts for his team to fall back, already calling on packs for the next phase. A Black Hawk helicopter materializes out of thin air, ready for him and his pilot, Yongsu. Without a moment's hesitation, the chopper whirls to life, ascending into the sky. From his new aerial vantage point, Jongyum confirms his target is still completely frozen solid. Seeing his opening, he leaps from the open door of the helicopter while the beast is helpless. He lands perfectly, ready to command the final, overwhelming assault. With a furious roar, he gives the order to pour everything they have on the immobilized creature. His team is already waiting: Kim Sol, Baek Minwoo, and even Mordred, all armed with powerful magic. Down below, the chameleon leader can only watch, its entire body locked in a prison of ice. Its reptilian eye glares with pure hatred, powerless to do anything but await its impending doom. The first spell detonates, a blinding cross of pure holy light that signals the beginning of the end. A storm of magic scrolls rains down fireballs, ice spheres, and lightning strikes all at once. The lesser lizardmen caught in the crossfire don't even have time to scream before they're vaporized. It's a relentless, multicolored bombardment of pure, destructive energy, a torrent of spells with no escape. When the light finally fades and the smoke begins to clear, nothing but dust and ash remains. Kim Jong-yeom stands in the aftermath, his expression completely unreadable as he surveys his work. But instead of celebrating, he has a simple question for the dying beast before him. Standing atop its massive, smoldering body, he asks why they were so desperate to invade his world. The chameleon leader's eye flickers with the last of its life, whispering that they had no choice. No choice? Jong-yeom is perplexed, but the beast, whom Mordred calls Coco, simply says he won't understand. With its final breath, the beast warns that Jong-yeom's world won't last, and soon he'll be forced to hunt other dimensions himself. It's a universal system, Coco whispers, before its reptilian eye finally glazes over and shuts for good. The life fades from its massive form, marking the end of the Lizardman King. A system alert confirms the kill, transferring the enemy's dimensional account and boosting Jong-yeom's magic stones to over 17,000. Jong-yeom is just left baffled, unable to process the talk of a system or why they felt they had no choice but to invade. Mordred's voice cuts through his thoughts, reminding him that while the leader is dead, the gate core is still active. He saw the beast swallow it earlier, a desperate move to protect it from being destroyed. The realization dawns on Jong-yeom then. That means the core is somewhere inside this massive corpse. They have to find the gate core, buried somewhere within the giant lizard's body. But Mordred simply tells his lord not to worry, implying he already has this handled. Mordred calmly explains that back in his home dimension, his kind were known for dissecting and dismantling corpses, just like this one. With a single command, he and the other knights dive into the beast's maw to find the gate core. As they work, another system alert confirms the dimensional account transfer, adding over 33,000 units. Jong-yeom's magic stone balance skyrockets past 50,000, but his attention is on the receding terraforming. In what feels like an instant, Mordred is already back, calling out to his lord. Jong-yeom turns, shocked at how quickly he finished the job. The blood-spattered knight explains they found something else while destroying the core. He opens his hand, revealing 3 brilliantly glowing red gems, an unexpected treasure, a bonus prize from the belly of the beast. Jong-yeom immediately uses the reinforcement stones, officially appointing his newest subordinate. A torrent of power reforges the fallen king as Knight Lancelot, 7th tier of Camelot. At the same time, a system alert declares their total victory. The Incheon area is being restored to Earth. A brilliant flash of light washes over the battlefield, erasing the alien corruption. The grotesque terraforming shatters and dissolves like a bad dream, and in its place stands Lancelot, clad once more in his pristine silver armor. Jong-yeom looks back, a sense of relief and gratitude washing over him. He turns to his knight, offering a simple, though admittedly late, thank you. Lancelot's 4 crimson eyes glow from within his helmet, silently observing his new master. He humbly states he only did his duty, but Jong-yeom knows that's a feat in itself. Jong-yeom gives his new knight a simple lesson. When someone thanks you, you just take the compliment. The once proud Night King actually seems flustered, stammering an apology before finally saying thank you back. A faint, satisfied smile spreads across Jong-yeom's face, one step closer to taming the beast. His attention is suddenly pulled upwards by the unmistakable sound of approaching aircraft, and right on cue, a fleet of military helicopters descends upon the reclaimed city of Incheon. This victory was massive. It was the last major enemy stronghold in the entire country. But Jong-yeom isn't celebrating just yet, knowing countless primitive monsters still roam the land. The long, arduous task of hunting them all down and rebuilding has only just begun. Lieutenant Colonel Park rushes out to meet him, explaining he came as soon as the terraforming vanished. The officer stares in utter disbelief at the colossal lizardman corpse, asking how on earth they managed it. Back at the base, a feast is suddenly laid out, starting with a perfect bowl of jjajangmyeon. Followed by spicy seafood noodles, a full-course meal appears out of nowhere. Jeongyum can't believe his eyes. Actual Chinese food in a world overrun by monsters? The explanation, it turns out, began right after Minwoo's mother was rescued and healed. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she wanted to treat her saviors, but the researcher politely refused. But when she heard Jeongyum's Subspace could provide unlimited ingredients, an idea sparked. She knew a friend who was a master at cooking, and immediately offered to ask for help. And so, ingredients from packs were sent to Chef Ju Wong-sik, a legendary cook from Chinatown. For the chef, being able to cook for people again in this broken world was a true blessing, and that heartfelt dedication was poured into every single dish made for the exhausted fighters. Jeongyum is still stunned. Even with unlimited ingredients, how could one chef make all this? Turns out, the chef only made one of each dish. His sister Kim Sol doesn't care, just stuffing her face. The rest was perfectly duplicated by packs, turning master cuisine into an infinite, on-demand supply. This means they can now enjoy fresh, gourmet Chinese food, anytime, anywhere. So after their hard-fought victory against the lizardmen, the entire group enjoys a well-deserved celebratory feast. But in the middle of the happy occasion, Minwoo's mother suddenly feels a wave of nausea. She covers her mouth, trying to suppress it, but her distress is obvious. Her son and the others immediately notice, asking if she's all right or ate something bad. She weakly tries to brush it off, saying it's nothing. But she can't hide her pained expression. But Kim Sol and the cafe worker lean in, asking more specific questions, symptoms that sound oddly familiar. Minwoo's mother is stunned as the women piece together her symptoms. Kim Sol hits her with the shocking realization those sound like signs of pregnancy. And just like that, we flash back to the moment the whole family found out. Jeongyum's brother confirmed it was true, and the room erupted in applause. Yongsu nudges Jeongyum, congratulating him on becoming an uncle. The team is instantly swept up in the joy, already planning what to buy for the new baby. But where there is good news, bad news is never far behind. The celebration is abruptly interrupted by Lieutenant Colonel Park Inbo with an urgent message. He tells Jeongyum there's a priority call from the operations chief that he needs to take. On the other end of the line, a soldier stands ready to relay the grim report. Jeongyum can barely process the words, his mind reeling from the sudden shift. The operations chief confirms his worst fears. The apocalyptic terraforming is now spreading to their borders. Intelligence from the remaining hotlines paints a grim picture. This disaster is regional, and they're next. From one side, toxic gas bleeds from the Beijing Gate, while from the other, poisoned water surges from Fukuoka. Trying to get a handle on the chaos, Jeongyum demands to know which threat is the most severe. The answer from the chief is chilling. They're both catastrophic, but there's a more immediate problem. With a heavy heart, he explains that the toxic gas from the Beijing Gate is a major concern, but the true nightmare is what's coming with it. A swarm of monstrous insects. The creatures are a horrifying vanguard, a sign that the poisonous air will soon follow. The mission is clear, but the chief admits the military can't handle it alone. They need to close the gate, and they need him. Jeongyum smirks grimly. He knows this is far more than a simple request. With the entire peninsula on the brink of becoming a living hell, there's no choice but to act. He immediately shifts to logistics, asking about the plan to get into China. After confirming the details with the 3rd Guard Unit, he ends the call, his departure set for the evening. With thoughts of his family's future, he hardens his resolve it's time to cleanse the earth. Before anything else, he commands packs to pour a massive 30,000 magic stones into leveling up his subspace. As dusk settles, the upgrade process runs its course. A chime signals completion. New functions are now available for him to unlock, and the first new ability is a game changer. The power to install his own portals. Without a moment's hesitation, he spends the stones, and a swirling vortex of energy tears open reality before him. Jeongyum analyzes his new creation, immediately realizing this installed portal is a different beast entirely. For one, it's completely fixed in place, no more yanking people into his dimension against their will. It also has no physical presence, meaning he can't use it as an emergency shield anymore. But its true strength lies in granting permission, letting allies voluntarily step inside to escape danger. He stands ready at the departure point, a smirk on his face. This is a true cheat-level ability for support and logistics. His friend Minwoo approaches, asking if he's really leaving for China right away. Minwoo smiles, proud of how far he's come, and offers his own strength as an awakened swordsman if ever needed. Jeongyum thanks him for the support, sharing a quiet moment of camaraderie before the big mission. Then, with a sudden whoosh, the portal snaps shut, and he is gone. With a final, confident thumbs up, Jeongyum and his pilot are ready for launch. His friend Minwoo watches from below as the military chopper roars to life and lifts off the ground. It soars over the city, a silhouette against the setting sun, carrying Korea's hope off to China. But elsewhere, a man stands before a sleek, futuristic aircraft, calling for someone named James. He announces that their contacts from the Joint Chiefs, the ones for the China mission, have arrived. A heavy boot thuds against the concrete from underneath the massive vehicle. Pushing up the heavy hatch with sheer strength is a grease-stained, muscular mechanic. With a flashlight clenched between his teeth, he grumbles, wondering why they're already here. He gestures to the chaotic mess of wires and tools, complaining that the modifications aren't even finished. Outside a massive hangar, the mission to China officially begins with a salute. A man introduces himself as Captain Park Chil-hwan of the 3rd Guard Unit. Kim Jong-yeom and his ever-cool pilot Young-soo return the formal greeting. The captain explains that he received orders to prepare their transportation. And what a transport it is, a massive C-130J sits waiting on the tarmac. He proudly boasts that this beast can reach Beijing with ease, flying twice the speed of a Black Hawk. Young-soo's eyes light up, recognizing the plane as the type used for special forces in spy movies. The captain confirms his guess but adds that the modifications aren't quite finished yet. He explains they're installing minimal defensive capabilities for the likely monster attacks en route. Young-soo finally understands the bright lights under the plane, realizing the engineers are still at work, as they're told the wait will be short. Jong-yeom's jaw practically hits the floor when the captain casually mentions there's only one engineer. One person modifying a military transport of this size? He can't wrap his head around it, but the captain confirms it's true. The engineer's name is James, and he's described as quite the character, leaving Young-soo to wonder if he's an awakened. Just then, the captain points him out, saying it looks like he's just finished his work. Heavy combat boots clomp across the tarmac, announcing the arrival of this supposed super mechanic. And walking out of the sunset is a mountain of a man, covered in grease and looking like he just wrestled the plane into submission. This is James, the one-man engineering crew, looking utterly exhausted but undeniably capable. He holds up a small, glowing blue component, getting straight to the point. He admits that visually, not much has changed, because he didn't modify the main body at all. Instead, he focused on reinforcing the underside, explaining that at this speed, monsters won't be flying alongside it. Captain Park explains that James is an awakened with a mechanic ability, an old aircraft engineer who got stranded here. Jong-yeom listens, initially thinking the ability was just a small boost to his existing skills. But a cold sweat breaks as he realizes the truth. This guy, he's something else entirely. He looks up at the transport plane, its entire belly transformed into a fortress of menacing spikes. Even Baek Min-woo is speechless, completely baffled by how such a massive modification was even possible. After confirming the plane is operational, Jong-yeom distributes food and supplies to the grateful survivors. He offers a share to James, noting again that holding a magic stone seems to enable their conversation. He knows how desperate people are in this world, constantly hiding from monsters and racked with hunger. So while everyone else is overjoyed, James just eats his meal with a strange, vacant look. Even when offered a masterpiece from a top-class chef, he shows no emotion, just a profound indifference. But Jong-yeom notices the one thing that actually catches the man's attention, telling Pax to retrieve the untouched meal. Suddenly, a spark of life ignites in James's eyes, a faint blue energy crackling around him. His gaze isn't on the food or the people, it's locked onto the little Pax drone, a deep fascination with machines. With a jolt, James is on his feet, his attention completely captivated. Jong-yeom can't believe it. He refuses a gourmet meal, but gets this excited over a robot? He wonders if this guy is a true machine fanatic, a gearhead of the highest order. Maybe, just like his pilot Young-soo, James has some kind of wild mechanical dream, and that's when it clicks. Jong-yeom knows he has to scout this man. Right here, right now. Unable to restrain himself, he makes his move, asking James to consider joining him. James just stares back, a flicker of genuine confusion finally breaking through his empty gaze. Jong-yeom lays out his offer, explaining his ability provides access to all kinds of machines, free to use and safe from monsters. He paints a grand vision of them helping people together, only to be shut down by a single, cold word from James. No. James is blunt. They just met. On what grounds should he possibly trust him? Jong-yeom is completely stunned. And he's got a point. For a moment, our hero is totally stumped, with absolutely no comeback. Flustered, Jong-yeom stammers that he just thought their abilities would be a good match, trying to play it cool. He awkwardly prepares to leave, thanking James for his work. But James suddenly cuts in, asking if Jong-yeom just wants to use his ability. Caught off guard, Jong-yeom can only admit that yes, that's exactly what he wants. James then reveals his true price. He doesn't have time to build trust, but he has one condition. Take him to America. He'll lend his power, but only until they get there. He holds out a glowing blue core, sealing his proposal. Jong-yeom processes this unexpected turn, so it's a simple trade. His ability in exchange for a trip to the States. Jong-yeom mulls it over. A trip to America feels like a raw deal, and he can't help but wonder what James' real motive is. He decides to ask directly, guessing that maybe James is trying to find his family. But James has no family. Instead, there's a place he's determined to reclaim, and he admits Jeongyum's power makes him feel safe enough to try. Jeongyum explains it won't be immediate. He has to close gates in China, and then Japan first. The mechanic is surprisingly reasonable, agreeing to wait as long as the promise is eventually fulfilled. A confident smirk plays on Jeongyum's lips. He promises to take James back to his hometown, and to commemorate their new deal, he unleashes a massive, swirling vortex of his subspace energy, catching James completely off guard. The powerful mechanic can only stare in utter shock, realizing he's dealing with a monster of a completely different caliber. The world seems to warp as a colossal dome of energy expands from Jeongyum, a casual display of his true, overwhelming power. With a deafening boom, an entire arsenal of military hardware materializes from the vortex. Jeongyum casually tells the stunned mechanic that all these machines are his to do with as he pleases. He smirks, calling it a small gift, a down payment on their promise, before turning to leave. As Jeongyum walks away, James is left standing alone in a brand new, fully stocked hangar. Our boy can't help but admire his own work, thinking that was an incredibly charismatic exit. But James is just speechless. Hez just leaving all this priceless hardware here like it's nothing? What kind of impossible ability was this? It was only later that he would understand. While he was out here, Jeongyum had been distributing supplies, and James curses himself for missing it. If he'd known the true scale of that power, he would have followed him without a second thought. But James was left behind, watching the night sky as his new partner flew off to another country. And far away, in another corner of the world, the sun sets on a different kind of apocalypse. Here, the skyscrapers aren't just empty, they're infested. Hordes of giant, disgusting cockroaches skitter across every surface. A living tide of chitin and legs, covering the city in a writhing carpet of death. But even among these monsters, there is a king. A colossal praying mantis, whose head swivels to track a new meal in the sky. Inside a military transport plane, the pilot sweats, thinking the lizardmen were a walk in the park compared to this as he announces their descent. The plane comes in hot, smashing through the swarm in a desperate crash landing. It skids to a halt in a graveyard of wrecked aircraft, immediately swarmed by flying predators. But just as the situation looks hopeless, a brilliant blue portal tears open the sky right beside them. And from that tear in reality, a brilliant blue energy descends upon the ruined airfield. The portal solidifies, crackling with power as it stabilizes in this hostile new world. A single, armored foot steps through, planting itself firmly on the scorched earth. It's Lancelot, Jeongyum's knight, standing tall and radiating an aura of absolute dominance. He turns back to the portal, reporting to his master that it seems safe to emerge now. But Jeongyum is having a bit of trouble, fumbling with some gear and asking if there are any bugs around. He complains that he can't stand insects. Even the toxic gas is more manageable for him. Lancelot confirms the immediate area is clear but warns that something waits for them just ahead. With his gas mask finally secure, Jeongyum steps out, looking more like a cleanup crew than a hero. Hess immediately greeted by a man who's been waiting, confirming they're the team from Korea. This new arrival introduces himself with a formal gesture. He is Wonyang of the Red River. He leads them through the desolate city, where toxic ash falls like snow. Their destination is a ruined hotel, a grim landmark in this wasteland. Wonyang cautiously leads the way inside, peering back into the gloom. He confirms that thankfully, none of the insects they encountered earlier have followed them. With a soft click, he slides open a door, welcoming them to his humble shelter. Jeongyum remains silent, unimpressed, as Lancelot curtly accepts the hospitality. But before they can relax, Wonyang gestures for them to wait, a serious look on his face. A brilliant blue energy suddenly erupts from his hands, enveloping him and his followers. They begin a strange purification ritual, their eyes glowing as they cleanse the air around them. The purifying light fades, and Wonyang checks on his followers, who seem to have recovered from the poison. He turns to Jeongyum and Lancelot, explaining that he's expelled the toxins with his inner energy, so their masks are no longer needed. Inner energy? Jeongyum is curious. Wonyang confirms it's a unique power awakened only by those from the martial arts world. He begins to tell their story, of ancient martial arts schools that have secretly existed throughout China for centuries. When the world changed and monsters appeared, these reclusive schools also saw members awaken with incredible abilities. But their powers were different from the varied abilities Jeongyum knew, like his own subspace or a dedicated healing class. Instead, every single martial arts awakened wielded a common power source, a mysterious force they called inner energy. By shaping this energy with their will and individual fighting styles, they became warriors of immense power. Recognizing their strength, the Chinese government quickly recruited them to form an elite monster hunting force. And the leader of this faction, a man known as Wonyang of the Red River, is the very same person standing before them now. Wonyang admits that while they are awakened, the martial artists are a unique breed. They had been successfully fighting for the government until the bidding competition began. Beijing, being twice the size of Seoul, had 2 competitions and the dimension they won was named Beelzebub. He pauses, his reflection swirling in his tea, as he recalls their critical mistake, underestimating the enemy. They knew about the toxic gas, but had no idea just how deadly it would be. The poison was so potent that regular soldiers and awakened died on contact. Even his martial artists, who could detoxify, found their inner energy completely drained just trying to survive. With their best fighters neutralized, the gate opened, and a tide of insectoid monsters swarmed the city. This toxic gas, he explains, is a perfect counter to them, as it turns the very air they need to cultivate energy into a weapon. But as Wunyang grimly states they're running out of time, Jiang Yam suddenly cuts him off. Jiang Yam interrupts, putting the pieces together. Wunyang's people gain strength from fresh air. The Red River leader confirms, a little confused by the sudden question. With a confident smirk, Jiang Yam tells him to just wait a moment. He'll be right back. He casually opens a shimmering blue portal, leaving Wunyang completely stunned. Inside his subspace, he pulls up a product he'd stored away, premium canned air. He thinks for a moment, realizing buying it is inefficient. He just needs the contents. Using his laboratory ability, he'll extract the air, remove the cans, and stack the pure oxygen. Then he'll register the massive air block and set it to automatically teleport to the martial artists. Back in the room, one of the meditating elders' eyes snaps open, feeling a sudden rush of pure energy. But as his men are being revitalized, the true enemy of Beijing stirs in the shadows. Suddenly, a wave of pure energy erupts throughout the training hall. It crackles through the air, a cool, clean mist spreading in an instant. The stale, polluted atmosphere is completely blown away. One of the elders takes a deep, shuddering breath, and for the first time in ages, feels pure, untainted air fill his lungs. His eyes widen in disbelief, wondering where this impossible freshness is coming from. Wunyang looks around, but his men are already feeling it too, a revitalizing wave of energy. He's completely stunned, unable to comprehend what is happening. All around the room, the martial artists' gaunt complexions begin to improve. Then they see it, a giant, crackling orb of pure oxygen materializing right above them. Wunyang stares in utter shock at the crackling energy source. He instantly recognizes it. This glowing portal is Kim Jong-yeom's ability. A quiet ah escapes his lips as the full weight of the situation hits him. He remembers how desperate things were when they first called the Korean military for help. Their world was suffocating under toxic gas and swarms of insects they couldn't control. When he reported their dire situation, he was stunned that the colonel readily agreed to help. He'd thought their confidence was pure arrogance, promising to arrive by the next morning. How could they possibly deal with the same plague that had brought his people to their knees? But now, standing in this purified air, Wunyang realizes his mistake. He was the arrogant one. He finally understands why they were so relaxed. They possess an ability beyond his comprehension. Jong Yum stands there, slightly taken aback by the sudden shift in tone. To his shock, Wunyang suddenly performs a deep, formal bow. He sincerely apologizes for the trouble caused, and promises his people will never forget this favor. Flustered, Jong Yum waves his hands, telling him to raise his head. This is about their mutual survival. But Wunyang explains that Jong Yum's ability has changed everything, allowing them to accumulate inner energy instead of losing it. Realizing this, he suggests they can now afford to take a breather. He proposes a new plan. They will make their move in 3 days' time. Jong Yum agrees, but then adds with a grin that if they're going to recover, they should do it properly. Before Wunyang can even process what that means, a massive feast materializes, and his revitalized people immediately dig in with everything they've got. Having feasted, a revitalized Wunyang gives a sparkling thumbs up. Hez more than impressed. Hez ready for a counterattack. Now, it's time to discuss strategy, and he's taking the lead at the whiteboard. Wunyang begins to sketch, explaining the insect monsters are larger and emit a toxic gas. Most are 8th or 9th tier, but the sheer numbers make them a huge problem, with a few 7th tiers mixed in. He gives a simple rule. If you see a swarm, they're weak. If it's alone and looks strong, it's a 7th tier. But as he's about to reveal the gate locations, someone in the room senses a disturbance. Lancelot turns, his nightly senses tingling as he peers out the window. Outside, a massive hotel begins to shake violently, dust and debris falling from its frame. The entire building rumbles as a brilliant flash of energy erupts from the main entrance. A massive, chitinous tail smashes against the building, shaking the very foundations of the city. Lancelot turns to his master, reporting with grim certainty that the new threat has appeared. He struggles for words, admitting it's a life form unlike anything he's ever seen before. With a terrifying skittering sound, the creature bursts forth from the ruined hotel. A colossal armored centipede emerges from the dust, its eyes glowing with malice. The sheer scale of its armored head is enough to instill primal fear in anyone watching. It closes the distance in an instant, a horrifying blur of scuttling legs. Jong Yum is both disgusted and shocked, exclaiming its speed feels more like a 6th tier monster. but Wunyang calmly corrects his assessment, identifying it as a rank 8 centipede. Stunned, Jeongyum questions how a rank 8 can look so strong, and Wunyang simply confirms that it is. Wunyang casually adds that compared to grasshoppers or hornets, this centipede is nothing special. Suddenly, a new voice cuts in, asking about the rank 8 monster. It's his sister, Kim Sol, and she's been getting bored just waiting around, claiming the centipede for herself. She cracks her knuckles, complaining that she gets stressed out if she doesn't get to move. And with a blur of motion, she's gone. Jeongyum calls out for her to wait, but she's already a streak in the distance. He turns to Wunyang with a confident smirk, reassuring him that his sister is freakishly strong. Wunyang's only concern, however, is whether she's prepared for the toxic gas, which catches Jeongyum completely off guard. He stares back, utterly confused. What toxic gas? But it's too late. His sister is already airborne, her fist crackling with immense power as she dives toward the monster. Her fist ignites with a blinding golden aura, a grin of pure battle lust on her face. The impact is catastrophic, a shockwave of energy obliterating the point of contact on the centipede's head. Back on the rooftop, Wunyang warns Jeongyum that this won't work. The toxic gas and tough shell are too much for anyone. He decides to step in, calling for his student, Guan Ryong, telling her there's no time to waste. Hell face the monster himself while she prepares to treat Kim Sol's inevitable injuries. But before they can even make a move, a thunderous crack echoes from the fight below. Everyone freezes, turning to the source of that impossible sound. Wunyang's calm expression shatters, his eyes widening in pure disbelief. Because down on the battlefield, his sister's fist is glowing, completely unharmed. She stands victorious atop the centipede, its armored head utterly caved in from a single, overwhelming punch. Wunyang is floored. Even he would need to use a significant amount of internal power to crack that shell. How could someone who doesn't even know internal energy manage it with what looks like a basic fist technique? Guan Ryong is just as confused, thinking it looked like a simple punch. But Jeongyum watches on, knowing better. Then, the realization hits Wunyang like a bolt of lightning. A body so naturally gifted, could it be the legendary Heaven's Martial body? The moment of triumph is cut short as Kim Sol doubles over, coughing up blood from the recoil. Snapping out of his awe, Wunyang shouts for Guan Ryong to cover him. They have to treat her internal injuries immediately. With the centipede dealt with, the team regroups to resume their original plan, conquering the insect gate. Wunyang lays out the first major problem. The polluted air inside the gate's territory severely hampers movement. Secondly, the sheer number of bugs is nearly impossible to manage, and the deadly rank 7s are still lurking somewhere inside. His elder adds the final, crushing detail. They have a hard deadline of only 3 days to close the gate for good. Wunyang lays out the grim reality. Their only shot is a lightning, fast surgical strike on the gate core at Baekmang Mountain. He warns that it's a suicide mission. The bugs will get exponentially more aggressive the closer they get to the core. It's reckless, he admits, but it's their only option, which is why they need every last scrap of power they can get. Kim Sol just blinks, completely caught off guard by where this conversation is heading. To that end, Wunyang suggests they pass on their techniques, proposing a sparring match to gauge her skills. Guan Ryong eagerly steps forward, noting that Kim Sol's unarmed style would benefit greatly from her martial arts training. Kim Sol hesitates, grateful for the healing and the offer, but she wonders if this is really necessary. But Guan Ryong is confident, assuring her that in terms of skill, she's second only to Master Wunyang himself. A slight smile touches Kim Sol's lips as she finally agrees with a playful warning not to blame her if Guan Ryong gets seriously hurt. Completely missing the undertone, Guan Ryong formally bows, ready to grant her instruction. With a confident smirk, Kim Sol settles into her fighting stance, ready to begin. She wastes no time, exploding forward in a flash of golden energy to press the attack. The spar begins in a flurry of motion, the two women trading powerful blows as the others watch. Wunyang is deeply impressed, recognizing the advanced martial arts techniques in her form. Jeongyum, however, remains completely unimpressed, seeing nothing more than basic punches. He quietly notes that it's a shame she's a brawler, wishing she specialized in swords instead. Wunyang overhears this, revealing that he himself is a sword practitioner and offers to teach Jeongyum. Jeongyum immediately declines but then counters, asking if he could bring a friend to learn in his place. While Wunyang considers this surprising offer, the narration explains Kim Sol's incredible adaptability. She's already merging her unique abilities with their martial arts, proving to be a true prodigy. Kim Sol unleashes a new technique, the barrier stacking strike, though her brother seems to see no difference. Wunyang, however, gives an approving thumbs up, seeing the clear connection to true martial arts. He compares her talent to that of peak masters drawing on the world's natural energy. It reminds Jeongyum that his friend, Minwoo, will also be growing stronger under Wunyang's tutelage. With everyone else leveling up, he can't just sit around and watch. He decides to use his newly upgraded Subspace lab to craft a weapon for the bug infestation. His first brainstorm session for an insect-killing item yields a simple idea: an electric bug zapper. The simulation quickly shows that while it might work on a fly, it's useless against a giant centipede. Trying to scale it up proves to be a massive waste of magic stones for terrible efficiency. Jeongyum sighs in frustration. This weapon design business is harder than he thought. He's hit a wall. He wants to build something, but knows nothing about engineering or electronics. His mind drifts to simpler, cruder ideas, like just dropping H-beams from a chopper. But that's too risky and inefficient, honestly. He just wants to douse the bugs in pesticide. A voice suddenly chimes in from behind him, repeating his last thought. He turns to see his sister-in-law, who calmly suggests that making pesticide is actually possible. She asks if they should give it a try, leaving Jeongyum completely baffled. How could she possibly help with something like this? His mind goes blank. Then a memory flashes back the day he finally pulled his family into the subspace. He remembers his brother, crying with relief, explaining how they survived thanks to his wife's new power. It all clicks. Amidst the joy of their reunion, he'd completely forgotten. She awakened as an alchemist. With a brilliant smile, she reminds him that he's not the only awakened in the family. She's actually been using his subspace lab this whole time, but he's been too busy to notice. Getting straight to the point, she asks him exactly what kind of pesticide he needs. Jeongyam turns to face the monstrous specimen inside his lab, his mind now racing. He needs something potent, a super pesticide capable of wiping out the entire swarm. His thoughts drift to the desolate, ruined cityscapes he's had to fight through. He remembers the horrors, cockroaches the size of small cars skittering through the rubble, giant grasshoppers and mantids, towering over the wreckage like living siege weapons, an endless, chittering tide of monstrous bugs that have consumed the world. And out on the battlefield, warriors like Wunyang are fighting for their lives against that very swarm. In just 3 days, Wunyang feels he's reached his absolute peak physical condition. His inner energy is boiling, his meridians perfectly balanced a state he owes entirely to Jeongyam. He's wondering how he can possibly repay this debt when a swarm of insects is spotted ahead. This is their chance. He rallies his fellow martial artists, declaring it's their turn to step up. He's ready to pour out all his built-up energy and annihilate the filthy creatures himself. At least, that was the grand plan. Before he can even make a move, a strange green liquid soars right over their heads. It impacts the front line of the swarm, and the insects begin to dissolve, screeching in agony. Their carapaces melt away as their death cries echo across the wasteland. Wunyang can only stare, utterly bewildered, realizing this devastating weapon was created in just 3 days. A bitter thought crosses Wunyang's mind. While he was cultivating energy, Jeongyam was actually solving the problem. From behind his gas mask, Jeongyam smirks, noting the pesticide's performance is absolutely killer. The bugs twitch and dissolve on the ground, their bodies melting under the potent green spray. Turns out, this was all thanks to Seun, who's been using the Subspace Lab's hologram tech for a while. She explains that the convenient setup allowed her to brew various potions, just in case they were ever needed. She modestly claims she hasn't made anything too outstanding yet, but is glad she could help. Jeongyam can only laugh, telling her she's dead wrong. This stuff is unbelievable. Lancelot continues the extermination. The mist harmless to humans, but a death sentence for the swarm. It might not work on the strongest monsters, but Jeongyam declares his sister-in-law is the best for this. Their journey now leads them to the source of the infestation, the once beautiful Baiwan Mountain, now a dungeon. Inside, Wunyang, the leader of the Red River faction, stares out the window, his expression grim. He turns, explaining that while the insecticide was a godsend for the city, the real challenge has just begun. Their target, Baiwan Mountain, is a place his people have tried and failed to conquer many times. Each attempt to destroy the gate core was met with a furious, overwhelming swarm of insects. He notes that the mindless bugs seem to instinctively know they must protect the core at all costs. Jeongyam listens as Wunyang continues to list his worries, from new bug types to the hostile terrain. But our boy just smirks, cutting him off, telling him he understands the concern but they came prepared. He gestures to Lancelot, reminding them that if the bugs are 7th tier, well, so is his knight. With a disarming smile, he tells them not to worry. He's got this completely under control. But the scene flashes to a memory of pure terror, as Jeongyam's eyes widen in a gas mask, facing something truly horrifying. And there it is, the source of his dread, a locust the size of a building looming over them. Back in that moment, Jeongyam could only recoil, utterly disgusted by the sheer scale of the bug. But as he processed it, a question surfaced. How could a simple, oversized insect possibly be 7th tier? It made no sense. They weren't like the lizardmen, who had a clear hierarchy and power structure. He remembers Lancelot's explanation about how lower lifeforms gain power, a primitive, brutal method. The goblins used a shortcut, a twisted ritual to mimic this process, but it wasn't the true path. The original way for mindless creatures is far simpler. Kill, devour magic stones, and absorb power through sacrifice. That's what these bugs are. 7th tier primitive lifeforms, born strong by devouring countless others. Snapping back to the present, a flash of brilliant blue energy erupts from Jeongyum's position. He's not waiting for an invitation, instantly deploying his subspace to form a wall of shields. The subspace shields aren't just for defense. They unload a barrage of energy bolts directly into the locust's face. But the real problem for the beast is the strange, bubbling mire that has completely immobilized its legs. Jeongyum is stunned that even a powerful H-beam attack failed, but Lancelot clarifies its magic holding the creature. Without warning, the researcher designated number 2 sprints off, yelling that her team will take care of it. Jeongyum shouts after her in frustration. She's rushing in without the holy spear needed for the job, but Lancelot remains strangely still, his attention drifting away from the immediate fight. His glowing red eyes narrow as he senses an anomaly, something that feels completely out of place. He turns his gaze from the trapped locust and scans the dark, quiet woods nearby. What he sees makes no sense. The trees themselves have begun to shift and move. The ground itself is coming alive, and Lancelot realizes this is no ordinary forest. Lancelot dismisses Jeongyum's hope the holy spear didn't work. His eyes narrow with a grim realization. That wasn't a tree they were looking at. With a ground-shaking tremor, he confirms the horrifying truth: it's a leg. Jeongyum whips his head around, startled by the immense sound echoing through the area, and then he sees it. A gargantuan spider, so massive it makes the giant locust look like a pet. The sheer scale of the creature leaves Jeongyum utterly speechless. He can only mutter to himself about how insane the continental scale truly is. But Lancelot is already a step ahead, calmly telling his lord they must climb onto the new insect's body. He quickly explains his strategy. The spider's back is a blind spot, a safe zone from both monsters. Impressed by the flawless logic, Jeongyum agrees, his faith in the night fully restored. Taking charge, Jeongyum bellows the order for everyone to climb onto the spider's back. Wonyoung doesn't question it for a second, immediately leading his people in a mad dash toward the creature. They move with blinding speed, a blur of motion as they race to execute the insane plan. Lancelot, with Jeongyum on his back, scales the spider's hairy leg with ease. Soon, the whole party is gathered on the monster's back, a temporary island in a sea of chaos. Lancelot suggests a focused attack, but Jeongyum quickly shuts the idea down. Has already analyzed the situation. The locust shell is far too durable for that to work. Their attacks barely scratch it, and trying to wear it down would take far too long. Just as he's explaining the danger, the giant locust's terrifying, unblinking eyes find them. With a vicious snap, it lashes out, its massive limb cutting through the air toward them. Jeongyum has a flash of insight, pointing wildly as he barks out a frantic, unexpected command. The others barely have time to process, scrambling to react as the situation spirals. It's because the giant locust has locked on, its predatory gaze promising annihilation. With a terrifying lunge, it brings its massive leg down to crush them all. "Everyone jump off!" Jeongyum screams, his plan changing in a split second. Wonyoung and the others leap without hesitation, abandoning their now doomed perch. The locust strike connects with earth-shattering force, obliterating the giant spider beneath it. Lancelot lands perfectly, throwing his body over his master to shield him from the shockwave. Wonyoung stumbles to his feet, utterly bewildered by the sudden, violent chaos. But his confusion turns to alarm as he spots a strange, purple light in the distance. That strange purple light was the spider's blood, now pooling on the ground. From the carnage, the giant locust emerges, its unblinking red eye locking onto its new meal. With a sickening crunch, it begins to devour the very monster it was just fighting alongside. The behemoth casually rips apart its former ally, a truly brutal display of nature. Jeongyum watches in disbelief, asking Lancelot if he's seeing this right. A sudden realization dawns on him. They're just bugs, with no real concept of allies. Their intelligence is low, programmed only to attack the nearest target without thinking. And in that fatal flaw, Jeongyum sees their path to victory. He points. They're not running anymore. He orders everyone to climb onto the locust's back. Using the dust as cover while its vision is impaired, they make their move. With a heavy thud, Jeongyum and Lancelot dig their feet in, relieved that everyone made it up safely. But the relief is short-lived as he holds his breath, wondering if the giant bug has noticed them. The locust's massive, unblinking red eye swivels, a void of primal hunger. Its gargantuan head turns slowly, scanning the desolate battlefield. The entire creature shifts, a walking mountain of chitin and spikes. But its attention isn't on the tiny humans, it's still focused on devouring the dead spider. Jeongyum stands there, baffled. Why isn't it reacting? He realizes with a jolt of relief that it's completely oblivious to them standing on its back. Thankful for its sheer lack of intelligence, he can finally catch his breath before Guanryong asks what's next. Jeongyum lays out the new plan. They'll wait for an opening to destroy the gate core, which should send these monsters packing. Jeongyum explains they don't need to fight this thing, they just need to stay put on its back. The plan is to wait for an opening and jump, but the opening comes far sooner than he'd like. His eyes widen in sudden shock, because without any warning, the colossal insect leaps into the sky. The sheer momentum sends both of them flying, completely losing their footing. It lands with a cataclysmic crash, shaking the very ground beneath them. The shockwave tosses the other survivors on the ground like rag dolls. But it's not over. The monster immediately coils its legs for another jump. Jong-yeom is slammed by the violent G-force, his face pressed against his mask. He and the researcher are utterly helpless, tumbling through the air on this chaotic, monstrous ride. Clinging on for dear life, Jong-yeom is already starting to regret his decision. The motion sickness is unbearable, far worse than anything his pilot Young-soo ever put him through. Suddenly, a new sound cuts through the chaos, a distinct, rhythmic buzzing. He looks up to see another monster descending, a colossal wasp with glowing red eyes. It hovers ominously, its wings creating a powerful downdraft. He and the researcher can only watch, completely exposed on the locust's back. She seems almost impressed, calmly noting that this new bug will be a tough opponent. Without warning, the wasp fires its stinger like a superheated missile right at them. The impact sends Jong-yeom flying, his scream lost as he plummets from the sky. But just before he hits the ground, a flash of silver armor appears Lancelot, racing to catch his lord. But instead of saving its own skin, the giant locust's eyes blaze with fury. It lunges forward, a green blur of pure, unadulterated insect rage. With a thunderous crack, it slams headfirst into the colossal wasp, knocking it from the sky. From his perch, Jong-yeom can only watch in utter disbelief. What is going on? Did the locust feel threatened? Did it just decide to fight for him? He doesn't care about the reason this is perfect. He urges it on, telling it to go for the neck. Its massive mandibles clamp down with a sickening crunch, a direct hit on the wasp's torso. But the wasp thrashes wildly, flinging the locust aside and breaking its grip. Jong-yeom shouts at his mount to snap out of its daze. The wasp is vulnerable, its legs exposed. This is their one chance. He screams at it to finish the job while it's struggling. But his mighty steed just stares ahead, its giant red eyes completely vacant. It seems the shock of the counterattack has completely fried its tiny insect brain. Jong-yeom is furious. He can't believe how frustratingly dumb this creature is. It has the power to win, if only he could control it, and just like that, an idea sparks. Control? In a flash of blue light, he tears open a portal with his subspace ability. It opens directly into his helicopter, startling his personal pilot, Young-soo. Jong-yeom asks him a wild question. Does his best driver skill work on living things, too? Young-soo, holding a game controller, can only stare back in utter confusion. But Jong-yeom doesn't have time to wait. Already grabbing a pair of thick ropes, he lashes them to the locust's antennae, ready to pilot this colossal bug himself. He tells Young-soo the wasp looks tired, and they can always escape, so it's time to commit to this crazy plan. Planting his feet firmly, he warns his pilot to hold on tight for the ride of his life. With a powerful grunt, he yanks on the thick ropes he's fashioned into makeshift reins. He pulls with all his might, trying to brute force the colossal insect's head to turn. The locust, completely unused to being controlled, stumbles around in a confused daze. In a fit of clumsy rage, it smashes its own head into the ground. A spectacular failure. But this pathetic display is met with wild cheers from a mysterious, long-haired man watching from the sidelines. Just then, a delicate, feathery antenna drifts down from the sky, heralding a new arrival. A new challenger appears. A colossal moth with crimson wings, dwarfing even the locust. Jong-yeom can only stare up in utter disbelief. He's just traded one massive problem for another. But before the moth can even act, a green blur slices through the air, a colossal praying mantis. It descends upon the locust with savage speed, its mandibles crunching down on the giant's head. In a matter of seconds, the new arrival tears Jong-yeom's former steed to shreds. And as if on cue, the ground begins to tremble as another challenger emerges, a giant black ant. The sight triggers a flashback for Jong-yeom, his chaotic ride on the locust, fighting off these very ants. He realizes now that the locust, as unruly as it was, had been a natural predator to the ant swarm. Standing over its corpse, he offers a silent thanks. Its rampage had cleared the field for him. Lancelot remarks that few could have defeated the 7th-tier beast, and Jong-yeom knows he was lucky. Just then, his knight Mordred emerges from the shadows, confirming all visible bugs have been dealt with. Jong-yeom nods, the immediate insect crisis over, but his eyes remain sharp and focused. With the battlefield cleared, Jong-yeom decides it's time to settle another score, opening 2 massive, crackling portals. From them spill forth dozens of strange, purple creatures, sneezing and stumbling onto the corrupted ground. They look utterly pathetic, landing at the feet of another man who has been waiting for this moment. It's one of the mysterious spectators from before, a swordsman who thanks Jong-yeom for this chance to avenge his comrades. Jong-yeom simply states that it's only right for him to finish this, and the man vows to repay this immense kindness. With his purpose clear, the swordsman's gaze hardens, his focus turning entirely to the cowering creatures. He reflects that no matter what he does, it can't truly honor the souls of the tens of millions who perished. but he can at least offer them a proper send-off by finishing this with his strongest technique. He raises his sword high, channeling his energy until the blade burns like a miniature sun. With a furious roar, he condemns the disgusting insects, commanding them to finally disappear. He unleashes his ultimate technique, Trace Descent, a torrent of raw power from the heavens. The blast slams directly into the strange, glowing tree that served as the lizardman's gate. A cataclysmic explosion rips through the area, powerful enough to vaporize anything in its path. But as the smoke clears, the scorched earth reveals the tree is somehow still standing. The swordsman and his companion can only stare as the gate pulses with an eerie, blue light. His face falls. The grim reality setting in his strongest attack wasn't enough. Watching from afar, Jeongyum admits the man certainly had the power to back up his confidence. It was an undeniably impressive ability, a spectacle of destructive force. Yet, as he analyzes the aftermath, a crucial detail doesn't add up. He wonders aloud why only a single gate disappeared, revealing a much bigger problem. Then, from the swirling purple energy, a colossal, spectral hand descends. It carefully closes around a tiny object on the ground, shielding it from all harm. The swordsman, his companion, and even Jeongyum can only watch, completely stunned by the sight. His mind races, so that's what protected the gate core, but what on earth is it? The hand slams down, embedding its precious cargo deep within the fractured earth. Revealed in the crater is not a gate's remnant, but a grotesque clutch of pulsating eggs. Before anyone can process this, one hatches, unleashing a monstrous insectoid crackling with energy. The swordsman is frozen in disbelief, turning back to face this sudden, horrifying birth. This new creature towers over them, its huge compound eyes glowing with an alien intelligence, and it seems to have its own thoughts, already complaining about trouble and smelling something delicious. The research team is horrified, one of them gagging at the sight of this new insectoid. Jeongyum finds it nauseating but immediately questions its power. Is this another 7th-tier monster? No time to guess. He orders an immediate dispatch from his subspace. A brilliant spear of light materializes and rockets toward the creature's head. It smashes directly into the massive compound eye with a burst of blinding energy. But the spear harmlessly deflects, revealing a hidden cluster of smaller eyes beneath. Jeongyum is stunned. The weapon that killed the locust just bounced off. Lancelot confirms his unspoken fear with a simple, chilling affirmation. This creature, he warns, is at least a 6th-tier monstrosity. Meanwhile, the unhatched eggs chatter among themselves, unbothered, sensing something delicious nearby. Jeongyum frantically racks his brain. How did he beat higher-tier enemies before? The only answer, relentless attacks. With no other choice, he decides to bombard it from a distance, throwing everything he has at the creature. A subspace portal rips open, crackling with raw power. From it, a storm of golden, electrified swords materializes and rains down. The barrage hammers into the giant insect's head, each impact a flash of brilliant energy. The entire area erupts in a massive explosion from the sheer volume of his assault. But when the dust settles, the monster's eye is completely unscratched, the energy fizzling harmlessly. It seems bored, wondering if it should even bother cleaning up this annoyance, figuring they'll die on their own soon enough. Staring up at the towering beast, Jeongyum realizes with dawning horror that his all-out attack did nothing. He's frozen, sweat beading on his brow. What now? Can he even risk another attack? He's at a loss. But for now, the creature seems utterly uninterested in them. Just then, Lancelot speaks up, telling his lord there's no need to face the monster head-on. The knight reminds him of their true objective, destroy the gate core, and the beast will vanish with it. Jeongyum scoffs. Of course he knows that. It's the entire reason they're here. Lancelot presses on, suggesting one of them act as a distraction to create an opening. He volunteers to draw its attention, but Jeongyum immediately questions the logic. How could he possibly succeed when the monster ignored even the holy spear attacks? Jeongyum's mind starts turning unless they use something an insect might actually like. With a sudden spark of inspiration, he summons a new item from his subspace. It's a massive, crackling electric bug zapper, its primary attribute listed clear as day: provocation. Mordred stares down the horrifying wall of eyes, the source of the psychic assault. But its gaze isn't on him. It's fixated on the giant, crackling bug zapper. The creature's telepathic voice shifts from menace to wonder, calling the device beautiful and interesting. Jeongyum trembles inside his suit. The plan is working, but this reaction is deeply unsettling. Lancelot seizes the moment, ordering Mordred to strike the monster's hand while it's completely mesmerized. The assassin knight doesn't need to be told twice, vanishing into a streak of violent purple energy. He rockets towards the massive claw that's clutching the gate core. With blinding speed, Mordred closes in, a phantom of vengeance ready to shatter their objective. His attack lands with explosive force, prying the creature's fingers open. But inside is not a core, but a tiny, grinning minion. Looking utterly bewildered by the intrusion, Mordred's shadowy blade slices clean through the grinning minion, ending its existence in a splash of green. but the true monster doesn't even flinch, cackling with glee as the zapper's energy pulses through its hand. The violent purple aura from Mordred's attack doesn't dissipate. Instead, it swells uncontrollably. In a deafening roar, the energy erupts, engulfing the entire area in a cataclysmic explosion. When the light finally fades, one of the Chinese observers stares, stunned, asking if they actually won. The sun breaks through the dust and smoke, and a triumphant shout cuts through the silence. The two spectators raise their fists, celebrating the hard-fought victory against the insectoid scourge. But Lancelot isn't celebrating. He's rushing to Jongyum, who has suddenly collapsed to the ground. He tries to wave it off, insisting he's fine, but his legs are trembling uncontrollably. He was paralyzed, he admits to himself. So overwhelmed by fear, he couldn't even think to escape into his subspace. He now understands the true scope of the threat. Even that monster feared the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. It's the organization pulling all the strings, and to reclaim their world, they must eventually face it. As his knights watch over him, he wonders if he even stands a chance against a power so immense. And in that moment of despair, a new resolve is born. He needs more, and stronger people. The scene shifts, and the Muram leader finally grasps Jongyum's true ambition. So that's why he wanted to borrow all of their sacred martial arts manuals. The leader admits he had some idea when Jongyum mentioned copying them, but this is beyond anything he imagined. Jongyum didn't just copy them, he compiled every single technique into one massive compendium and made thousands of them. He asks that this new martial Bible be distributed among the people, and the leader readily agrees, promising to ask for more when needed. As Jongyum prepares to leave, he opens a glowing blue portal, establishing a permanent link and a powerful new alliance. With his new alliance secured, Jongyum is asked a simple question: where to next? His answer is chilling. He's going to Japan, a land now lorded over by monstrous beings. Back at the base, Operations Chief Yu Seong-cheol has just gotten word of his incredible feat in Beijing. The chief can only imagine the hell he must have gone through to pull it off. He asks if Jongyum is hurt, but our hero assures him he's perfectly fine. But as he looks at the chief, his own expression fills with concern. He tells the officer that he's the one who looks far from okay, a dark energy clinging to him. And it's not just the chief's haggard appearance that catches his eye. Standing right beside the weary man is a woman Jongyum has never seen before. She steps forward with a confident smile, introducing herself as Park Seonyeon, the Busan representative. She tells Jongyum the operations chief has spoken highly of him. Just as the two representatives meet, a system alert shatters the calm. A formal declaration of war pops up for them all to see. Fukuoka is challenging Busan. The terms are brutal and simple. Eliminate the rival representative to win. Jongyum stares in disbelief. Fukuoka declared war on them? The chief grimly reminds him of his earlier warning about the unstable situation in Japan. Jongyum confirms he remembers, but admits that Beijing had been the more immediate crisis. The chief explains that Japan's government fell, replaced by a fanatical group called the Ishin Awakening Society, a group that worships otherworldly beings, sounding disturbingly similar to the traitors from the First Corps. To prove his point, the chief slides a photo across the desk, revealing the monstrous form of their new enemy. Jongyum can only stare at the picture, completely baffled by the fish-like creature. He blurts out that it's not human. As the chief confirms, most Ishin Society members are twisted, human-fish hybrids. The chief explains that while Korea had Jongyum to stop their own traitors, Japan had no such hero. As a result, the Ishin Society grew unchecked until they seized control of the entire country. And just yesterday, the situation exploded when their assault commander, Hideki, appeared in Busan. The ordinary people on the street could only gawk in horror, wondering what kind of monster had just arrived. But they had no time to react as the creature launched itself at them in a terrifying blur of motion. Its jaw unhinged, revealing a nightmarish maw filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Hideki's arrival marked the beginning of an indiscriminate and brutal massacre. Back in the present, the chief grimly concludes that with Japan secured, the Ishin Society is now looking to conquer other nations. The Busan representative explains that right after Hideki's rampage, the Ishin Society officially declared war. Jongyum scoffs in disgust. Why are humans fighting each other when they should be uniting to survive? The situation is grim. They have no intel on the enemy's numbers or abilities, and the invasion begins in 6 days. Their attempts to recruit other awakened were a catastrophic failure, leaving their forces pitifully small. But Jongyum's mind is already on the real problem. This isn't just a human war. They've allied with other dimensions. He recalls the First Corps incident. Even their strongest otherworldly allies were only 8th tier. The monsters he's been facing lately are on an entirely different scale of power. This means they're flying blind, and they can't even risk sending Mordred in for reconnaissance. He comes to a stark conclusion. The only option is to assume the worst and prepare for it. Seeing his resolve, the colonel formally asks if Colonel Kim will lend his strength to the defense effort. The colonel's face breaks into a wide, relieved smile. Jongyum calmly accepts the challenge, declaring that they will indeed try to stop them. He immediately pivots to business, asking for a full roster of the Joint Chiefs' awakened forces. But before they can answer, he summons a massive, crackling monolith of energy from his subspace. The military aide can only stare in disbelief as it resolves into a mountain of 200 martial arts compendiums. These are priceless manuals he acquired in China, Zhang Yum explains, a guaranteed power-up for their fighters. The colonel assumes these are just for the military unit, but Zhang Yum reveals a much grander plan. He's going to distribute them to all awakened individuals who join the cause, much to the colonel's confusion. With a confident smirk, Zhang Yum confirms there are others they can call on. Hess already reaching out, greeting an old acquaintance Hess counting on to answer the call. His first stop is a gym, where he calls out to a mountain of a man, Song Hyun-gu. The powerhouse turns with a warm smile, boasting that his own ability keeps him plenty sturdy. He readily accepts the manuals from Zhang Yum, eager to hear why he's here. Zhang Yum explains he has a difficult favor to ask, but Song Hyun-gu is all in before he even hears it. The mission is simple. He's needed in Busan in 6 days. For a man of Song Hyun-gu's caliber, that sounds like an easy task. Zhang Yum's next recruit, his pilot, seems to have been expecting him by the helicopter. This catches Zhang Yum off guard, and he has to ask why. Meanwhile, another powerful ally, the mechanic James, reflects on his own decision to join. He admits he'd underestimated Zhang Yum, only realizing how wrong he was after seeing his true power. James, still processing what he saw, asks just how many of these machines Zhang Yum has at his disposal. As the sun casts a final glow across the sky, Zhang Yum turns to leave. He begins to walk away, his mind already churning with plans. It finally clicks. James had no idea about the true nature of his ability. He's honestly a bit relieved. It was good to show off and clear up any lingering doubts. With that settled, he begins to take stock of his total forces for the coming battle. He has 200 awakened soldiers, 20 fighters with Song Hyun-gu, and now the mechanic, James. The martial artists are unfortunately busy with the cleanup in Beijing, so they're out for now. He paces along the rooftop, his thoughts racing, trying to come up with another name. He needs more allies, but right now, he's drawing a blank. Then, as the sun sets, a sudden realization strikes him. He can't even remember the last time he used a reinforcement stone. With a flicker of thought, a handful of the shimmering power-up gems appear in his palm. He already knows exactly who deserves this boost: his loyal knights. It's time to expand his forces, and with a flurry of system messages, he appoints 5 new members to his elite squad. A heavy, armored boot thuds onto the rooftop, heralding their arrival. Another follows, each step solid and real, shaking the very air around him. In a flash of golden light, his newly summoned warriors materialize before him. A proud smirk spreads across his face. This feels like meeting family. His personal army has just grown exponentially, a lineup of absolute monsters awaiting his command. The lineup is terrifying, a diverse collection of death dealers, each one exuding pure menace. Zhang Yum can't help but grin. Having this much power on his side is incredibly reassuring, but his little summoning spectacle hasn't gone unnoticed. Over by the military trucks, a rugged mechanic named James stands frozen, completely stunned by the sheer scale of the power he just witnessed. This is a man who walked through the ruins of civilization, and yet nothing prepared him for this. His only thought, as he blushes furiously, is how unbelievably cool and sexy that was. But elsewhere, in the city of Busan, the mood is far more grim. A lieutenant colonel briefs his team, pointing to a map outlining their grim situation. He explains that with no intel on the enemy, this entire operation is a shot in the dark to minimize damage. Following the meeting, Zhang Yum's father immediately began drawing up plans for a defensive base. At the same time, James the mechanic got to work modifying ships to battle the fishmen on their own turf. Zhang Yum couldn't help but worry, thinking he might have placed too heavy a burden on the man's shoulders. But he'd clearly underestimated him. James was practically glowing with excitement for the task. With his own preparations underway, Zhang Yum also sought out the aid of the Chinese martial artists. Their leader was quick to agree, assuring him that any request he made would be honored. While not all of them could leave China, they sent their strongest to help train Korea's awakened. Zhang Yum looks on, thanking them for their generous help, especially on such short notice. The martial artist waves it off, saying it's the very least they can do after all the help he's given them. But he then stops Zhang Yum, revealing there's a favor he needs to ask, something he couldn't mention before. The leader suddenly presents a magnificent sword, catching Zhang Yum completely off guard. He calls it the Unguang sword, a treasured heirloom of his sect, recently enhanced with a reinforcement stone. Then comes the incredible request. He wants Zhang Yum to duplicate it. His reasoning is simple and selfless, to share its power with those in need, a feat only Zhang Yum can accomplish. Zhang Yum is stunned by the man's generosity, finding it hard to believe someone would so easily offer up a priceless heirloom. Humbled by the trust placed in him, he gratefully accepts the heavy blade. A quick scan confirms its impressive stats. A rare-grade weapon with the wind attribute, perfect for swift, piercing strikes. With a new plan forming, Jong Yum wastes absolutely no time. He steps through a swirling blue portal, announcing he's arrived with a gift. On the other side, his old friend Minwoo looks up in shock, about to receive a serious upgrade. Minwoo is still trying to process everything, panting on the ground in disbelief. He asks what's going on, mentioning something about needing 1,000 magic stones. Jongyum listens as his friend explains the system. Once an ability hits level 10, you can pay 1,000 stones to get a tier. Minwoo recounts how he had to retreat from a hunt, feeling the bitter sting of being the only one without a tier. And for Jongyum, a crucial piece of the puzzle just clicked into place. This is how tiers are raised. He flashes back to the martial artists, realizing they must have leveled up their abilities, not used some rare registration scroll. Then his thoughts turn to his sister, who constantly asks for magic stones. Has he been raising her tier this entire time without knowing? The sheer cost for his own progression is staggering. He needs 100,000 stones for just one level up. He cuts to the chase and asks Minwoo how many stones he's gathered. The answer is a measly 314. A plan forms in Jeongyum's mind. He'll pay the rest, but in return, he needs Minwoo to do him a favor. Minwoo is completely stunned by the sudden offer. A favor? What could he possibly do? But with his tier on the line, he accepts, joining the ranks of the martial artists preparing for war. Time flies, the preparations are complete, and at last, the day of reckoning arrives. A massive wave surges toward the shore, a churning wall of water heralding the invasion. The tide crashes down, and as it recedes, the true threat is revealed. An entire army of shark-like monsters emerges from the depths, their forms cutting through the surf. Their herald steps forward, its voice echoing across the city, announcing a force of over 1,000 fishmen. It offers a peaceful solution. Hand over Busan's representative, and they'll be granted the honor of becoming subjects. Watching from a command center, Song Hyun-gu crosses his arms, unimpressed. Bold words, he thinks. Jongyum listens in, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Sounds like they're just begging for a beatdown. The fishman herald lets out a triumphant roar. Those fools actually opened the barrier themselves. He scoffs, convinced these idiots are really handing over Busan's representative. With a gleeful command, he orders the entire army to charge forward. But as the first wave hits the beach, a blur of pink energy lashes out to meet them. A razor-sharp whip of pure power slices through the horde, turning the vanguard into red mist. The wielder, a knight in elegant plate armor, dismisses them as pathetic trash. She stands firm, her energy whip coiling around her arm, vowing none shall pass to reach her lord. The fishman army grinds to a halt, stunned by the small group of knights waiting for them. One of them stammers in confusion this wasn't the easy victory Lord Hideki promised. Then, a hulking hammerhead commander emerges from the surf, ready to take matters into his own hands. The hammerhead commander, Makio, grins, ready to show them the overwhelming difference in power. But before he can even take a step, one of his soldiers finds its jaw shattered by an immense force. A hulking knight, Percival, holds the creature aloft, coldly telling the commander to get out of the way. Panicked, the fishmen rally themselves, convinced that their numbers and their leader Hideki will grant them victory. But they're not the only ones with backup, as a new group of fighters joins the fray. The leader of the martial artists becomes a golden blur, his blade carving through the charging monsters. His expression is utterly calm, as if this is nothing more than a simple warm-up. From behind him, his comrades unleash their own devastating techniques. A blast of crimson energy obliterates a fishman before it can even react. The beach turns into a whirlwind of golden light as the martial artists tear the horde to pieces. Roaring for his own men to get out of the way, the assault commander Hideki finally joins the fight. He's here to show everyone what true power looks like, boasting that there are levels to this game. But before he can even make a move, a massive block of blue energy slams right into him. The self-proclaimed powerhouse is sent rocketing out over the ocean like a skipping stone. He vanishes into the waves with a distant splash, leaving his entire army staring in stunned, drooling silence. The shock quickly morphs into pure panic as the fishmen realize their leader is gone. One tries to rally the troops, insisting that they can't be pursued once they reach the safety of the sea. But from a distance, Jongyum watches the ocean's surface begin to churn with dark shapes. He's completely baffled, wondering why the enemy is suddenly turning tail and fleeing. He can't help but feel a little disappointed. He's fought far stronger foes than this. The fishmen dive deep, believing the ocean will grant them a safe escape. But their watery sanctuary instantly becomes an electric death trap. From above, Jongyum's new warship activates its primary weapon. Any contract they had is useless against this masterpiece of modern engineering. With the remnants of the army dealt with, he gives his pilot a new destination. Fukuoka. Yongsu, ever the professional, just grins and accepts the order. The modernized turtle ship, a fortress on the waves, powers forward. It carves a path through the sea, heading straight for the Japanese coast. Jongyum contemplates his next move, his pilot clearly thrilled to be behind the wheel of such a machine. For 2 hours, the journey to Fukuoka has been suspiciously quiet. The lack of resistance makes Jongyum wonder, could he be sailing right into a trap? He dismisses the thought, it's too simple. He's sure he can handle this level of threat alone. After all, what's the worst that could happen? He can always just pop into his subspace. But a sudden, monstrous noise confirms his suspicions, and he can't help but laugh. He knew it was a lure. The ocean then erupts as a colossal whale-like beast breaches, dwarfing his entire warship. Its single, glowing blue eye locks onto them, pulsing with an ancient and terrifying power. Jeongyum's smugness vanishes, replaced by utter shock at the monster's overwhelming presence. He realizes with chilling certainty that if this thing reaches land, it's game over for Busan. Unsure of its power, he gives the order for a test shot, unleashing the ship's massive H-beam. The beam of pure energy slams directly into the colossal beast. It tears straight through the monster's head with unstoppable force. The creature lets out one final, pained roar before its body begins to dissolve into nothing. Watching from the bridge, Jongyum confirms his suspicion. As expected, that wasn't a real fight. The monster's body fades, leaving behind glowing crystals as a system message appears. His dimensional account ownership is transferred, and his balance jumps to a staggering 54,827. He stares at the notification, a bead of sweat on his brow. Was this massive reward also part of the lure? Fine, he thinks. Let them come. He steels his resolve, ready for whatever powerful tier 7 they send next. But just 10 minutes later, his subordinate reports their arrival in Fukuoka, leaving him completely stunned. He can't believe it. They crossed the ocean without any trouble? Head prepared for a battle at sea, but nothing happened. Jongyum is relieved they've arrived, but he knows they're deep in enemy territory now. He sets his sights on a towering skyscraper, the home of their target, the Fukuoka representative. It's suspiciously out in the open, making him think there must be traps or monsters lurking inside. But he has his own specialist for this, turning to summon his infiltration expert. He commands Mordred to sneak in and bring back intel on the enemy. The cloaked figure accepts, and his spirit form phases through the building's defenses. He drifts past monstrous guards, completely unseen as he ascends the tower. Nearing the target's office, he overhears a voice screaming in pure frustration. Someone is furious that 1,000 of his troops failed to even breach Busan. Mordred watches as a fish-like monster berates his men for their failure to kill the Busan representative. The enraged commander slams his fist, demanding to know what happened to his general, Hideki. A trembling subordinate reports that he got stuck at some kind of giant structure, earning a furious reaction. But Mordred sees this is all happening in front of 2 far more powerful figures observing from the back. The man in the white coat speaks, noting calmly that it seems they underestimated the Korean defenses. His massive, suited companion, the chairman, steps forward to formally apologize for the failure. He tries to downplay the loss, suggesting they cut their losses in Fukuoka to protect their investment. But his leader's voice cuts through the air, coldly asking who gave him the authority to decide they would lose. The chairman stammers about the situation in Busan, but is told that failing to kill one man isn't the same as defeat. A head-on clash is overkill for now. The real problem is that he, the true leader, is here in Japan to handle things. With glowing red eyes, he seizes control, declaring the program abolished and ordering the cowardly chairman to be locked underground. The pink commander is utterly baffled by the sudden order to lock up one of their own. He starts to panic, pleading that the underground is for powerful monsters, not a simple tier 8. But his words are cut short as the massive chairman seizes him by the face. The grip tightens, choking off any further protest with brutal efficiency. Dangling helplessly, he's given a cold promise. Hell be freed once the Busan rep is dead. And all of this internal drama is being watched by Mordred's spectral form. Reporting back to his master, he can only describe the enemy's actions as a complete joke. Kim Jong-yum listens, realizing with grim certainty this wasn't a lure, but a genuine assault. He processes the intel, a branch chief and a chairman, a confusing and messy chain of command. But their internal politics are irrelevant. Whoever they are, he came here to deal with them. Still, one thing bothers him. The regional rep title was taken by a non-human, but not a fishman. He runs through the possibilities, an exiled mage? And what is this Madu Gui imprisoned underground? But he pushes those thoughts aside. First, he needs to figure out how to even get down there. He turns to his subordinate, clarifying that his priority is the Fukuoka rep, not the country itself. And as if on cue, Mordred reveals a massive ring of keys, already prepared for this very problem. Jongyum can only stare in surprise at the sheer number of them. With a quiet click, Mordred slides one of the keys into a heavy padlock. The gate before them is a monstrosity of locks and chains, explaining the need for such a collection. Mordred confirms his suspicions. The Fukuoka rep was terrified of this place because of a monster called Madugi. The name itself sounds dangerous, but Jongyum decides to cut the drama and find his target quickly. With a simple word of understanding, Mordred confirms his master's command. Jongyum steps through the gate, his boots echoing in the oppressive silence. The interior is grim, looking like some kind of abandoned hospital or prison. He mutters to himself, wondering where his target could possibly be hidden here. But before he can continue, Mordred's hand suddenly shoots out, halting his advance. Startled, Jonghyum asks what's wrong. Sensing a sudden shift in the air, Mordred silently gestures towards a nearby cell, glowing with a sinister purple light. Inside, a man is bound by chains of pure energy, writhing in silent torment. Jonghyum stares in shock, realizing they've stumbled upon a torture chamber. Seeing an opportunity, he decides it's time to have a little chat with their new friend. He cautiously approaches, asking the battered prisoner if he's okay. The man's head snaps up, startled by the unfamiliar voice echoing in his cell. Suspicious, he immediately demands to know if Jonghyum is with the Yushin Awakening Society. Jonghyum denies it, and the prisoner, desperate for information, offers a simple trade, an identity for an identity. Seeing Jonghyum's uniform, the man realizes he's not with Yushin, which means he's not an immediate threat. A flicker of opportunity. Jonghyum confirms they have a common enemy, the Yushin Society. With their goals aligned, he gives the order, and Mordred's spectral form shatters the energy cuffs. Now free, the man is grateful but remarks on how rare it is to find a kind soul in these times. Jonghyum assumes he's government, but the man delivers a grim update. Yushin took over long ago. He finally introduces himself as Sato Daichi, a simple civilian according to himself, but a target for Yushin. And with a confident smirk, Sato Daichi utters the name of what Yushin was after, the Madugui. The name sends a shockwave through Jonghyum. He's heard of it, but he can't believe it's real. Tossing aside his blindfold, Sato steps forward, now facing his rescuers as an equal. He can see the recognition in Jonghyum's eyes and asks if he truly knows what it is. Jonghyum admits he only knows the rumors, a powerful monster that the fishmen absolutely dread. That's right, Sato confirms. A tier 7 beast whose immense heat makes it their natural predator. Jonghyum is floored, wondering how this seemingly ordinary man could possess such an ability. But Sato cuts him off. Becoming the Madugi isn't his power at all. He rips his shirt open, revealing a horrifying sight. His entire torso is covered in glowing red seals. His true ability, he explains, is far more insane. It's to seal that very monster inside his own body. Jonghyum stares in utter disbelief. Sealing? He actually sealed a monster inside himself? The ability is as terrifying as it sounds. A sealer can contain one target within their body, but not without consequences. Sato recalls explaining the recoil to a younger Jonghyum over pizza. The bigger the target, the more it drains him, sometimes knocking him out cold. And the Madugui, he promises, is more powerful than any tier 7 monster Jonghyum has ever encountered. It was a walking catastrophe of pure flame, so tough that no attack could scratch it, leaving humanity helpless. His unique ability was their only hope, so the government gathered the strongest awakened ones to support him in a grand sealing plan. The plan was a success. The fiery beast was sealed, but that's when the true nightmare began. The very moment the monster was contained, a clawed hand burst through Sato's chest. The government forces were a lie. They were members of the Yushin Awakening Society in disguise. They had gathered the nation's strongest hunters in one place, not to help, but to execute them all in a single, brutal stroke. Sato explains that anyone who resisted the Yushin Society was eliminated, but he was captured and kept alive. He formally thanks Jonghyum for the rescue, but now wants to know what the plan is. Jonghyum lets out a heavy sigh, his expression turning grim. He admits that unfortunately, there's nothing he can do at the moment. While he'd love to unleash the Madugi and wipe them out, he'd be caught in the crossfire. Worse, with him gone, no one would be left to stop the monster from rampaging across Japan. Jonghyum presses for details. Is there some other limit or price to unsealing and resealing it? Sato confirms it's only a danger to himself, since he's the sole controller, and a chilling smile spreads across Jonghyum's face. So that's all it is? Jonghyum looks on with a manic glint in his eye, announcing he has a brilliant idea. Elsewhere, in the middle of a city, a fish-like creature suddenly looks up, sensing a change in the air. The small creature perks up, wondering what that strange rumbling sound is. Before it can react, the entire skyscraper begins to fracture and crumble around it. An ominous, fiery energy builds from deep within the structure's core. With a deafening blast, the entire building explodes from the inside out. The shockwave tears through the surrounding district in a cataclysm of fire and steel. It seems Jonghyum's brilliant idea was to simply drop a nuke right on their heads. From the heart of the inferno, a colossal shadow begins to rise. A single, burning red eye glares out from the smoke, radiating pure, untamed rage. A monstrous roar echoes through the ruined city, shaking the very heavens. The Madugi has been unleashed, and the terrified fishmen can only stare up in horror. Their screams are cut short as they recognize the legendary name, Madugi. But there's no time for fear, only for oblivion as a colossal, burning foot descends. It crushes them without a second thought, the sheer weight turning them to paste. The air itself becomes a weapon, so superheated that it scorches their lungs from the inside out. And there it is, in all its terrible glory, a demon of pure muscle and fire, roaring its rage. The beast stomps through the city, an unstoppable engine of absolute destruction. From a safe distance, Sato Daiichi silently watches the chaos he has unleashed. And just like that, a system window pops up, confirming their brutal, calculated victory. Jong Yum calmly notes the death of the Fukuoka representative, telling his partner not to worry about the recoil. He'll handle the consequences. All Sato needs to do now is focus on the ceiling. Sato thinks back, admitting to himself that he always thought Jong Yum was incredibly cool. It wasn't about his power, but something deeper, a certain quality he possessed. It was his attitude, the way he simply did what needed to be done, helping others without hesitation. That unwavering resolve was what Sato truly admired, and now, he understands. It's time for him to fulfill his own role. Tossing his shirt to the ground, he prepares himself for the ceiling. He stands firm before the colossal, flaming feet of the Madugi. He roars that its freedom is over, preparing to seal it once again. The monster's gigantic, burning red eye glares down with pure fury, but a piercing beam of light slams directly into its pupil, the attack hitting its mark. While Jongyeom watches from a safe distance, Sato unleashes a blinding vortex of power. The Madugi lets out a final, defiant roar against the inevitable, but its immense form is crushed and pulled apart by an invisible force. The raging beast is compressed, its very essence being dragged into a single point. And just like that, it's sucked into a strange artifact, the ceiling now complete. The monster's power now resides in Sato, burning a fiery seal directly onto his chest. He stumbles back, exhausted, but Jongyeom is right there to catch him. His colleague tells him he did well, his voice filled with respect. Sato looks up, trembling, realizing he's finally fulfilled his duty just like his hero did. Just then, a subordinate in sunglasses rushes over, asking Jongyeom who this new person is. Jongyeom explains that the newcomer is Japanese, and they need to get him somewhere to rest. He smirks, noting that his subordinate, Yongsu, is getting used to him bringing home strays. But just then, a flash of blue light catches his eye. A system window materializes right in front of him, a message meant only for him. It's about his victory reward, but it directs him to the Japanese branch of the Chamber of Commerce. His mind instantly connects this to the Fishman chairman who answered to a mysterious branch chief. Wait, a branch chief giving orders to a chairman. The power structure is all wrong, and a cold realization hits him. Before he can process it, Yongsu calls out his name, his voice tight with alarm. He spotted something outside. A strange hexagonal barrier has appeared, containing two figures. Inside stand the very monsters from his thoughts, the branch chief and the chairman, staring right at them. Jongyeom's gaze narrows on the two figures standing behind the strange barrier. So this is the Japanese branch of the multidimensional Chamber of Commerce. He's found them. Yongsu steps in, taking the unconscious Sato, telling his boss to handle the business at hand. Across the battlefield, the branch chief isn't even watching them, instead recapping his subordinates' recent failures. He turns to the hulking Fishman chairman, the sole representative, and pins the entire Madugui disaster on him, but he calls this a chance to make up for those mistakes as a notification appears. 3,000 magic stones invested. The branch chief crushes the stones, channeling raw energy into his underling, ordering him to prove himself. He demands the chairman show that he's actually worth the steep price of this investment. And with a guttural roar, the chairman's body begins to warp and grow, promising to unleash everything he has. Flesh rips and bones crack as the chairman's body contorts into a monstrous new form. He launches himself forward, a hulking beast of pure rage aimed directly at Jongyeom. But the factory worker stands his ground, completely unimpressed by the display. A single, silent flash of blinding blue light erupts from his position. In an instant, the battle is over, with the transformed chairman brought to his knees. The branch chief can only stare from afar, his mind reeling in disbelief. How could his prized tier 7, the monster they invested so much in, fall so easily? His shock curdles into quiet, simmering disappointment. A system window then appears before Jongyeom, confirming an investment of 14,000 magic stones. He casually explains that while Japan was good, Korea is the prime territory now. The branch chief admits his original plan to invade through Japan might have been a mistake and offers a new proposal. He suggests they use Korea as the new base of operations to conquer other markets, a promise of convenience. The defeated chairman can only listen in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what's happening. The branch chief dangles a tempting offer: victory rewards, more magic stones, and even a gate to Fukuoka. He materializes a small, hexagonal device, a physical representation of his offer. But first, he has one condition. Jongyeom needs to clean up the mess, as he can't work properly in a ruined office. The reason? He needs a proper base so he can raise tiers for Jongyeom, a phrase that catches our boy completely off guard. The branch chief then casually asks about the awakening architects in Korea, revealing a deeper knowledge of the world's systems. All the while, the defeated chairman's body begins to tremble and break down. His form starts to disintegrate as he realizes this is the end for him. With his last breath, the chairman's rage flashes, imagining a beast tearing his betrayer apart. But the branch chief just smirks, completely unbothered by the dying man's curse. Suddenly, one of the last loyal fishmen charges in, trying to land a desperate final blow. His spear stops dead in the air, blocked by a strange repulsion as Jong-yeom watches calmly. The branch chief pauses. He can feel the force, but something is weird. There's no recoil. His gaze shifts to Jong-yeom, a sudden, stunning thought crossing his mind. Is he higher than tier 6? Annoyed by the interruption, he complains that he needs someone to clean this up, feigning a lack of offensive power. And on cue, a massive shadow slams into the ground with a sickening crunch. A hulking, armored monster kneels before him, summoned and ready to obey. But the branch chief just glances away, dismissing it. The target's already dying on his own. The branch chief finally asks the question on his mind. What tier is this human? He then scoffs at the very idea. His people don't use such crude rankings, but if they did, he'd be a tier 0. With the pleasantries over, he demands to know Jong-yeom's decision. Jong-yeom breaks into a cold sweat. The offer is insane. He wants them to become invaders themselves. He stammers, asking for time to think, but the branch chief cuts him off with a chilling warning. He dismisses Jong-yeom's power as something he's seen before, similar to that sealing expert. That comparison immediately gets under Jong-yeom's skin. A defiant fire lights up in his eyes. This monster has no idea what he's truly dealing with, so he asks what happens if he refuses. The answer is simple. It's over. Then I refuse, Jong-yeom declares without hesitation. For the first time, the branch chief looks genuinely surprised. He can't believe what he's hearing. The branch chief scoffs, warning him to think carefully, claiming he has no other option. But Jong-yeom's mind is made up, has said his piece, and is ready to walk away. This blatant defiance makes the chief drop all pretense of a friendly negotiation. He clarifies that his offer was never a request, it was a threat to ensure Jong-yeom's silence. As Jong-yeom begins to leave, the chief simply decides he'll have him eliminated quietly. Our hero calmly steps into a shimmering portal, apparently making a tactical retreat. Inside, he admits to himself that the chamber is too strong to fight recklessly, and while cooperation was on the table, becoming an invader is a line he will not cross. So walking away is the smart move, or maybe not. A wicked idea begins to form. With a smirk, he gives the command to his system, take the entire office. The chief turns around, sensing that something is terribly, terribly wrong. An immense vortex of blue energy erupts, engulfing the entire office floor. As Jong-yeom walks into his subspace, he reveals he leveled up after his last fight, gaining storage rights. An ability he hadn't found a good use for until the chamber offered such a tempting target. The chief can only stare in disbelief as reality itself begins to warp around him. His body starts to distort, pulled apart by the sheer force of the spatial transfer. Hes being dragged piece by piece into Jong-yeom's personal dimension. With a final, agonizing moment of terror, the chief's head simply explodes. His monstrous subordinate can only watch, frozen in shock as its leader is erased. Jong-yeom glances back from his new domain. A job well and truly done. Even Jong-yeom is rattled, wondering if the chief's head just spontaneously exploded. But outside, the gruesome remnants tell the real story, left behind by his subspace. The hulking subordinate kneels in the carnage, his leader reduced to a bloody smear. A cold, hard realization washes over him. In the grand scheme of the universe, his terrifying master was nothing but a small fry. As he collapses in despair, a system window confirms the transfer of ownership. Suddenly, the scenery shifts to a bright, sunlit city block. The subordinate finds himself a prisoner in this strange new world. Jong-yeom looks over his newly acquired territory, and his new captive. A chilling thought hits him. If the chief died because his office vanished, what happens to him if he loses his? A wave of anxiety hits Jong-yeom. Maybe storing his office wasn't the brightest idea, but he pushes it aside. For now, he needs to get back to Busan and talk to Lancelot. As he prepares to leave, his train of thought is suddenly interrupted. He glances over, realizing he's not alone in this now pacified area. His serious demeanor cracks into a slightly awkward smile. Across from him, Sato Daichi is completely stunned, barely able to process what just happened. It felt like moments ago that the Madugi was revealed, and this man dealt with it single-handedly. The sheer scale of Jong-yeom's power leaves Sato in a state of pure awe. A deep sense of shame follows. This foreigner is fighting for his home while he could do nothing. With a newfound burning respect, Sato calls out to him directly. Jong-yeom states that since he's recovered, it's time for him to leave, but Sato quickly asks if he's leaving so soon. He explains that while the Yushin society is gone, Japan's problems are far from over. His country lost 9 out of 10 gate bids, and even now, his comrades are dying on the front lines. Inspired by the foreigner who fought for them, Sato clenches his fist with newfound resolve, declaring he'll fight too. He was once the representative of Yokohama, and with the Yushin gone, he believes he can rally the scattered awakened. Jiang Yum seems to understand but is still set on leaving, which Sato reluctantly accepts, not wanting to be impolite. But Jiang Yum pauses, his expression unreadable as he considers the man's passionate plea. A moment of quiet contemplation passes between them. Then, with a decisive wipe of his mouth, he turns back with a surprising offer. He tells Sato not to hesitate to call for help, revealing he planned to install a subspace portal here all along. Sato expresses his heartfelt thanks, confirming he's eaten his fill and is ready for what's next. With their business concluded, Jiang Yum prepares to depart, but before he goes, Sato offers a chillingly sincere promise of his own. He watches the man step through the portal, leaving Jiang Yum alone with his thoughts. Regional representative, Jiang Yum repeats to himself, the idea sparking his interest. He suddenly remembers Mordred mentioning that branch leaders have the authority to grant such titles. A sly smile spreads across his face as he decides to check his system for this hidden feature. He enters what seems to be an administrative section of his subspace. A vast, white room. It looks surprisingly normal, almost disappointingly plain. He scans the area, but there are no obvious documents or menus to be found. Suddenly, a soft chime echoes through the vast, white space, catching his attention. A glowing blue cube materializes before him, a synthesized voice welcoming him by name. He stares in disbelief, the name of his system AI, Pax, escaping his lips. The cube responds with a cute emoticon face, confirming its identity. Jiang Yum asks about the new look, and Pax explains it's a more suitable form after a system update. He agrees to hear about the new functions, unnerved by how much more human it sounds. Pax announces that 4 major functions have been added, starting with a message transmission system. However, it can only send messages to targets within a designated zone. This zone, Pax clarifies, is a restricted area established around his currently active portal. Before he can even process that incredible ability, the AI reveals the second function, a satellite observation system. This incredible satellite view is also limited to the portal's active zone, Pax clarifies. The third function is a hologram adjustment system, letting him modify visual projections at will. And the fourth, a dimensional being registration application, though it comes with some hardware limits. For now, he can only register beings up to Tier 7, but to Jiang Yum, that sounds absolutely incredible. He's left completely speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of this system upgrade. In his eyes, Pax is no longer just an AI, it's practically a god. The possibilities race through his mind, broader vision, instant communication across zones. This place has just transformed from a simple logistics center into a unified command room. A devious grin spreads across his face as a plan immediately forms. He tells Pax he wants to display a message. The system targets a bright, sun-drenched beach, ready to deliver his words. On a peaceful beach, a lone figure stares out at the endless ocean. She lets out a deep sigh, a cloud of pure, unfiltered boredom. After all the hype and preparation for this mission, she can't believe how it turned out. The fight was over before she even got a chance to throw a single punch. Her new allies were just too damn good, leaving no room for a decent warm-up. If Shed known it would be this dull, Shed have just gone to Japan with number 3. But as she's lost in her thoughts, a voice suddenly rings out, calling to her directly. It declares that the awakening system has finally recognized her talent at an unbelievable level 999. Utterly stunned, she hears the voice tell her to look up and witness her new reality. And as she lifts her head, a colossal message burns across the sky. LV 999 World's Strongest. For a moment, she can only stare, completely speechless at the ridiculous message. But that shock instantly curdles into pure, unadulterated rage. She knows who did this. And right on cue, the warship belonging to number 3 slices through the waves. Kim Jong-yeom arrives with a cheerful wave, looking entirely too pleased with himself. His smile vanishes in an instant, a sudden chill running down his spine. Hess feeling the terrifying aura of the man Shed just been with in Japan. Sato Daiichi. You see, all siblings share one superpower, sensing their siblings' killer intent. And right now, Jong-yeom is on the receiving end of a world-ending dose of it. But just as she's about to tear him apart, he pulls out a document with a smirk. He came prepared for her wrath, armed with a Tier 7 registration form. But as she looks closer, she spots the fine print. A registration requirement. Specifically, the organization must have a minimum of 50,000 members. Jong-yeom, nursing a fresh black eye, sheepishly admits he didn't know about that part. She can't believe it. 50,000 members? He suggests they just ask his system AI, Pax. And just like that, the little blue cube appears, looking a little more expressive than usual. Pax begins to explain the system's group function, a way to formally recruit members. Once registered to their group, members are locked in, unable to join or create any others. She immediately understands the insane scale of the task. Where could they possibly find 50,000 people? But just as despair sets in, a brilliant idea flashes in Jongyum's mind. His eyes drift towards the ruined city, a place teeming with potential recruits, and his mind is suddenly thrown back to the thunderous stomp of a clawed foot. He remembers a monster, a hulking orc that towered over the ruins. A low growl rumbled from its chest, its crimson eyes filled with malice. The beast glanced down at the blood spattered on the pavement, his blood. A grim trail painted the ground, a testament to a brutal, one-sided fight. There he stood back then, younger and weaker, facing this overwhelming force. The orc just grinned, bearing a jaw full of jagged teeth, savoring the hunt. He remembers the pain, struggling just to stay on his knees. Another vicious blow lands, sending a fresh spray of crimson across the stone. But even then, through the agony, his eyes burned with pure defiance. And in that moment of certain death, the orc commander simply falls, a sword buried in its back. The young Jongyum stares, bloodied and bewildered, at the impossible rescue. A system notification chimes, casually announcing the delivery of a legendary sword. It was the first message from PAX FC, complete with an offer for free shipping benefits. Back in the present, we learn that same system has evolved, becoming a truly intelligent AI. It can now identify allies in danger and deliver precisely what they need to survive. This gave him a brilliant idea. Why not use these life-saving messages to advertise? The results speak for themselves, as Jongyum grins at a screen showing over 10,000 recruits. With new resources, he's expanded the portal's launch range to a staggering 500 kilometers. His next target is set. He calmly orders his subordinate Yong, Su, to take him to Busan. And so, with a clear objective, the operation began in Busan. But after successfully installing the first portal, his AI, Pax, flagged an unexpected issue. His grand recruitment drive had worked a little too well, and a massive, chaotic crowd was forming. Jongyum watched the disorganized mob on his monitor, a thoughtful frown on his face. While it wasn't a crisis yet, he knew an uncontrolled crowd was a disaster waiting to happen. So, he made a call, leaving a high-ranking military officer completely stunned by his proposal. Jongyum calmly explained that his system had blind spots, and offered the military full management of the portals. The officer's shock quickly melted into patriotic zeal. This was a chance to rebuild the nation. Ready to mobilize immediately, he asked for a list of all current portal locations. But as Jongyum named the cities, he had a sudden, sinking feeling he hadn't considered the military's manpower problem. The officer then proposes a solution. If manpower is the issue, they should bring in local awakened individuals to help. He sets up a meeting with Busan's representative, Park Seo-yeon, who is stunned by the offer to let her people manage the portal areas. Jongyum calmly lays out the plan. The military secures the portal, while local heroes handle the surrounding blind spots. She thinks it's a fantastic idea, and with a firm handshake, the alliance is formed, stabilizing the chaotic situation. Soon, soldiers are expertly managing the crowds, bringing a sense of order to the once panicked streets. They hand out supply boxes, making sure everyone knows this aid comes from PAX FC, and more is available for those who join. Elsewhere, a man with a wicked grin watches his own system screen, gleefully noting he's just 10,000 people shy of reaching Tier 7. But just as Jongyum's plans are coming together, Pax zips in with an urgent alert. A new problem has emerged. A being from another dimension has been detected. But this one has no hostile intent whatsoever. And the first sign of this strange, peaceful visitor is a fluffy, happily wagging tail. The source of the alert finally reveals itself. A ridiculously fluffy, squirrel-like creature with an emo haircut. It straightens up, looking directly at Jongyum with a surprisingly sentient gaze. Then, to his utter shock, tears stream down its face as it begs him for mercy. It insists it has nowhere else to go and just wants to live, confirming Pax's assessment of zero hostile intent. Completely thrown off by this display, Jongyum decides he'd rather hear its story than fight it. A wave of profound relief washes over the little creature's tear-stained face. He takes it to a more private location to talk things over. Sitting on the floor and sharing a tin of cookies, Jongyum listens to its incredible tale. He calmly recaps what he's heard. Its dimension was destroyed, and it snuck to Earth with a monster migration. The creature happily confirms this is all true while stuffing its cheeks with another cookie. Jongyum mulls over the creature's story, realizing it's a simple, brutal truth of the universe. He understands that if Earth fails to defend itself, its people will become refugees just like this little one. He asks if it came alone, and with a tear in its eye, the creature admits it once had many companions. It was their chieftain, but its poor leadership led them straight into a monster ambush, scattering the few survivors. The creature explains its people are probably still hiding, relying on their incredible sense of smell which catches Jongyum's attention. It boasts that this keen sense is how they survive, easily detecting monsters from afar. To prove its point, the little creature takes a big, dramatic sniff of the air. It then points, shocking Jongyum by declaring there's a goblin on the third floor of the next building. Sensing an opportunity, he asks to verify this. and the creature warns him to be careful since there's more than one. A portal immediately materializes behind him as his loyal, armored knight steps through, ready for orders. Jiang Yim addresses his knight, Mordred, ordering him to confirm the creature's claim. He gives his summon full authority, leaving the choice to kill or spare them entirely up to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Mordred vanishes to carry out the mission, and in what feels like an instant, the knight reappears, reporting that the goblins attacked on sight and have been dealt with. Jiang Yam is stunned by the sheer speed, though he knows this is just how Mordred operates, swift and brutally efficient. But his real focus shifts back to the little creature, whose ability is proving to be absolutely incredible. To think it could pinpoint monsters just by their scent, through multiple floors and walls, that's not just a skill, it's a living, breathing wallhack, an invaluable power, but also a terrifyingly dangerous one in the wrong hands. Seeing the immense potential, he slowly extends a hand, an offer forming in his mind. He warns the little creature that being alone makes it an easy target for other monsters. Speaking from a place of shared experience, he admits that they are both victims of interdimensional invasions. So he makes an offer: join us, and we'll help you find your friends while you help us in return. A formal invitation to join PAX FC materializes before the fluffy creature's eyes. It looks up, a flicker of understanding in its eyes. This man is the leader of this huge group. The creature then makes a counteroffer, explaining that as a Manong, it has never eaten so well in its life. Suddenly, a new notification pops up, not an acceptance, but a request for the entire Manong tribe to merge with PAX FC. Jiang Yim's jaw drops as he sees the details. The tribe has a representative named Solon I and over 10,000 members. His shock instantly twists into a cunning smile as he realizes this single move will rocket him to Tier 7. He eagerly shakes on the deal, completely unaware of the true consequences of this stroke of luck. With that single deal, PAX FC's numbers swelled, vaulting Jiang Yim past Tier 7 status as his subordinates cheered him on. But with great power comes great responsibility, and he now had a new, daunting task: find all 10,000 scattered Manong. The search began immediately, with Solon perched on his shoulder, ready to guide him to their first settlement. The little creature pointed toward a distant, formidable mountain range. That was the place. A flicker of unease crossed Jiang Yim's mind. That was Mount Sirak, infamous for its punishing terrain. But he just smirked, dismissing the difficulty entirely. After all, why climb when you have a helicopter? Unfortunately, the steep, jagged peaks made landing impossible, and the powerful rotor winds scattered any scent Solon could track. Plan B was initiated, as a single, strange stake was driven deep into the rocky ground. Now on foot, Jiang Yim sighs, realizing this is going to be a long, tedious hike. He mutters to himself that this is boring. It would be a lot better if he had someone to talk to, as a blue orb of energy begins to form, and from that swirling energy, an imposing knight in full plate armor materializes before him. With the little squirrel perched on his shoulder, Jiang Yim casually asks his new companion, Lancelot, if he likes hiking. The stoic knight seems flustered for a moment before eagerly agreeing, determined to understand this strange social interaction. As they set off together, Jiang Yim decides it's finally time to hear the story of the man inside the armor. Lancelot is taken aback, but agrees to share his past, warning him that it is not a happy tale. His story begins in another world, a dimension of vast plains, rugged mountains, and dense forests. A place called Avalon, home to a vibrant ecosystem that thrived from the deepest oceans to the skies above. But its residents lived under the constant threat of monsters, learning to hunt and gather simply to survive. From the moment they could walk, even toddlers held hunting tools, forging a fierce and militant people. Over time, their civilization advanced, and monsters were no longer the greatest threat. Something far worse was. A new trial had arrived for Avalon War. The strength they'd honed to fight monsters was now turned against their own kind. But after centuries of exhaustive civil war, a lone figure of light emerged. A young knight who ended the conflict not with a sword, but with diplomacy, becoming their king. Arthur. He brought hope and forgiveness to a people who only knew violence. He summoned the greatest warriors, vowing their blades would now serve only to protect Avalon. And so, the 12 Knights of Camelot were founded, and the kingdom flourished like never before. But their hard-won peace was shattered by a new invasion from a crimson rift in the sky. These weren't beasts. They were something far more sinister, dark mages from the Barnaul dimension, and they unleashed a kind of suffering that made the old wars seem tame. These invaders were on another level, incredibly powerful. In the aftermath, Lancelot explains, the Knights of Camelot were bound to relics, and the fallen Avalon was cursed, forcing them to live on as undead. Jiang Yim can only admit that it's not exactly a cheerful tale. He reassures the knight not to worry. He simply needed to hear the whole story at least once. But inside, his mind is reeling. An entire dimension just collapsed? He can't comprehend the scale of it, to lose your family, friends, and the entire world you knew. Feeling a pang of guilt, he turns to Lancelot, wanting to apologize for making him relive such pain. He starts to offer sympathy but stops himself cold, realizing how hollow his words are. His family is safe, his world is intact, he has no right to pretend he understands with empty platitudes. So after an awkward pause, he asks the only question that truly matters. Is there any way to save Avalon? Lancelot's response leaves Jeongyum utterly speechless. What kind of nonsense is that? The knight thinks his master's question is like asking to revive someone at their own funeral. With a heavy finality, Lancelot states plainly that what he asks is impossible. There is no known way to reach the Avalon dimension, as it's a path only open to invaders. On top of that, reviving the dead is a fantasy he's never even heard of. Jeongyum can only mumble an apology, but Lancelot clarifies that he understands his master's intent. He admits his obedience is the result of a curse, but the feelings he holds are entirely his own. For him, the simple fact that Jeongyum is not an invader is more than enough. It's been that way from the very start, and he's sure the other knights feel the same way. In fact, Lancelot says, it is they who should be grateful, leaving Jeongyum to quietly offer his thanks. But their quiet moment is shattered when the little creature on Jeongyum's shoulder suddenly catches a familiar scent. It leaps down from its perch, scrambling towards a rustling in the tall grass. A fluffy tail wags uncertainly from within the greenery. From the leaves peeks another member of the Manong tribe, its eyes wide with disbelief and sorrow. The chief can't contain himself, launching forward in a tearful, desperate leap. The two collide in an emotional, fluffy embrace, crying with relief right in front of Jeongyum and his knight. The newcomer asks if their chief is hurt, but he quickly reassures them, explaining these people are saviors. He tells them they've been offered a safe place to live, a new home for their scattered people. Overcome with gratitude, the other creature vows to help, revealing it knows the location of another hidden group. A sly smile creeps onto Jeongyum's face. This is precisely the kind of good news he was hoping for. And so, the great Manong search began, with one leading them to another. Their numbers snowballed as each new group helped them find the next hidden clan. One grueling week later, Jeongyum looks like he's been through the ringer. But the bone-deep exhaustion was worth it, as he stands before all 10,000 members of the tribe. He can't help but wonder why these adorable creatures have to live on so many different mountains. Still, he shakes off his fatigue and conjures a swirling vortex of energy. He places a portal for them, a gateway to safety and supplies on Mount Siorak. The Manong are completely overwhelmed, asking how they could ever repay such kindness. Oh, it's nothing, Jeongyum says with a knowing grin. Just a tiny favor in return. A system notification pops up. The Manong tribe, ferocious trackers, are now officially deployable. With a ferocious roar, the Manong chief rallies his tribe. It's time to show everyone what they're made of. Immediately, the fluffy trackers are deployed, clinging to fighters and pointing them toward hidden threats. They call out monster locations with pinpoint accuracy, guiding the combat team with their incredible senses. Their sense of smell was no joke, leading the fighters straight to monsters cowering in the ruins. And in just 1 week, with the Manong tribe leading the hunt, monster-related damage dropped dramatically. Jeongyum reflects on this success, munching on snacks while monitoring the situation. Sure, the monsters weren't all gone, but the drop in casualties was a huge victory, bringing a new stability. But something feels off. He's reached Tier 7. The monster threat is down. Why does he feel so uneasy? It's the calm before the storm. A moment of peace like this is exactly when a new disaster strikes. And right on cue, Pax appears with new documents from the Chamber of Commerce, confirming his worst fears. A grim smile spreads across Jeongyum's face. He knew it. His gut is never wrong. He scans the document. It's not about new bids or expansion, it's about consolidation. He flips through the pages, a dense wall of text staring back at him. Over 20 pages? He scoffs. He's not reading all that. He tells Pax to summarize it. Pax obliges, but Jeongyum holds up a hand. This is big. He needs everyone here for this. In a flash, his elite team assembles, ready for the briefing. The best of the best are all here. Pax begins its report. The Chamber of Commerce has a two-pronged objective. First, increase profits from Korea and Japan, and second, to reduce the number of tier holders. To do that, they're teleporting the entire Elvenheim continent into the Pacific to force a battle. The formal notice will be issued in 7 days, but the reality sinks in now. They have to fight again. But one of his team members catches a crucial detail in the wording. A forced battle? Jeongyum's eyes widen as the implication hits him. The so-called invaders are actually victims, dragged into a war they never chose. A flicker of hope, perhaps they can avoid this fight. The idea is nice, but the logistics are a nightmare. They have no way to contact Elvenheim, and the Avalon Knight points out the worst-case scenario. They're transferred at the exact moment the notice is issued. But Pax cuts through the speculation with a bombshell. Elvenheim has already been relocated. They're here. That changes everything. Jeongyum clenches his fist. There's no time to waste. They have to go now. The same woman who had the insight now raises a new doubt, a far more chilling one. What if the people of Elvenheim aren't reasonable? What if they're just primitive creatures? Jeongyum has heard enough. They'll cross that bridge when they get to it. For now, they move out. And as Jeongyum's forces mobilize, we cut to a dark, churning body of water. Two young elven children, refugees in this new world, find the water filthy. But one of them, a boy named Keru, scoffs at the idea. There's no place filthier than their home. He looks at the water, a hint of wonder in his eyes despite the grim comparison. The two sit by the shore, contemplating a universe they've never seen. They wonder if a place worse than Elvenheim even exists, concluding no one could survive there. But then, Keru dips his hand into the dark liquid, a quiet act of defiance. A pulse of brilliant blue light erupts from his fingertips, purifying the water around him. His friend panics, shouting his name as a stern adult figure appears behind them. The older elf is furious, reminding them of the chairperson's strict command. Nothing is to be discarded on Earth. Keru stammers that he was only purifying the water, but the adult elf is unmoved, insisting every action requires permission. But this tense family drama isn't private. It's being observed through a lens from a great distance. The observer, Kim Jong-yom, lowers his binoculars, a thoughtful expression on his face. He remarks to his Avalon knight that they look like elves, just grubby, as the knight confirms the boy did indeed purify the ocean. Purification? Jong-yom has never seen it in person, and the knight explains it's a power unique to their race. It's an innate drive for them, a belief that all of nature is fundamentally connected. Jong-yom cracks a small, knowing smile. He finds that to be a kind sentiment, one that feels surprisingly familiar. Looking back at the frail figures, he muses that they feel like allies, and perhaps they should show they mean no harm. But back on the shore, the adult elf's head snaps up, his lecture forgotten as he senses a foreign presence. His eyes narrow with suspicion, zeroing in on the unseen observers as he wonders, what is that? He knew it. He'd felt a presence approaching for a while now, his mind racing with possibilities. Could they be scouts? Preparing for war? But it was too early for the promised trade with the Chamber of Commerce. Before he can puzzle it out, a blinding flash of blue light erupts from the distant vessel. A glowing blue cube materializes out of the light and rockets towards the shore, sending the startled elves scrambling back in a panic. It lands softly before them, an utterly alien object on their desolate beach. The adult elf can only stare in disbelief. What in the world is this? A digital screen flickers to life, announcing a Pax Fresh delivery. 3 boxes of assorted vegetables, an outstretched hand, clean and resolute, is offered to the elf's own, weathered and stained. Jong-yom stands before them, his knight a silent guardian, as the elf introduces himself as Ethan, a noble protector of nature's blessings. With a confident smile, he introduces himself as Kim Jeongyum, from Pax FC in Korea. The elves, still chewing on the fresh vegetables, freeze at the mention of that name. Jeongyum correctly guesses they've already received the notice for war, but he quickly assures them they have no intention of fighting. This is all a scheme. Ethan processes this bombshell, no war? Could it all be the Chamber of Commerce's doing? A wave of relief washes over him. Finally, someone who sees the truth. He tells Jong-yom that the person he really needs to speak to is their leader, Ellie. She's in the capital, a 3-day journey on foot through the desolate land. But Jong-yom scoffs at the timeline. They don't have that kind of time to waste. Instead, he reveals their ride, offering to escort the stunned elves there himself. To avoid any trouble, Ethan suggests they ditch the truck and proceed on foot. Jong-yom agrees, telling his driver Yong-soo to stay behind while he and Lancelot handle the talks. The imposing knight Lancelot steps down, his armored presence a silent warning. As they walk, they're greeted not by soldiers, but by laughing elf children playing tag. Jong-yom quietly observes the seemingly peaceful, if somewhat dilapidated, village. The scene is disarmingly normal, with elderly elves bickering over when to use fertilizer. He takes it all in, noting the old buildings and lack of warriors, a cozy but weak-looking place. A thought begins to worry him. If this is just the outskirts, how much farther to the capital? Just as he braces for a 2-day hike, Ethan stops and casually announces that they've arrived. Jong-yum is left completely speechless. This rundown village is the capital? Ethan gestures towards a dilapidated, dome-shaped building in the distance. Inside, the place is in shambles, littered with debris and broken furniture. An old elf sits amidst the ruin, morbidly insisting that Elder Findrick must be dead by now. Another elf scolds him for being so obsessed with the idea, but the old-timer just chuckles, completely unfazed. Jong-yam can't believe it, asking if they've been brought to a senior center instead of the capital. Ethan just smiles, pointing to the crumbling ruin and calling it their great symbol, the Galadon Council. The words hit Jong-yum like a ton of bricks. This retirement home is the council? This village is the capital? His spiraling thoughts are interrupted, as one of the elders spots his group approaching. A younger-looking elf woman suddenly starts yelling at the old man for littering, but he just waves her off, claiming Mother Nature will take care of the trash. She holds up the piece of trash, scolding him for littering when the kids are watching. The old elf just sighs, calling her a nag ever since she became chairperson, and tells her to mind the guests. Guests? The word stops her mid-rant, her eyes widening in genuine surprise. She turns and finally sees them, Jongyeom and his imposing knight, Mordred, standing right there. A quiet, dusty moment hangs in the air, the sunlight filtering through the ancient, cracked windows. The chairperson, Ansok, formally thanks Jongyeom for his help, but he casually replies that the kids made the journey easier. She then gets down to business, assuring him that the elves have no intention of leaving Elvenheim, so there's no reason to worry. Jongyeom proposes a peaceful relationship, but Anseok cuts him off with a firm no. They do not engage with outsiders. And just to be clear, she lays down the law. Not invading doesn't mean they'll tolerate being invaded. Attack Elvenheim, and you will die. Jongyeom's reaction to this deadly threat is a calm, almost amused smile. He is clearly not intimidated. Jongyeom chuckles, finding her bravado more amusing than threatening. All of us, he muses. But Anseok just smirks back, her eyes gleaming with absolute certainty. Suddenly, another of his knights steps forward, his voice booming with indignation for his master. It's Lancelot, declaring that her disrespect to a peaceful envoy is a grave mistake. But before he can even demand an apology, a flash of red energy erupts from Ansok, blasting him off his feet. Jongyeom's smirk vanishes, his eyes wide with genuine shock. The powerful knight is sent crashing into the ground with overwhelming force. As the dust settles, Anseok begins to speak, her tone cold and lecturing. She explains that for long-lived elves, 100 years is nothing, and they've seen countless worlds. Standing over the fallen Lancelot, she reveals the source of her confidence. Most elves are at least tier 6. Even the old elf who spat earlier, she explains, is at least tier 5. Lancelot struggles to move as she scoffs at the very idea of an apology. They came preaching peace with a sword, and she's seen countless deceivers just like them. With a surge of power, she makes a counteroffer. Bow your head, apologize, and maybe you'll live. Jongyeom watches from the sidelines, the situation clearly spiraling out of his control. He finally steps forward, yelling that she's taken this way too far. To attack his knight for simply being armed, and then demand an apology? He tells her not to make him laugh. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he slams his forehead into the ground. He begs her to have mercy on Lancelot, his pride completely forgotten. Anseok can only stare, wondering why a lord would throw away his dignity so quickly. He dismisses the apologetic Lancelot, telling him to go recover. He couldn't hold his head high otherwise. Anseok watches this, finding him a very peculiar person, before getting back to business. She declares that while they won't invade, they will consider anyone who approaches their land an enemy. Jongyeom finds them incredibly reclusive, but she just scoffs, saying he should be grateful. Her people are willing to die quietly, she states. So what exactly is the problem? The sentiment baffles him. Is pride really worth more than their lives? His words seem to strike a nerve, causing a flash of dangerous energy to flare in her eyes. He immediately backpedals with a nervous laugh, admitting his mouth is running away from him. Anseok seems to have had enough of this conversation, deciding on a new course of action. She declares this will be faster than talking, and simply orders him to follow her, leaving him stunned. Jongyeom is left utterly bewildered, wondering if his words had somehow pushed her over the edge. His mind immediately spirals into paranoia, a cold sweat breaking out as he imagines being dragged off for torture. But he quickly forces himself to calm down, remembering his ultimate escape plan, his personal subspace. If things turn ugly, hell, just hide and wait for the helicopter. It's not like these elves can fly. With that safety net in mind, he warily follows the elf chairperson, trying to keep his wits about him. They stop in an open clearing, where Anso calmly gives a command to another waiting elf. An archer steps forward, her bow crackling to life as she gathers an immense amount of green energy. She releases the shot, not as an arrow, but as a devastating shockwave of pure power. A massive explosion erupts, carving a crater into the earth as Anseok watches on, completely unfazed. The demonstration is over, her point brutally and effectively made without another word. Jongyeom stumbles back from the blast zone, the sheer heat and power leaving him trembling. His mind is completely blank. What just happened? How is that even possible? The elf chairperson coolly explains that the archer who just did that is considered unskilled and needs extra practice. Unskilled? Jongyeom watches her effortlessly gather another mountain-shattering amount of energy, and his brain short-circuits. And then, a moment of dark clarity. He finally understands the saying, being clever in a tiger's den just means you die smart. Resigned to his fate, he cheerfully follows along, asking where he should lie down to be executed. But just as he braces for the end, he stops, his attention caught by something else entirely. A small sapling emerges from the ground before them, pulsing with a gentle, sacred green light. This, Anseok reveals, is the legendary world tree, the heart of their people. She explains it has endured a terrible curse that plagues their land, allowing the elves to survive a curse? Now he's listening. Her face is grim, her skin mottled by the very affliction she's about to describe. Anseok begins her tale, casting her gaze back to a time of forgotten splendor. Once, Their world tree was a magnificent pillar of creation, bathing the world in a blinding, holy light. But after a disastrous defeat against another dimension, the tree began to shrink, and a foul curse poisoned their entire continent. A cold realization dawns on Jongyum. Their talk of dying quietly wasn't a threat to him, but the fate of their entire race. He presses her, needing to know who could be powerful enough to cast such a devastating, world-ending curse. He even offers to help, a bold claim that seems to amuse the solemn elf. She scoffs at the idea. How could someone from a lower-tier dimension possibly assist them? It's pointless, she says. A newcomer from a dimension barely a year old wouldn't even comprehend the name. But then she tells him anyway, the Dark Mages of Barnaul. And that name hits Jongyum like a physical blow. His mind reels. Barnaul, the same dimension Lancelot mentioned. So these Dark Mages are the villains behind both tragedies. The elf chairperson continues, explaining that their people wield a unique energy she calls natural power. This was the very power Barnaul feared, the energy of the world tree, channeled by the elves. She reveals that among them, some are born with a special talent for it, distinguished by horns on their heads, the high elves. Trying to play it cool, Jongyum casually remarks that he thinks he saw some while looking around earlier. A shadow crosses her face as she explains that most of the high elves were slaughtered by the Dark Mages. Oops. She quickly clarifies that a few survived, but went missing during their sudden transport to Earth, and Jongyum's forced smile starts to twitch. Her eyes light up with a desperate hope, pressing him for where he saw them. He's sweating now, realizing his blunder and quickly backpedaling. She makes him promise to tell her if he ever finds a horned elf, and all he can do is agree, cursing himself for pretending to know things. With that, her business is concluded. She's told him all she's going to, and politely suggests he can leave now. She offers to guide him to the plaza herself, where another elf named Ethan can take over. But as Jongyum follows her away from the glowing world tree, his mind is already elsewhere. A thought begins to form: if the tree is single-handedly fighting this curse, then can't he just use his ability to replicate it and solve their problem instantly? He quickly tries, only for his system to slap him with an error. Category not found. Of course. This divine tree is on a completely different level. He realizes there's only one other way. His subspace has special storage slots that unlock at each level, and he's currently sitting at level 5. To store the entire world tree, he'll need to hit level 6, which requires a hefty 100,000 magic stones. He checks his balance: 68,331. The cold reality hits him like a truck. He's completely broke. They reach the plaza, and though Onseok says her goodbyes, Jongyum is just staring blankly at his glowing interface, lost in his financial despair. Just as the elves are about to depart, Jongyum calls out to Onseok, telling her to wait a moment. She turns back, her expression laced with confusion. Without warning, a blue subspace gate rips open, and a torrent of fresh food pours out into the plaza. He tells her not to worry about repayment. This is simply a gift. With a calm smile, he promises to visit again soon, but his exit is interrupted by a voice from the portal. A man with a wild grin emerges. It's Saito, and he seems ecstatic to finally track Jongyum down. Jongyum's friendly demeanor vanishes, immediately asking if Saito's presence means there are still fishmen left. Saito confirms it. They've wiped out most of them, but the last remnants in Sapporo escaped into the sea with the gate core. All the while, Onseok stands frozen amidst the pile of food, her face smudged with dirt, utterly stunned. She can't wrap her head around it. He's from a lower-tier world, yet he just handed over a fortune in supplies without asking for anything. Her mind races, trying to find the catch. Is this a trap? Or is this guy just a complete simpleton? Meanwhile, Jongyum processes the new intel. A giant kraken with an acidic ink shield is a serious problem. Saito lays out the grim math. The ink's radius is 800 meters, far beyond his own 500-meter range. Jongyum falls silent, his mind already churning. They need overwhelming, long-distance firepower, and as he thinks it, a solution clicks into place. There's only one person here who fits that description. His gaze shifts, landing right back on the stunned elf chairperson standing amidst her new mountain of food. Onseok flinches, as if she can feel his stare from across the dimensional tear, and just like that, the other shoe drops. He asks for a single favor, and a smug smirk spreads across her face. Aha, I knew it, she thinks, feeling vindicated. He called it a gift, but now he demands a price. Fine, she'll play along for double. The favor he needs? Help taking down the colossal beast lurking beneath the waves. And Onseok doesn't disappoint, as a piercing shriek echoes from the distant waters. The colossal kraken thrashes in agony, struck by a bolt from the blue. Her hand grips the bow with unwavering strength, the shot already delivered. She stands confidently, watching her handiwork from hundreds of meters away. Jongyum had just handed her a powerful new bow, trusting her completely with this one crucial task. She immediately began to channel her power, making the weapon sing with vibrant energy. All her previous arrogance melts away, replaced by the lethal focus of a master archer. A devastating amount of mana condenses into a single, crackling arrowhead. With a sharp release, a blinding spear of light screams across the vast ocean. The arrow slams directly into the beast's head, a perfect, undeniable hit. The arrow detonates with world-shattering force, a vortex of pure energy tearing through its target. What's left of the mighty kraken is flung into the air, its reign of terror ending in a chaotic splash. Aboard the warship, Onsok stands triumphant, the new bow still humming in her grip. The elven children behind her cheer, witnessing the impossible made real by their leader. That single shot didn't just kill the kraken. It obliterated the gate core hidden deep within it. Now, Jeongyum's mind races, calculating the potential rewards from both the boss monster and the gate. If he gets over 100,000 magic stones, he can upgrade his subspace and secretly copy the world tree to save Elvenheim. But he knows the risks. The elves guard their sacred tree so fiercely they'd kill him without a second thought. So, if the payout is short, it's time for plan B. Just smile, wave, and get the hell out of there. He'll simply come back later, stronger and better prepared, leaving the elves to wonder what just happened. Both plans are risky, but having to start over from scratch is a nightmare he'd rather avoid. Staring at his interface, Jeongyum desperately prays for the numbers to align. He just needs 32,000 more stones. However, fate, it seems, had other plans. By the time his warship reached the shores of Elvenheim, not a single additional magic stone had appeared, and the reason for that was simple. Onsiok got the kill, and therefore, she got all the loot. She reminds him of their deal monster slaying in exchange for food, which he nervously agrees to, but then he takes his shot, asking if he could also get the magic stones she collected. He makes a ridiculously generous offer, 4 times the food for the stones, stunning her into silence. And just when he thinks he has her, she looks him dead in the eye and refuses. She's no fool. The initial food offer was huge. Offering 4 times that amount isn't generous. It's suspicious. She presses him, demanding to know what he plans to do with the stones, while he tries to play it cool. But Onsiok just scoffs, telling him that if here and there is his answer, then she needs them for the same reason. She makes it clear. The stones are hers, so he'd better just hand over the food like they agreed. Her eyes begin to glow with a chilling purple light as she warns him not to test her patience, or he might become the next meal. Backed into a corner, Jeongyum finally snaps, yelling for his system to dispatch an endless supply of fresh vegetables. A brilliant blue portal tears open in the air above them, and from it, an absolute mountain of produce comes pouring down onto the beach, stunning Onsiok into silence. With food raining from the sky, he decides to come clean, revealing he can infinitely replicate anything stored in his subspace. He reminds her of the question she just asked, what he needed the magic stones for. His grand plan? To take the world tree, replicate it, and use that power to save her people. He knows she wouldn't believe him on words alone, so he simply says, "Let's just wait and see." Onsiok reluctantly agrees. After all, for a dying race, time is all they have left. But as the minutes turn into hours, her weariness melts into pure, unadulterated shock. The pile of produce just keeps growing, becoming a colossal tower that seems to defy reality itself. With the elf leader utterly speechless, Jeongyum asks with a smirk if she's a believer now. She has to concede the amount is staggering, but her suspicion shifts. How can she trust him to return their sacred world tree? It's the very fate of her people she'd be placing in his hands, but he scoffs, saying their world tree is just a sapling to him. That casual dismissal only makes her more confused. If he doesn't want the tree, why is he helping them? For a moment, he hesitates, and she immediately sees it as proof that he's hiding his true intentions. But his real answer is far more blunt and unexpected. He's doing all this simply because he pities them. The elf leader is utterly speechless. Pity? He's doing all this out of simple pity? Jeongyum states it plainly. He sees people starving, and that's the only reason he needs to help. But then he turns the entire moral argument back on her with a single, sharp question. If they're so desperate, he asks, why haven't they just invaded and plundered to survive? His words strike a deep chord, and Onsok clenches her fist as she's pulled back into a distant memory. She remembers being a young girl, being gently scolded by one of her elders. He was teaching her about coexistence, about why their people value mutual growth above all else. While competition leads to development, he explained, any contest that ends in mutual destruction is a fool's errand. True survival, the most efficient path to prosperity, requires a balance between strength and cooperation. The elder had smiled, reminding her that a hand can offer help just as easily as it can form a fist. The memory of her elder's words echoes. Because they are not perfect, they must learn to live together. Pulled back to the present, Onsiok's eyes reflect a profound understanding. The tense atmosphere between her and Jeongyum has completely shifted. She turns to him, a silent decision finally made. After a formal introduction, she tells him she has a favor to ask as well. She asks that when the day comes for them to search for the High Elves on Earth, he will lend them his strength. Jeongyum listens intently, processing the elf leader's heartfelt plea. A confident, almost predatory smile forms on his lips as he readily agrees. Deep within his dimension, a system alert confirms his subspace level up is complete, and his AI, Pax, is on standby. With a look of absolute authority, he gives the order to dispatch the world tree, and to not stop until he says so. Far from the warship, an old elf named Findrick looks up, his face a mask of exhaustion and despair. Tears well in his eyes as he laments their hopeless situation, thinking what a shame it all is. But then, a voice calls out to him as the sky fills with an impossible sight. Dozens of supply drops descending like angels. One of the crates lands, revealing its contents glowing saplings of the world tree, a sight the children have never seen. This sudden miracle triggers a memory from a time long past. A younger, more vibrant Findrick complains that they're running out of room to plant all these saplings. Back in the present, his old, trembling hand reaches down toward the precious life glowing in the dirt. He gently touches the sapling, the weight of years of loss crashing down on him. He can't hold it back, and the sobs begin to rack his body. Even after all this time, he whispers, the sight of their future is enough to bring tears to his old eyes. The elves admit they've been worn down to the bone, finding it harder to say thank you than to endure hardship. But as it turns out, help has already arrived from a very unexpected source. Mordred's dark knights kneel, their armored gauntlets carefully planting the glowing saplings. Across the barren land, these imposing figures work in silent unison, restoring a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy crackles around Mordred, catching him completely off guard. He looks down at his hands, bewildered by the strange power flowing through his very being. The energy intensifies, his entire body overcome by a bizarre, overwhelming itch he can't comprehend. Watching from his command center, Zhang Yom quickly assesses the new bottleneck in his plan. They have an abundance of world tree saplings, but not nearly enough hands to plant them all. So he gives a new command. Halt the supply drops and instead broadcast a recruitment call for anyone willing to help. The message goes out, and it isn't long before the first boots hit the ground. Reinforcements have arrived, a motley crew of determined civilians, eager to help the great hero Zhang Yom. He warmly welcomes the new manpower, explaining that this is more than just work. It's a campaign to plant divine trees. The instructions are simple, but as he's speaking, a frantic voice from across the field screams his name. One of his fighters waves him down, yelling for him to come quick. Something is terribly wrong with his knights. Zhang Yom's expression darkens as she confirms his fears. His elite soldiers are in very bad shape, and it's not just them. Even the elves are now writhing on the ground, overwhelmed by a strange, uncontrollable energy. A piercing scream slices through the air, and Zhang Yum's eyes widen with dawning horror. He dashes over to find an Avalon knight convulsing on the ground, completely helpless inside his own armor. The knight can only cry out to his lord, his entire body itching so intensely he can't even move. Zhang Yum realizes with a jolt these are the exact same symptoms as before. How can the world tree's power be causing this? Panicked, he prepares to send his knight back to Camelot for safety, the man's pained grip digging into his shoulder. But a calm hand stops him. The elder elf, Findrick, asks him to hold on, confident that he can handle this himself. Findrick explains that while the tree's energy is a blessing, it can sometimes act as a potent curse. In situations like this, all one needs to do is alter its properties just a little bit. A wave of serene green energy flows from his hand, washing over the suffering knights and elves on the ground. Zhang Yom is left speechless, completely stunned by the elder's casual display of power. With a knowing smile, Findrick assures him that he has adjusted the energy, and everyone should be fine now. And just like that, the Avalon Knight stands up, reporting to his lord that the unbearable itch has vanished. It clicks in Zhang Yum's mind. Head heard there was a tier 6 among the elves, a rank on par with that catastrophic monster in China. But looking at the unassuming elder, he can't sense a thing, as Findrick speaks of how all powers in heaven and earth are in constant flux. Nature, he muses with a gentle smile, moves and changes just as people do. Therefore, somewhere in the grand design, there must be a way to return these cursed knights to how they once were. Zhang Yom is left speechless, the casual implication of reversing the curse sending a jolt through his entire being. As the old elf turns to walk away, he frantically reaches out, telling him to wait. His voice is tight with urgency as he demands the elder explain his words in more detail. Findrick begins his lesson, painting a picture of life, energy, pure and ever-flowing. He explains that the power of black magic is so immense because it is an unnatural force that goes against the very principles of life. To return them to their original state, Findrick says, would be like scooping up spilled water. It requires immense effort and 2 specific things. First, a natural force powerful enough to suppress the black magic, and second, a skilled high elf who knows how to wield it. Zhang Yum's face falls. A high elf, he stammers that they all went missing during the transfer to Earth. The elder confirms their disappearance, theorizing they must be hiding somewhere on the planet. He then trails off, gripping a small item in his hand as another, Darker thought occurs to him. Perhaps, he muses, the ancient elf they would need was so old that he simply died in some forgotten place. If he kicked the bucket, well, it's a shame, but nothing can be done about it now. But since they don't know for sure, he offers to explain the natural force. Jongyum eagerly asks just how much of it they'll need. The elder smiles, revealing it comes from the world tree. So all they have to do is wait for about 150 years. Jongyum's hope shatters as the elder clarifies that what little energy they have is useless. He calls the task impossible. But then, a sly smile. There is a way to speed up the growth, a brutal cycle of pain and recovery. The only problem is that the world tree is incredibly sturdy. Most attacks won't even leave a scratch on it. Pain and recovery, a brilliant, almost wicked idea sparks in Jongyum's mind. He thinks that might just be possible. In fact, he has the perfect tool for the job, the unique grade palace, Camelot. With a thought, a massive, imposing structure materializes, ready for its new purpose. Back with the saplings, another glowing red reinforcement stone drops to the ground with a soft chime. Jongyum picks it up, amazed at how quickly the world tree's life force is shortening the production cycle. With 2 trees and all the magic stones from his knights, the output has sped up so much it's becoming pointless to even count them. Jongyum knows using Camelot to grow the tree will take a while, so he has another idea. A wicked, greedy smile spreads across his face. It's time for a reinforcement stone spending spree. He pulls up an epic-grade weapon, Rakis's Holy Spear, as his first lucky customer, but the system immediately denies him. Enhancement failed. He stares at the message in confusion, needing a C-grade stone to proceed. What even is that? All the stones he's been farming are D-grade. He has no idea how to make higher tier ones. Onseok appears, casually explaining that C-grade stones need to be crafted by dwarves. She clarifies what dwarves are, since they don't exist on Earth. And Jongyum presses for another way. But her answer is final. Without dwarves, it's impossible. The mountain of stones he's collected is utterly useless. Jongyum sighs. All his grand plans for making new weapons completely shot down. But Onseok offers a sliver of hope since Earth's dimension has leveled up. It's possible dwarves now exist here. With that, she heads off to finish planting her world trees, and he thanks her for the tip. Before leaving, she casually asks him to drop the formalities, mentioning she'd already spoken with his sisters. Hess immediately flustered. This is Lancelot's crush, and she wants him to speak informally? That's not easy. He gazes at the horizon, deciding there's nothing he can do about the situation for now. With a slight smile, he figures it's about time to get going. The sun begins to rise, its golden rays piercing through the clouds. But as the light fills the sky, he's left speechless by the impossible sight of a new mountain range. A man tending to the world tree sprouts looks up, shocked by Jongyum's travel plans. America? He asks why he'd go there, and Jongyum explains it's to take someone home. Plus he needs to travel a bit anyway. But he senses the man's hesitation, pressing him on whether he knows something about the current situation. The man admits he's heard whispers that the federal government has collapsed, leaving the states in chaos. But that's not the real problem, he warns. The true danger is the monsters positioned over the Pacific Ocean. He tells Jongyum it's better to see for himself, and the scene shifts to a recording of fighter jets on patrol. From the cockpit of one of the jets, the pilot scans the open skies. Suddenly, a proximity alert flashes. Unidentified flying objects are closing in at incredible speed. The pilot immediately decides against engagement, banking hard to begin evasive maneuvers. But his attempt to escape was futile, as a shadowy creature dives from above, and the jet is torn apart in a massive fireball. The explosion rips through the sky, leaving nothing but burning debris. Back in a briefing room, a military officer explains the footage they recovered from the sole surviving pilot. He reveals that after this attack, U.S. forces stationed in Korea attempted multiple withdrawals to return home, but he delivers the chilling conclusion. The number of soldiers who actually set foot on American soil was exactly 0. With that grim reality established, Jongyum calmly turns to his companion, a man named Mr. James. James can't believe what he's hearing, laying out the suicidal odds of flying for 13 hours through monsters that shred jets. He looks at Jongyum, his expression completely changing, and cheerfully declares he's decided to just live happily here in Korea. Jongyum's face falls in utter disbelief, wondering what he's supposed to do now that his ride has just given up.